Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
After walking around for a while, Chenxing and Liu returned to sit under the big tree where Chenxing had just stayed. During the few minutes they stayed under the tree, Liu's eyes never left Chenxing. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Although Chenxing didn't care much about other people's eyes, he was still a little uncomfortable after being stared at by Liu for so long and couldn't help asking. "Although this is very rude, I am very curious about how special Mr. Chenxing's situation is. He can actually improve his strength to the level of V.6 in just 2 months, and it is a leap of 4 levels of strength." After being asked by Chenxing, Liu did not hide his curiosity and asked out his inner curiosity. To be honest, after Chenxing promised to revive the members of Astria's family, Liu no longer regarded Chenxing as an outsider, but as someone who could live and die together. As long as Chenxing can revive Alice and the others, Chenxing will not hesitate even if he wants his own life. If Chenxing really resurrected Alice and the others, then Chenxing and her and the resurrected Alice and the others could be said to be in the same boat. So Liu gradually opened his heart to Chenxing. Along the way, the two of them walked through the forest together, and Liu's heart was completely open to Chenxing. That's why Liu stared at Chenxing so openly just now, and after Chenxing asked, he did not hesitate to say what he thought in his heart. I don't know how to say it. To be honest, my talent is very evil, to the point of being outrageous. When I first received the grace, I already had the strength of IV.2. And then the grace quickly increased by 26 and my strength is also constantly improving. In response to Liu's inquiry, Chenxing, who had nothing to do now, did not hide it and began to tell a half-truth to kill time. Chenxing was not afraid that these things would be known by Liu, because when Chenxing signed the world contract with Liu before, Liu could not disclose any information that was unfavorable to Chenxing. So even if Liu knew, he would not pose any threat to Chenxing. Awesome! After listening to Chenxing's story, Liu's eyes widened and his face was full of shock. This expression on Liu's face made Liu look very cute at this moment. So cute that Chenxing couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch Liu's cheek. This was completely Chenxing's subconscious reaction. After all, Liu at this moment was completely different from the information Chenxing knew about Liu, which was very cute, so Chenxing's hand moved unconsciously. Chenxing didn't react until he finished pinching. During this period, Liu was stunned. After reacting, he didn't dodge, but his cheeks quickly turned red. Chenxing saw this and quickly took his hand back. "Sorry, my hand moved unconsciously just now." After taking back his hand, Chenxing apologized embarrassedly. "It's okay, Mr. Chenxing, you can pinch it if you want, it's okay." Liu shook his head slightly and said softly, "Morningstar will revive allies and the others later. This favor is greater than the sky. It doesn't matter if Morningstar pinches her face. It's totally fine. She can give everything for allies and the others to be resurrected. She is not joking." Although Liu said so, Morningstar did not really do what Liu said. Because of the situation just now, the atmosphere between the two of them became a little awkward. It was not until Hestia and the others finished their bath and walked over that the awkward atmosphere eased. "Morningstar, I haven't eaten the food cooked by Morningstar for a long time." "Lily wants to eat the food cooked by Morningstar." Lily, who was walking in the front, trotted towards Morningstar and shouted, "I want it too!" Hestia followed closely. Because of the safety of Belle, Lily and the others, Hestia did not eat last night. Now that Lily mentioned it, she was also greedy. Morningstar has participated in the expedition for more than half a month, and she has not eaten the food cooked by Morningstar for more than half a month. "Well, okay," Morningstar replied with a smile. The group returned to the camp. Hermes and Belle had also returned to the camp, and together with Welf and Kashima Sakura, who stayed behind in the camp, the four of them were sitting together chatting. When they saw Morningstar and the others coming back, the four of them stood up and greeted them. "Master Belle, where are the ingredients we just bought? Hurry up and take them out." "Mr. Morningstar wants to cook." As soon as they returned to the camp, Lily urged Belle to take out the ingredients they had bought in Rivera Town. "Really, Mr. Morningstar?" Hearing Lily's words, Belle was immediately excited and her eyes quickly shifted to Morningstar to confirm. Yeah, Morningstar nodded slightly, swoosh. As soon as Morningstar finished speaking, Belle flashed into the tent neatly. Is it so exaggerated? Looking at Belle's behavior, Welf was a little speechless. Others were full of curiosity, curious about how good Morningstar's cooking skills were and how Belle lost her composure. However, soon they knew why Belle was like this. Half an hour later, a simple big pot of stew was born in the hands of Morningstar. Because of limited conditions, this is the only way to do it. However, everyone was eating with relish at this time, wolfing down their food one by one without any image at all. I think I know, Belle and Lizzie, why you have that reaction. Well, this is the first time I have eaten such delicious food. Welf kept shoveling dinner into his mouth while shoveling, hesitating. Well, very delicious. The life on the side was full of mouth and did not forget to praise. Liu, Yasve, Kashima, Sakura, and Hermes were also eating the food cooked by Morningstar for the first time. At this time, they all praised Morningstar without hesitation, and praised Morningstar in their mouths but did not forget to eat. As Hestia and Lily, who had eaten the food cooked by Morningstar a long time ago and could control their own image, looked at the appearance of several people at this time and inexplicably felt a sense of superiority in their hearts. Belle, who was standing by, was ashamed when she saw the two people at that moment. Forget about Hestia, Lady Lily, you were no different from them when you ate there. Hey, Hestia, Morningstar, can I go to your place to eat for free sometimes? At this time, Hermes raised his head, looked at Hestia and Morningstar with shining eyes and said. As soon as this was said, the other people looked up instantly, each with a different look. Yasvi was full of approval, but there was a bit of embarrassment in his eyes, but this embarrassment was suppressed by his expectation for the food made by Morningstar, and he couldn't resist it at all. Kashima, Sakura, and Ming, who were standing by, were also very moved, but thinking about their situation, neither of them spoke. Mr. Morningstar, can I go to eat for free? On the contrary, Welf ignored these twists and turns, raised his hand directly, and asked Morningstar loudly like a primary school student asking questions. W. Morningstar neither agreed nor refused what Hermes and Welf said, but this already made the three of them very satisfied. If they didn't refuse, it meant they could do it, which was what the three of them were thinking at this moment. The group had a nice dinner. It was natural that Morningstar didn't need to worry about cleaning up the dishes and cutlery. After dinner, Morningstar was called out by Hermes. The two walked in the quiet forest. Hermes didn't speak, so Morningstar naturally wouldn't speak on his own initiative. After walking for a distance, Hermes spoke slowly. I think you also know that Yasvi and I have a purpose in risking being punished by the guild to come down together. My purpose involves Belle, and I may do something a little too much. If possible, please don't interfere. Whatever reward you need, just ask, Hermes said to Morningstar. Hermes has already decided on the next plan, but he must get along with Morningstar. Otherwise, once Chenxing made a move, his plan would be ruined. I won't interfere, but after this incident, make a second-level weapon for Belle as an apology. Chenxing nodded, not wanting to say anything more, and directly gave the conditions. Seeing Chenxing so straightforward, Hermes was slightly stunned, but then he laughed. It's so good to communicate with someone like you, there's no need to waste words at all. I agree to your request, and I will go to customize a weapon for Belle at that time. But aren't you curious why I took action against Belle? Hermes said with a smile and then asked back. How do you think Belle got connected with Hestia? The reason why Hestia was able to recruit Belle was because of my recommendation. I know very well that Belle is the orphan of Zeus and Hera's family, and I also know that you put your hopes on her because she is Zeus's adopted granddaughter. What you want to do now is to test her heroic potential. I have no objection at all as long as it is not too much. After hearing this, Chenxing looked at Hermes meaningfully and then said softly. After that, Chenxing left here directly, leaving Hermes alone in a daze, silent for a long time. After a long time, Hermes came back to his senses, looking at the direction where Chenxing left. His eyes flickered slightly. What an incredible boy, he actually knows so much. Could it be that Lucifer told him? Lucifer has been in the lower world for hundreds of years, maybe he knows something. Well, that should be it. Very good, the brain-filled Hermes is officially online. Goodbye, Lord God, Mr. Morningstar. Goodbye, Lord Morningstar, Lord Hestia. At the entrance of the passage from the 18th floor to the 19th floor, Belle and Lily waved goodbye to Morningstar and Hestia, who walked into the passage. We'll be back soon. In the passage, Hestia waved to the two of them. Morningstar also nodded, and then the two turned around and left. Since it was a test of potential, Morningstar would naturally not give Belle hope. On the 18th floor, it was impossible for the Black Goliath to force out her potential. So Morningstar suggested taking Hestia to a deeper floor. Hestia was also very interested in this, and she also wanted to know more about the situation in the underground city, so she agreed without thinking. Of course, Morningstar still separated a thought body and hid it on the 18th floor. If Belle cannot force out her potential as in the original book and let the already budding hero desire skill be fully nurtured, Morningstar will control the thought body to wipe out the Black Goliath. As expected, not long after Hestia and Morningstar left the 18th floor, Hikai took action. On a big tree, Hermes looked at Belle and Lily walking back from the entrance of the passage, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. After Belle and Lily returned to the camp, Hermes, who was hiding somewhere, waited for more than 10 minutes again and then released the divine power silently. With the blooming of the divine power, the entire dungeon seemed to wake up instantly. The 18th floor began to vibrate violently. All the adventurers on the 18th floor were frightened by the sudden movement. What happened? In the camp, everyone who had no idea of Hermes' plan tried to stabilize their bodies and observed the surrounding situation. At this moment, a roar of a monster came from the entrance of the passage leading to the Great Wall of Sighs on the 18th floor, and instantly spread throughout the entire floor. No way! In the town of Rivera, the manager Boris heard the roar and his one-eyed eye twitched. As the manager of the town of Rivera on the 18th floor, Boris often gathered a large group of adventurers to eliminate the Goliaths that were not cleared by the first-level adventurers after they were born and brought inconvenience to other low-level adventurers, and provide low-level adventurers with a safe passage to enter the 18th floor. So he was very familiar with the roar of Goliath. He also often heard the roar of Goliath coming from the Great Wall of Sighs on the 17th floor, but he had never heard such a clear roar as if it was nearby. In addition, the entire 18th floor was shaking now, which made Ruse feel bad. Could it be that something abnormal happened? Boris murmured in a low voice. As expected, just as Boris's murmurs fell, the roars stopped and the vibrations also stopped. Then, under Boris's gaze, the ceiling vibrated more violently, and then a huge black figure broke through the wall from the ceiling and fell to the ground. The next second, Boris, standing on a high place, noticed that the passages leading to the 17th and 19th floors had completely collapsed under some force. In other words, at this moment, everyone on the 18th floor was trapped. "It's over!" Boris' heart twitched as he looked at the falling figure, and he murmured in a low voice. As an adventurer of IV.3 and who has been dealing with Goliath for many years, he naturally recognized the falling figure at first sight. Although the size is much larger than Goliath and the color has changed from gray to black, it is indeed Goliath. Once the monsters in the dungeon have undergone changes that are different from usual, there is no doubt that they are definitely enhanced. Moreover, the passages leading to the upper and lower levels of adventurers collapsed, and the only choice for everyone was to defeat this enhanced species. As for waiting for outside rescue, Boris didn't think they could wait until then. What happened? Boris scratched his hair fiercely and shouted loudly, and then he couldn't sit still anymore, ran out and began to organize a team to prepare to fight against the enhanced species Goliath. Boris's reputation in Rivera town is still quite high, and many adventurers are not stupid, and they also see that the falling figure is very special, so the crusade team was quickly formed. During this period, the fallen Goliath had stood up and his huge body was heading towards the adventurer town of Rivera town. However, Goliath was soon blocked. As a member of the family of the goddess of justice Australia, Liu's character has always been just and kind. Now seeing Goliath appear on the 18th floor and preparing to attack Rivera town, Liu naturally would not sit idly by and rushed up at the first time. Under the instruction of Hermes, Yasvi and Liu fought against Goliath together, and Belle and Ming, Luhua Kashima and other adventurers who were camping in the wild attacked. Unfortunately, the enhanced species specially born in the Black Goliath dungeon had a strength of LV.5 and was also very strong in IV.5. The attacks of everyone, including Liu and Yasvi, could not have much effect. Things developed as in the original book. Hermes, this guy! In the underground altar of the guild, Uranus, who had been praying for the dungeon and using divine power to suppress the entire dungeon, felt the divine power released by Hermes at the first time. Uranus really couldn't scold Hermes, because this guy's personality is like this: no matter how much he scolds, it's useless. When it's time to make trouble, this guy will continue to make trouble. He is a troublemaker. The main point is that you say yours, I do mine. Moreover, he knew that Hermes was a man of measure, so he just sighed slightly and then ignored him. On the other side, Morning Star was strolling around the 19th floor with Hestia. Perhaps because the dungeon focused on the 18th floor, there were not many monsters on the 19th floor. However, it didn't matter to Morning Star whether there were more or less monsters. Morning Star directly used the rain of light to sweep the floor, sweeping away a wave of monsters as they appeared. In this case, Morning Star took Hestia to stroll around the dungeon leisurely. She looked so leisurely as if she was strolling in her own back garden. My Morning Star is so amazing! Seeing that the monsters appeared without causing any trouble to her and were eliminated by Morning Star, Hestia was very happy, hugged Morning Star's arm and said with a smile, and even gave Morning Star a kiss. Then, Hestia ran away and began to observe various plants. Hey Morning Star, I've seen this kind of flower in a book, it's called saffron, it seems to stop bleeding. Hestia walked in front of Morning Star and observed the plants. After walking for a long time, Hestia found something. She trotted to a red flower and observed it carefully. Finally, she seemed to have confirmed the information of the flower, turned around and said happily to Chenxing, well, it can stop bleeding and it is also a medicinal material for treating injuries. Morning Star smiled and nodded. Hestia was even happier, and then she trotted again and Morning Star quickly followed. Morning Star, this is orchid grass. I heard that it is a kind of herb that can be used to make a potion to restore mental strength. Morning Star, this is bird flower. I heard that many birds like it, many businessmen like this flower. I heard that it ranks among the top in the commissions of the guild. Morning Star. Along the way, Hestia described all the plants she had seen and understood, and Morning Star followed behind her slowly, responding gently, and the two of them wandered around in the uncle's maze. On the other side, on the 18th floor, things were going according to the ideas of Morning Star and Hermes. Many adventurers gathered together, but they could not defeat the strengthened Goliath, the lonely king of the maze, and could only stop him at most. Moreover, the strengthened Goliath could also eject shock waves from his mouth to the ground. Many people were injured by the shock wave attack of Goliath, the lone king of the maze, and some were even seriously injured. In addition, two monsters continued to emerge on the entire floor, attacking many adventurers with their fangs and claws, which made the adventurers even worse. For a time, the entire 18th floor fell into an atmosphere of despair. And in this desperate atmosphere, Belle's skill of the hero's wish, which she had long nurtured but not fully nurtured, was born as expected. Standing in front of Goliath, Belle held a double-edged sword in her hand, and in front of the adventurers under the cover of the guards, Belle began to accumulate power, and white light emerged on her body, constantly flowing towards the giant sword Zhao Lai in Belle's hand, and the giant sword became more and more dazzling. At the same time, the sound of bells continued to echo in the air, getting louder and louder, and finally turned directly into the rumbling sound of the bell tower. The solemn bell rang loudly and spread throughout the battlefield, attracting everyone's attention, and the white and slender figure was imprinted in everyone's eyes. Everyone, get out of the way! Looking at the huge figure in front of her, Belle raised the giant sword in her hand and shouted loudly. The adventurers on the road in front of Belle all shuddered at the same time and then dodged to both sides nimbly. Belle rushed out suddenly, sprinting all the way at a very fast speed, rushing towards the enhanced Goliath, and appeared in front of Goliath in an instant. Without any hesitation, with a powerful charge, Belle made a decisive blow in full view of the public. The white light instantly covered Goliath's whole body, drowning everyone's sight. The next second, a terrifying roar resounded throughout the floor. Sure enough, Belle has the potential to be a hero. At the moment the roar sounded, Hermes, who was hiding behind the tree with his hands on his chest and one foot against the tree, closed his eyes and whispered, "It succeeded!" On the other side, the thought body of Morning Star quietly watched this scene, whispering in a low voice, and the next second the light of the white gate of heaven quickly spread out. The matter of the enhanced Goliath came to an end. After Hermes and Hestia returned to the ground, they were directly visited by the guild and fined the family assets. Hestia's family was fined 1/10, and as for Hermes, this guy released divine power in the dungeon, and Yasvi concealed his level and was discovered by the adventurers, so half of the family assets were directly confiscated. And Morning Star also took this opportunity to go to the guild to find Aegina and directly raised his adventurer level from IV.2 to IV.4. Unsurprisingly, after this matter was announced by the guild, the whole of Arario was shocked again. Of course, this is a later story, but Morning Star didn't care about it. After reporting all the adventure experiences to the guild, Morning Star went to Hephaestus's family to find Chun and went to the Dusk Pavilion to distribute the gains of this expedition together. The distribution is very simple. When the Hephaestus family agreed to participate in the expedition, they agreed with Loki that the materials dropped from the deep layer on the 6th floor would belong to the Hephaestus family, and the remaining 4 floors would be divided equally between the Morning Star and the Loki family. The rest were magic stones. Morning Star alone took 2/5 of the magic stones obtained after entering the deep layer during this expedition. The Loki family had no objection to this situation. The biggest gain of this expedition for the Loki family was that they could fight with all their might. In the previous expeditions, Finn was the one who commanded the battles because he was afraid of being seriously injured. Although it could serve as a training, the effect was not ideal. This time, with the assistance of Morning Star has been using the healing magic of the Gate of Heaven to assist the large army in treatment after entering the deep layer, allowing the entire large army to fight without restraint. This situation is much better for the training of the Loki family's expeditionary force than in the previous times. These are much more important than just some magic stones. Therefore, the adventurers of the Loki clan who participated in the expedition had no objection to this distribution, and many adventurers even raised their hands 560 in agreement, hoping that Finn and other senior leaders could continue to invite Morning Star to participate in the next expedition. As for the reason, it was because the adventurers of the Loki clan who participated in the expedition pestered Loki on the night they returned from the expedition and forced Loki to update their favors. Because they had experienced life-and-death battles for several consecutive days, the favors of the adventurers of the Loki clan had increased a lot. Anki and Alicia had upgraded to IV.5 and Bert had upgraded to IV.6. Even Lefia could upgrade, but she was stopped by Loki, who asked Lefia to continue to settle for a while and improve her ability value before upgrading. In this case, Morning Star was very popular in the Loki clan. Everyone looked at Morning Star with a very hot gaze, almost the same as when Freya looked at Morning Star at the beginning. Morning Star did not stay in the Dusk Pavilion for too long. After dividing the harvest, he talked with Finn and others for a few words and then left. This afternoon, Morning Star and Hestia agreed to go shopping with Hestia. In the afternoon, Morning Star took Hestia to several streets. However, in the evening, when Morning Star and Hestia were about to go back, they met someone again. "Demeter, we meet again. What's wrong with you? You look more haggard." Hestia looked at Demeter, who appeared in front of her, waved and greeted, and then asked with concern. Hestia knew that Demeter had always been a gentle goddess with a gentle smile on her face, tolerant of everything. But in the past half-month, every time she met Demeter, Demeter's face became paler and more haggard, and now there were traces of staying up late at night under the corners of her eyes. "Thanks for your concern, Hestia. But can I talk to Mr. Morningstar alone? I have something I want to ask Morningstar to help me survive." After thanking Hestia for her concern, Demeter said gently. Hearing this, Hestia was stunned, then turned to look at Morningstar and then turned back to look at Demeter. Hestia knew that Morningstar's circle of friends was very small and he had almost no contact with Demeter. Morningstar only met Demeter once during the previous date. Why did Demeter suddenly find Morningstar? Morningstar was also a little surprised. He didn't expect Demeter to take the initiative to find him. However, after thinking about it, Morningstar guessed something. Because his thought body Lucifer had a conflict with Dionysus, Demeter would find him. "Hestia, you go back first, I'll go back later." After thinking it through, Morningstar smiled at Hestia and said, "Well, okay, I'll go back first. Chenxing, you should come back early too." Demeter, you two should have a good chat. Hestia didn't care about Demeter's desire to have a casual chat with Chenxing. She nodded, said hello to the two of them and then trotted away. May I invite Goddess Demeter to have a cup of coffee together? After Hestia left, Chenxing made a slight ceremonial gesture, stretched out her hand to Demeter and said gently, "Well, it's an honor." Demeter was slightly stunned, then gently placed her hand on the palm of Chenxing's hand and said in a gentle tone. Soon, the two appeared in a coffee shop box. On both sides of the table, Chenxing and Demeter sat opposite each other with a cup of steaming coffee in front of them. Demeter sat opposite Chenxing, staring at the coffee with a blank look in his eyes, motionless and silent. Chenxing didn't speak either, waiting quietly. After a long time, Demeter spoke softly. "Mr. Morningstar, can you contact your Lord God Lucifer? If God Demeter has something to tell me, I will tell him." Chenxing smiled and replied. Hearing this, Demeter was silent again. After a long while, he spoke again slowly. "Mr. Chenxing, did you find out that Dionysus was problematic?" Hearing this, Chenxing was not surprised at all, because just now Chenxing had guessed the purpose of Demeter looking for him. Now that Demeter said it, it only confirmed Chenxing's guess. "Well, I found out a long time ago. CGFC, before I grew up, I was attacked by the elf next to him. However, I have no evidence, so I didn't publicize it. And Lucifer was so angry that he beat that guy 10 times in the great gold of the gods. This time I went on an expedition with Loki's family. The elf next to Dionysus attacked us again on the 59th floor, but I hit him hard and he ran away." Chenxing nodded and said, "Morning Star is now invincible in the whole of Arario except for the gods. So he will not be restrained when doing things. At that time, he can rush over as soon as possible with the connection with Zion and completely kill Fairwasy, who attacked him twice. Zion is very powerful. I will let Zion stay with you to protect your safety during this period." Chenxing nodded and said, "After all, cooperation is only considered when both parties have equal or similar strength. But Morning Star will not be too high profile. And the Demeter family, to be honest, except for its agricultural strength, is not worthy of carrying Morning Star's shoes." "Really?" Hearing this, Demeter's haggard face was stunned and his eyes lit up instantly. Fairwasy was severely injured by him before and he cut off half of the magic stone. He fed that half of the magic stone to Xiaoguang on the day he came back. After a day of digestion, Xiaoguang also improved his strength to V.7 like Zion, and Chenxing also walked towards the library. Chenxing was going to let Zion attack Fairwasy when Demeter and Fairwasy were in contact. "Thank you." Demeter blinked, then smiled and thanked. The two left the cafe and then parted ways. After Demeter and Chenxing separated, they walked directly to their residence in Arario. "Fairwasy's strength will definitely be affected now. I'll see you off." "Well, tell me all your situation." Morning Star nodded slightly and then said, "During this period, you should try to investigate when you meet that elf." Seeing this, Morning Star shook his head slightly and said, "This time Demeter came to him and told him about Dionysus. It is obvious that he is cooperating with the Lucifer family to deal with Dionysus together. However, Morning Star likes to understand the current situation as Demeter asking for help from the Lucifer family again." "Then I'll go back first." Chenxing nodded slightly, then stood up and said goodbye. "Zion." Morning Star nodded slightly and then called softly. Chenxing let Zion follow Demeter again, naturally not just to protect Demeter's safety. Although there are reasons to protect Demeter, it is more for the purpose of positioning. "As long as Mr. Morning Star can help, I will give you any reward you want." After telling the story of what Demeter's family had experienced these days, Demeter's expression became serious and he asked solemnly, "Do you know where your children are imprisoned?" Morning Star nodded and asked, "Mr. Morning Star, I hope to get your help. I hope Mr. Morning Star can rescue my children. Even if Zion can't take Fairwasy, he can hold Fairwasy tightly and prevent her from leaving." Demeter's eyes flickered slightly and then slowly told the experience of Demeter's family during this period. What a strange life." Seeing Zion's appearance, Demeter was a little surprised. After swallowing the magic stone of the fallen fairy spirit clone, Zion slept for a day and raised his strength to IV.7. The next second, Xiaoen's figure flew out from the necklace on Morningstar's neck. Before, his strength was not enough, so Feyerwacy escaped. Well, that's it for now. As soon as these words came out, Demeter's face suddenly froze, and then his face became visibly lost. As soon as the voice fell, Xiaoen rushed directly to Demeter and instantly disappeared into the jewelry on Demeter's neck. But this time, as long as Feyerwacy's real body appears, he will be sure to kill her. I understand, Demeter nodded and accepted Morningstar's order. The next morning, Morningstar said goodbye to Hestia and left the library, heading towards the gate of Arario. When he was in the dungeon, he had agreed with Liu that they would meet outside Arario today to revive the Astria family. As for the documents for leaving the city, Morningstar did not have them. With a shadow magic, he could directly change his form and move from inside Arario to outside. Applying for documents for leaving the city was troublesome. It took more than 10 minutes for Morningstar to arrive outside Arario. The place where Morningstar and Liu agreed to meet was a valley where there were many beasts and almost no one would come here specifically. When Morningstar arrived here, Liu was sitting quietly on a big stone. After seeing Morningstar appear, Liu quickly got down from the stone and ran towards Morningstar. Mr. Morningstar. Mr. Morningstar, these are all the information I have compiled about allies and the others. Yu took out a bound book from his arms and handed it over. Chenxing took it and then walked to the stone where Liu had sat before and read it. Liu sat down immediately and stayed quietly beside Chenxing without saying a word. Even if Chenxing's ghost world Holy Grail was completely destroyed, as long as he knew enough about the person's situation, he could revive the person in the long river of time. So Chenxing specifically asked Liu to write down the information about Alish and others. Liu and Alish and others grew up together and have been together for several years. Although he didn't know Alish and others 100%, he knew about 7 or 8 layers of information. This information was enough for Chenxing to revive them. This reading took more than 2 hours. After reading this information, Chenxing activated the Ghost World Holy Grail in his body and his mind moved slightly. Soon, Chenxing felt the response of the Ghost World Holy Grail. No problem, this information is enough for Chenxing to use the Ghost World Holy Grail to revive Alish and others. Closing his eyes, Chenxing took a deep breath and then opened his eyes. After looking at Liu, who was full of expectations, Chenxing smiled and nodded. Instantly, Liu's pupils shrank and a happy smile appeared on his face, which had always been 3-point free. Chenxing ignored Liu and summoned the Holy Grail of the Netherworld. This was the first time that Chenxing summoned the Holy Grail of the Netherworld from his body. It was a cup that was meticulously carved and looked very luxurious. I didn't find its description, so I'll just write it casually. With a thought, the magic power in Chenxing's body quickly flowed into the minister of the Netherworld Holy Grail. The intense light instantly enveloped Chenxing and Liu, covering the surrounding area of dozens of meters. The dazzling light made Liu close his eyes unconsciously. Chenxing, on the other hand, did not react to the dazzling light and quietly stared at the Holy Grail emitting light. In Chenxing's mind, he kept thinking about the appearance of Alish and others that he had seen in his previous life, and recalled the many pieces of information he had just seen. The white light continued to condense, forming 10 light balls in front of Chenxing, which gradually changed into human figures of different heights. Looking at these human figures, Chenxing understood that these light figures were allies and others from the Astria family, who were now condensing their bodies under the power of the Holy Grail of the Netherworld. Chenxing could feel that the power of the Holy Grail of the Netherworld was traveling through time, completely copying the body information of the members of the Astria family before they died, including the grace of God, and then resurrecting all their bodies under the power of the Holy Grail, and capturing their souls as soon as allies and others died in the past period of time. In other words, allies and others had just died in the hands of Zagnath and were resurrected by the Holy Grail of the Netherworld in the next second. Feeling the process of resurrection, Chenxing was slightly enlightened. No wonder special intelligence information was needed. It turned out that the Holy Grail of the Netherworld needed this intelligence information to locate the location of the dead and then use power to bring them back to this world. After understanding the power of the holy grail of the underworld, Chenxing was slightly dazed, and then he watched quietly, waiting for the resurrection of Alish and others. However, resurrecting so many people at once really consumes a lot of magic power. If Chenxing had not reached IV.4, the magic power would not be enough. As the bodies of Alish and others gradually condensed, Chenxing's pupils gradually enlarged. The next second, Chenxing suddenly turned around, took out a pile of his own robes from the system's space, and then shook Liu. Being shaken by Chenxing, Liu opened his eyes slightly even though the light was dazzling. After seeing Alish and others being resurrected in front of him, Liu's pupils also enlarged. Morning Star, you are really amazing. I have never seen anyone as amazing as you. Layla's eyes reflected the appearance of Chenxing, and now her eyes were full of farmers. Ryu, introduce us. Alexi glanced at Liu and said, then her eyes fell on Chenxing and the others did the same. Soon, Liu dealt with the clothes of Alish and others. Please give flowers 0. Chenxing waited for more than 10 minutes before Liu gradually calmed down. Because Chenxing was resurrected, Alexi and others were full of good feelings for Chenxing, and they all wanted to know about Chenxing's situation. After seeing Chenxing had turned around, Liu breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, have a good trip. Everyone was very grateful to Chenxing. As for Finn, he was completely abandoned by him at the moment of resurrection. As soon as these words came out, Liu, who was already crying, burst into tears like a flood, and the sound of crying became louder, echoing in the valley. P.S. Sorry, my friend is back and I was called out by my friend to chat for several hours, so there are only 2 updates today. Thank you for the compliment. Liu has already said, please don't leak the matter. You will set out to find God Astria later and then return to Arario together. Chenxing nodded slightly, thanking everyone for the compliments, and then talked about the plan he had made with Liu before. Well, don't worry, I will never leak your affairs. However, by then, the Astria family will definitely follow you, and your Lucifer family will be close, and then the gods may see some clues. We can't control this. Alice nodded slightly and promised, and then also proposed the possible existence of the other party. It doesn't matter as long as you don't say it, the gods can doubt it, it doesn't matter. And I'm not afraid of the gods. Chenxing smiled and waved his hand, saying indifferently, well, okay, while it's still early, let's set off first. See you in a month. Alyssa nodded and said vigorously. When Liu dealt with it, the bodies of Alish and others were also completely completed, and the light covering a radius of hundreds of meters gradually faded. Chenxing did not speak, sat on the stone for a while and watched the reunion of Astralia's family quietly. Liu nodded repeatedly after hearing this and then briefly described the situation in recent years, the development of Arario and Chenxing's situation. Ah, that's right, it's really a monster. Kaguya nodded in agreement. The group sat near the stone where Chenxing sat. The other people also spoke one after another, sighing, praising, and so on. In Kaguya's opinion, everything that happened to Chenxing can only be described as a monster, and other words cannot describe what happened to Chenxing at all. However, the next second, Liu reacted and looked around suddenly. However, the next moment, Liu suddenly thought of something, looked at Chenxing and then looked at Alish and others in front of him, his cheeks slightly flushed, and then he took the clothes from Chenxing. These clothes were obviously Chenxing's own clothes, and Tong didn't say anything. Sorry, I didn't know it would be like this after resurrection. After feeling that the clothes in his hand were taken away, Chenxing turned around and apologized. No, it doesn't matter, you can revive Alish and others, it's a great favor to us. Liu hurriedly shook his head and then quickly put on Alish and others whose bodies were almost complete. Thank you for your hard work, Liu, Ally said gently while hugging Liu, and the person who let them return to this world was the elf boy in front of them. Thank you, Mr. Elf. The other 9 people also spoke. Great allies, you're back. Then everyone looked at Liu, who had tears in his eyes and looked like he might cry at any time. I really didn't expect that 5 years have passed since that incident. After hearing Liu's words, Alexi was full of emotion. This time, Liu did not resist at all but hugged Alice's waist with both hands and burst into tears. With a slight smile, the 10 people gathered around Liu in the middle. You're welcome? After hearing what they said, Chenxing turned around and looked at the people of Astria's family, smiling and replied. Allies and the others nodded slightly and did not say much but silently put this life-saving grace deep in their hearts. "Thank you very much." After opening her eyes, Alicia's eyes fell on Chenxing at the first time with a gentle smile on her face thanking Chenxing. Alicia and others really didn't expect that they would be able to return to this world after dying at the hands of that monster. What Chenxing and Liu didn't know was that at this time, the souls of Alicia and others had already entered their bodies, and they had consciousness, and could feel everything in the outside world and know the cause and effect. However, because the body was not completely completed, their bodies and souls were not completely matched, so they could not really wake up. Alicia and others were very clear about everything that had just happened, and their moods were very complicated. However, no matter how complicated their moods were, they did not feel any anger because of this matter. Instead, they were full of goodwill towards Chenxing. In addition, they also knew that they and others were now resurrected by Chenxing with some kind of power, so it was naturally impossible for them to be angry because of such a small matter. Chenxing also knew this because just now when the Holy Grail of the Netherworld began to resurrect Alicia and others, Chenxing received the information that the Holy Grail of the Netherworld conveyed to him. Because it was Alicia and others who were resurrected by Chenxing, they would unconsciously have a strong good impression of Chenxing after resurrection. However, although he knew it, Chenxing still did not act recklessly because of it. He still had the courtesy and integrity that he should have. Chenxing took advantage of this time to sign a world contract with Alicia and others who had already started to revive so that they would not leak their information. After bidding farewell to the people of Astria's family, Chenxing hurried back. However, when he came to the vicinity of Arario, Chenxing met a group of people. "Ah, I found brother Chenxing." They were people from Loki's family and Loki, the main god. The most lively one was still Diona. As soon as she saw Chenxing, she stood on tiptoe and waved excitedly at Chenxing and shouted. Chenxing was a little surprised to meet Loki's family here and then walked over. "Why are you out here and a large group of people are traveling together?" Chenxing asked curiously. "He, come to Hongjulun to investigate the new monster." "Chenxing boy, come with me, there will be great benefits later." Loki smiled and said, then he leaned close to Chenxing's ear and whispered. Hearing this, Chenxing was slightly stunned, and an impression instantly appeared in his mind. It seems that in the original book, after Loki's family returned from the expedition, Loki brought the female members of his family to the port city of Melon for investigation, and also prepared a large bag of swimsuits for everyone, so that everyone could swim on the beach and she could feast her eyes. "Should I go in this situation? Should I go?" Chenxing asked in a low voice. Come on, there are benefits," Loki laughed. She has never given up poaching. Before leaving today, she went to find Chenxing and planned to use the beauty trap, but Hestia said that Chenxing went out early in the morning, which forced her to give up the idea of the beauty trap. Now that she met, she naturally continued the plan. She didn't believe that there were so many beauties in 953 and Chenxing would not be moved, "Chenxing, let's go together." Dione came over, took Chenxing's hand and walked towards the port city of Melon first. Oh, seeing this, Chenxing did not resist and let Dione pull him away. The others were stunned when they saw this scene. When did these two get so close? For a moment, Rocky and Lavilia looked at each other. The next second, Rocky smiled excitedly. Isn't she using the beauty trap now? If Dione can take down Chenxing, it will be great. Let's go. After thinking it through, Rocky waved his hands excitedly with a huge backpack on his back and followed at a trot. Seeing this, the others looked at each other and followed. Soon everyone arrived at the port city of Melon. The port city of Melon is a port town in the southwest of Arario. It is located on the shore of a huge semi-salty lake called Lake Ralog. It is a prosperous town. Its status is like the door to the ocean in Arario. It is about 3,000 meters away, which can be said to be very close. Because Lake Ralog is connected to the sea, many ships heading to Arario will enter here, unload a large amount of goods here and import them to Arario. Goods will be stored here before entering the Arario exchange. And Arario transports the world-renowned magic stones from here to the whole world, alternating with each other. This is an important base for Arario to develop overseas markets. Therefore, there is also a guild branch here. Wow, it's been a long time since I last saw you. It's still as prosperous as ever. Diona was as lively as ever and shouted loudly as soon as she arrived. Others were also shocked by the prosperity in front of them and sighed with emotion. However, Chenxing ignored the prosperity in front of him, but silently thought about the situation in the original work. I remember that after the Loki family returned from the expedition in the original work, the Loki family brought the female members of the Loki family to the port city of Melon in order to investigate the new monsters in the underground waterway. Because the underground waterway of Arario is connected to this side, and there is another entrance to the underground city in the port city of Melon, which is in Lake Ralog. The aquatic monsters that appeared on the ground entered the ground through this entrance, but 15 years ago, this entrance was sealed by the Zeus family, the Hera family, and the Poseidon family. New monsters are most likely to be sent into Arario from here. This time, the Loki family came here to see if there was a problem with the sealed entrance. And this time when they came here to investigate the sealed entrance, the Loki family happened to meet the elite troops of the Ida tribe of the Ivrea tribe and the Kali family of the Dean Duzulskura, who were preparing to fight against the Ivrea tribe. Tyone and Tiona came out from Turskura and were released by the main god Kali. This time, after seeing Tyone and Tiona's growth, the main god Kali wanted to let Tyone and Tiona fight to the death with the two IV.6 Algana and Beiji of the Kali family, which triggered a battle between three families. Because the Ishtar family also got involved, if things really develop the same as in the original book, he will have to stay here for a day or two, in this case. Morning Star used the contract to contact Xiao Guang and told Hestia through Xiao Guang that he was going to investigate the new monster in the port city of Melon, so that she didn't have to worry about him. Hestia was straightforward, and after a few words of concern, she didn't say anything. Hestia had absolute confidence in Morning Star, so she didn't worry about Morning Star's safety at all. On the 59th floor, which was so dangerous, Morning Star was able to escape unscathed after encountering two V.7 enemies in a row. How could these crooked melons and cracked dates on the ground let Morning Star? She was worried about Morning Star's safety, but it was useless. She might as well read more books. Morning Star had just contacted Hestia when Loki called her. Morningstar, we're leaving, come on. Oh, here we come, Morningstar responded and walked over. Soon, everyone left the town under Loki's leadership and came to a remote place. It was a beach, a pure white beach. After walking out of the tall trees and dense vegetation, what caught everyone's eyes was a pure white beach. This place was remote and surrounded by high towers. Surrounded by trees, dense vegetation, and white rocks, it is quite open and quite hidden. No one will come here at all. Everyone was attracted by the pure white beach at first sight and ran over quickly one by one. The subtle waves hit the beach, making a quiet sound of water. The beautiful sea view that seemed to be isolated from the world made everyone feel relaxed and happy, and they couldn't help but smile. However, soon this good mood was broken by Loki's noise. Aseton, you should wear this. This is definitely beautiful, don't you think, Morning Star boy? Hearing this, everyone's attention quickly shifted from Hainan to here. The huge backpack that Loki had been carrying had been opened, revealing all kinds of swimsuits. Loki was holding a swimsuit that could almost be called a piece of cloth and trying it on Ai's body. While trying it, he cast an inquiring look at Chenxing beside him. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes twitched and they were all helpless, but one person was very happy. Loki, you did a great job! Dione rushed over and began to search through the pile of swimsuits. While searching, she did not forget to praise Loki. This confused everyone and also made Loki unable to do anything. She came with a swimsuit and was ready to deal with everyone's condemnation. She didn't expect Dione to praise herself. However, the next second, everyone understood why Dione said that. I saw Dione find a swimsuit that was even more exaggerated than the one in Loki's hand and tried it on her body facing Chenxing. Morning Star, what do you think of this one? It looks good, but I hope you don't wear it in crowded places. Morning Star smiled and gave a positive evaluation. Okay, then this one, don't worry, other men won't see it. Hearing what Morning Star said, Dione happily took the swimsuit and ran to the rocks not far away to change. The conversation between the two made everyone present stunned again, as if they understood something. After reacting, except for AC and Lavilia, who had different reactions and looked at Morning Star in surprise, everyone else, including Loki, had bright eyes. Loki's eyes were bright because she saw the hope of digging Morningstar to the Loki clan. As for the others, it was a joke, because Morningstar was very popular among the female members of the Loki clan. With strong strength, gentle and considerate personality, and the ability to provide very powerful help during adventures, Morningstar ranks first in their mate selection list. Even the leader Finn can't compare to him. I heard from Loki before that Morningstar seems to have a deep relationship with the main goddess Hestia, and they are suspected to be in a relationship, so the female members of Loki's family are very sorry. But now it seems that something is wrong. This guy Dione seems to have launched an offensive against Morningstar and even captured her. In this case, can they also do it, each relying on their own abilities? Thinking of this, the people who had just come over with Loki's swimsuits rushed over one by one, searching in the pile of swimsuits and even pushed Loki aside. "When did you have this kind of contact with Dione?" Lavilia came to the side of Morningstar and spoke softly. Hearing the conversation between the two and thinking of the possible situation between the two, Lavilia felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She also had a good impression of Chenxing. After all, Chenxing was the only compatriot who did not treat her with such a respectful attitude and could communicate normally. Although she had known for a long time that Dione was interested in Chenxing, she was somewhat unable to adapt to the sudden discovery of the relationship between Dione and Chenxing. AC also came over at this time and stood aside to listen. For some reason, she was also a little uncomfortable, as if her beloved things were taken away. "The night when I returned from the 59th floor to the 50th floor." Hearing Lavilia's question, Chenxing's face was slightly speechless and replied softly. After this, Lavilia was speechless. In the Battle of the Dragon Pot, everyone was exhausted after returning, but Dione still had this strength. Could it be that this is the physique of Amazon? Shaking her head slightly, Lavilia looked at the girls who were choosing swimsuits. "You have so many admirers, what are you going to do?" Lavilia adjusted her mood, raised the corner of her mouth slightly and teased. "What should I do?" "Just leave it alone, it was Dione who took the initiative to develop with Dione. What can I do?" Chenxing shrugged and replied lightly. "What a scumbag's words." Lavilia frowned slightly. "Come on, this is also considered a scumbag. It's not my fault that they like me, is it wrong to be excellent?" Chenxing was speechless after hearing this. Lavilia sighed slightly because what Chenxing said was right. When she got along with Chenxing, she never found that Chenxing took the initiative to flirt with a girl. It was always the girls who approached Chenxing. This matter really couldn't be blamed on Chenxing. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame Chenxing for being too excellent. He is so excellent that the girls in the family can't help but want to approach Chenxing. Morningstar, as long as you come to Loki's family, I will make the decision and let you choose anyone you want." At this time, Loki suddenly appeared with a lewd smile on his face and laughed. "Loki, shut up!" Before Morningstar could answer, Lavilia scolded him and pressed Loki on the beach with one hand. Loki, who was pressed on the beach, was still mumbling about asking Morningstar to join Loki's family, which made Lavilia laugh so hard that she let go and stood up and stepped on him. "Wow, no, Mama-san!" Seeing the cry coming down, Loki's eyes widened, and he rolled out like a donkey and then ran away quickly, begging for mercy while running. Originally, she didn't want to do anything to Loki, but when she heard the words Mama-san, she became even more angry and chased after him with the great elf in her hand. This scene made both Morningstar and AC stunned. After watching the scene of Lavilia chasing Loki for a few seconds, AC suddenly turned around and asked Chenxing, "Chenxing, are you really a scumbag?" Hearing this, Chenxing was stunned and didn't know how to answer for a while. Because everything that happened to him now was indeed similar. But forget it, a scumbag is a scumbag, and it seems that he is really a scumbag. "Yes, I am. So you'd better not get close to me, be careful that I will scum you." After thinking it through, Chenxing showed a ferocious look to AC and warned her. However, looking at Chenxing's appearance, AC did not feel any disgust but smiled slightly and spoke softly. "It seems that a scumbag like you, Chenxing, is not bad." Chenxing, huh? After everyone put on their swimsuits, they all ran to Chenxing to show off their bodies, which made Chenxing feast his eyes. Then everyone ran to play in the sea. Chenxing and Lavilia were the only two people who did not move. Both of them wore their original clothes and sat on a big rock to exchange magic knowledge. This was something Chenxing had planned long ago. After returning from this expedition, he would not go to the deep layer for the time being. Chenxing's current strength in magic is only IV.6, which is far less than the ability to fight with physical strength, so Chenxing wants to exchange magic knowledge with Lavilia, the first magician of Arario, to improve his magic attainments and improve his magic. To be honest, the two magics that Chenxing obtained, the Son of Light and the Son of Darkness, are really awesome. After obtaining these two magics, Chenxing's magic attainments almost increased, and the power of magic is also constantly increasing. But it is still not as good as Chenxing's melee strength. That's why Chenxing wants to exchange magic knowledge with Lavilia. After all, Lavilia has been immersed in magic for decades. Chenxing doesn't know about people outside of Arario, but in Arario, Lavilia's magic is definitely the best. In the distant sea, AC and others were playing in the sea, and the silver bell-like laughter of the girls came from time to time. But it didn't affect the communication between the two at all. Both Chenxing and Lavilia gained something from the communication between them. Because Chenxing has the Son of Light and the Son of Dark, his magic knowledge is getting stronger and stronger, and he is more outstanding in magic control, while Lavilia simply masters a huge amount of magic knowledge. Lavilia learns stronger magic control from Chenxing, while Chenxing learns more magic knowledge from Lavilia, and then verifies it with the magic knowledge he has mastered to improve his magic prestige. After having fun, the group quickly started to do business. The Loki family came here this time to investigate the entrance to the underground city in Lake Ralog. As for the location of the entrance, Loki also investigated it clearly. It was near the gorge of Lake Ralog. Everyone walked here. Tiona, I'll leave this investigation to you. You have the ability to dive and you can exert more powerful power in the water. Loki looked at the lake, then turned around and said to Tione and Tiona. After Tione and Tiona left the fighting country Terskura, they stayed in a fishing village for a while and joined a clan there. In that clan, they upgraded to level 3 and gained the ability to dive. Then they left the clan and came to Arario. After hearing Loki's words, everyone suddenly noticed the swimsuits of Tione and Tiona. They were pale blue. The sisters didn't know when they changed into a new swimsuit. Everyone had good eyesight. After a careful look, they recognized that the sisters' swimsuits were made of water elf cloth. I remember that the ability to dive is rare. It is usually an ability that only sea clans can obtain. Before coming to Arario, I often accepted commissions to eliminate strange fish in fishing villages and some island countries to make a living. You get it after fighting in the water for a long time. Tiona, here. At this time, Loki searched in his backpack, then took out a few short swords and threw them over. What is this? The two reached out to catch it, then looked at Loki in confusion. I found it in the warehouse. I asked the Guberniu family to use labyrinth corals and tusks of walruses to help you find a water-based weapon, the Blade of Kebble. Hearing this, the two swung it a few times and nodded with satisfaction after feeling that it was very smooth. Then the two were ready to start the action and they opened their legs and ran towards the lake. Wait! Seeing the two people running, Chenxing hurriedly stopped them. Morning Star! The two looked back and so did the others. I'll add a magic to each of you. Morning Star smiled and said, then stretched out his hand and waved, and rays of light quickly appeared around the two people and then wrapped around them. Light feather clothes, defensive magic created by Morning Star. Well, it's just a layer of light magic wrapped around the two people, which can defend against attacks. Moreover, because the light magic wrapped around the body will shake, it looks like a feather coat, so Morning Star called this magic the Feather Coat of Light. Thank you! The two looked at the shaking light magic on their bodies and then smiled and thanked Morning Star. Then, the two walked to the end of the lake, jumped up and jumped into the lake in unison. Morning Star, do you think there will be problems with the sea dragon seal? After watching Dione and Diona enter the lake, Loki came to Morning Star and said with a smile. However, after the creation, Morning Star had never used it except for the one time when it was created. The three great adventurers commissioned Behemoth, the king of the land, Leviathan, the overlord of the sea, and the one-eyed black dragon, the king of the sky. Anything on these three ancient monsters is very threatening to other monsters, making the monsters unconsciously afraid and dare not approach. In the original work, when Hestia was abducted by the god of war Ares during the invasion of the Empire, the scales of the one-eyed black dragon were found in the village where the group was washed into the lake. When the black dragon rushed out of the underground city 1,000 years ago, it dropped several scales all over the world. These scales are still emitting an unknown energy fluctuation, so other monsters dare not approach these places. Yes, it's Tirskura, the hometown of Thyone and Tiona, Loki said with a smile. Hearing this, everyone looked over and saw a giant sailing ship slowly sailing in from the other side of the lake. However, there may be accidents. It was still the magic created by Morningstar, the angel wings, which was created when Morningstar first obtained the Sun of Light. Stop! On the galleon, a group of Amazons were on the deck. Morningstar's arrival naturally attracted the attention of the Amazons. The Amazons all took a defensive posture and shouted loudly. Morningstar ignored these Amazons but looked at two tall Amazons with long white hair. P.S. The hair of the two in the novel is red, but it seems to be white in the game of Dicuo Encounter. Morningstar thinks that the Amazons on that ship are a threat to Thyone and Tiona. Seeing Morningstar flying out, Loki was a little surprised, and then looked at Vilya. Even if he didn't use the reincarnation eye mode, Morningstar could fly with the power of magic. Elf, I didn't expect to meet an elf here. You look very strong, Algana licked her lips and said excitedly. Her sixth sense told her that the elf boy in front of her was a very powerful adventurer, and what she liked most was to fight with powerful beings. When she saw the morning star in front of her for the first time, her fighting spirit suddenly surged. Bang! With a muffled sound, Algana turned into a cannonball and shot towards the morning star flying in the sky. Fight with me, elf! Followed by her excited roar. Bang! Sea dragon seal. This is the name of the seal in Lake Ralog, named by the guild. The sea dragon seal has the bones of Leviathan, and other monsters dare not approach it at all, so the seal can be said to be very safe. Moreover, the two LV.6 Algana and Beiji on it are very concerned about Thyone and Tiona, because they were Thyone and Tiona's teachers when they were young. The seal material contains the bones of Leviathan, the overlord of the sea, one of the three great adventurers commissioned by Zeus and Hera families 15 years ago. Are there any adventurer families of this form outside of Aurario? Everyone except Lavilia and Loki was stunned when they heard this. When AIC saw the scales of the one-eyed black dragon, she almost went berserk and unleashed her revenge princess skills. Is there anything wrong with that sailing ship? Lavilia retracted her gaze and looked at Morningstar and asked. This is also the reason why Loki came to investigate. Morningstar was very fast. In just a dozen seconds, Morningstar had crossed a distance of nearly 2,000 meters and arrived in front of the large galleon. In the original book, the two wanted to fight to the death with Thyone and Tiona. Everyone was surprised when they heard this. It was the first time they knew that Tirskura was the hometown of Thyone and Tiona. Morningstar will not stop them, but he will not just stand by and watch. The seal should be fine, but I think there will be some problems with the ship in front. Morningstar shook his head and said lightly, but his eyes fell on a huge galleon on the lake in the distance. You stay here, I'll go and take a look, Morningstar said to everyone, and then a light flashed behind him and a pair of white wings emitting light emerged, and Morningstar flapped its wings and flew out. After seeing Morningstar, Beiji's face did not change at all. While Algana narrowed her eyes slightly, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and a bloodthirsty smile appeared on her face. All Amazons. This is the first time I've seen so many Amazons, Morningstar said calmly. All Amazons adventurers. The two people were Beiji and Algana. One of them was covered with a purple scarf and the other was not. Morningstar knew that the people on this ship, they are all members of the Tirskura, that is, the Kali tribe. 170. Although Thyone and Tiona have the ability to dive, it is somewhat inconvenient in the water. It's possible. Although Lavilia was a little surprised, she knew that Morningstar was not someone who would waste time. Some people even built villages around the scales. Bang! As expected, as soon as she rushed up, Algana shot down at a faster speed. Algana had upgraded to IV.6 for a long time, and she was considered very strong in IV.6. But she was facing Morning Star, whose strength reached the limit of IV.6 normal state and whose fighting skills were unrivaled in ancient and modern times. So, as soon as she rushed up, Algana didn't even have time to launch an attack and was kicked down by Morning Star. Morning Star didn't use too much strength, so Algana just crashed into the deck. If Morning Star really kicked with all his strength, it is estimated that a big hole would have been broken in the sailboat and the whole ship would have been destroyed. This scene directly stunned the Amazons on the ship. Even another Amazon Beiji of IV.6 was no exception. As a sister, Algana's strength was a little stronger than hers, but now she was kicked down so easily and she couldn't even attack. After reacting, the Amazons on the boat quickly entered a high-level alert state. As long as Bargy opened her mouth, the Amazons on the boat would take action at any time. The Amazons below were on guard one by one, but Chenxing didn't think of paying attention to them. The reason why Chenxing came here was to watch Dione and Diona. Although he had the ability to dive, it was not as good as taking action on the ground. Who knows whether Algana and Bargy will take action directly after seeing Dione and Diona. In that case, Dione and Diona in the water will be passive. Chenxing will not watch this happen. After all, Dione is his woman. Chenxing's eyes fell on the lake. Bargy and others on the boat noticed this and were a little surprised. Then they glanced at the lake from the corner of their eyes, wanting to see why Chenxing was looking at the lake. The next second, the lake began to move. Then, a giant python-like piranha plant rushed out of the lake and rushed towards the ship. Seeing this scene, Bargy and others on the deck were slightly startled, and then Bargy jumped up without hesitation and slashed at the rushing piranha plant. With a flash of cold light, the piranha plant was directly cut in half and fell to the lake. At this time, two heads appeared on the lake. "Ah, Morning Star, why are you here?" As soon as they emerged from the lake, Dione and Diona looked for the piranha plant, but as soon as they raised their heads, they saw the Morning Star floating in the air and they were a little surprised. The Morning Star nodded slightly and then controlled the light attribute element to turn into a giant hand and grabbed Dione and Diona. Although the giant hand was very large, Dione and Diona did not react at all. The two would not believe that the Morning Star would hurt them. Then, the two were picked up by Morning Star's giant hand of light, standing on the giant hand of light, all wet, and moved towards Morning Star. Morning Star? As soon as he got close to Morning Star, Ani couldn't help but come over. Morning Star didn't refuse and was pounced directly, and his whole body immediately became more wet like Dione and Diona. "Hey, Morning Star, why are you here?" Holding Morning Star, Dione pretended to be coquettish, looked up at Morning Star and said coquettishly, "Well, you'll know if you turn around and look at them." Morning Star pointed his lips in the direction of the galleon. Hearing this, Dione turned around and looked over. Before she could see the people on the deck clearly, Niana's voice rang out. "Dione, it's Beiji and Algana." As soon as these words came out, Dione was immediately shocked and looked over quickly. There were more than 20 Amazons standing on the deck, and she was particularly familiar with two of them, Algana and Beiji, the combat instructors of her and Dione when they were young. "Algana, why are you here?" Dione looked serious and shouted to Algana, questioned below. However, Algana, who had just climbed out of the cabin, ignored Dione but stared at Morning Star with purple eyes. "Hey elf, what's your name?" Algana shouted loudly, asking Morning Star's name. "Don't ignore me, Algana, why are you here?" Seeing Algana's reaction, Dione was immediately furious and shouted loudly again. The last thing she wanted to see was the Amazons coming out of Terskura, especially Algana. "Dione, I'm not interested in you now, don't bother me." Algana glanced at Dione and said with a faint smile, then looked at Morning Star again with a wanton smile on her lips. "Elf, tell me, what is your name?" Algana asked again. "Algana." Before Morning Star spoke, Dione's anger was completely unbearable. He ignored her words again and again and even acted like he coveted Morning Star. "Morning Star is mine and it has been imprinted with my mark. You are absolutely not allowed to touch it." Dione jumped up and rushed to the deck, aiming directly at Algana. Diona, on the side, didn't expect things to develop to this point and hurriedly followed. Bang! As soon as she landed on the deck, Dione rushed towards Algana. Facing the attacking Dione, Algana also launched an attack instantly and the two fought directly together. On the other side, as soon as Diona landed, Beiji rushed directly towards Diona. Two pairs of Amazon sisters fought on the deck. Around them, a group of Amazons watched this scene. No one intervened. Most of their eyes were on Morning Star and they were on guard against Star. Morning Star didn't care about the Amazons' vigilance and had no intention of taking action. As mentioned before, Morning Star didn't mind Tiona and Tiona fighting to the death with Algana and Beiji, but it needed fair conditions. Just now, Tiona and Tiona were in the water, which was very passive for the two, so he came over. Now in the battle on the deck, the conditions of both sides are fair and Morning Star naturally has no objection. Moreover, it seems that the four people fighting below are not using their full strength now. Tione, is that elf up there your partner? That's a pity, I've got my eye on him too. Wait until I defeat you and snatch him away. On the deck, Algana was fighting with Tione and provoking her. Oh, you want to snatch Morning Star? What a daydream, wishful thinking. Tione was very disdainful of Algana's provocation, but she was still very angry. The force of her attack was also stronger. On the other side, the battle between Tione and Beiji was very ordinary. Both sides didn't speak but kept attacking. The battle between the four was not a fight to the death. Until a figure came out of the cabin, the four stopped attacking at the same time and retreated away from each other. Kali! Seeing the appearance of the short masked goddess, Tione frowned fiercely and her tone became angry again. However, just as she finished speaking, Dione felt a hand on her shoulder and then a familiar breath came over. Morning Star. Morning Star nodded to Dione, then stepped forward. What are the female warriors of Terskura doing here? Looking at Kali wearing a mask, Morning Star asked with a smile. Elves. What an incredible elf, it can kick Ulna down with its feet. And Algana seems to have taken a fancy to you. Oh, by the way, Dione seems to have taken a fancy to you too. It's incredible. Kali did not answer Morning Star but spoke to herself. Kali, what on earth are you doing here? Seeing Kali ignoring Morning Star, Dione became even more angry and spoke angrily again. It's been so long since we last met and you're talking in this tone from the beginning, Wonin. Stop talking nonsense, answer me quickly. Dione glared at Kali, not giving Kali a good look at all. Nothing, just sightseeing. Ali shrugged and answered nonchalantly. Stop lying to me and answer me quickly. Really, I'm tired of the monotonous daily life and came here to find excitement. I didn't expect to meet you two sisters just after I came here. I also met such an elf who made Algana embarrassed. It's really exciting. This trip is not wrong, Kali said with a smile and then his eyes shifted to Morning Star. Hey elf, what's your name? Morning Star smiled and replied. Hey, Morning Star, do you want to come to me? As long as you come to me, you can choose any child in the whole family. Even if you want to open a harem, I won't stop you. I guess these children won't refuse. Kali's face under the mask showed a wicked smile. As soon as these words came out, the other Amazons around him all showed their burning eyes. Amazons themselves are a race that worships the strong and likes to fight. It is their nature to pursue strong males, especially those Amazons from Terskura. And Morning Star has obviously demonstrated his powerful strength just now. If it is an enemy, then of course they need to be vigilant and alert, but if it is their own people, then they must show their strength at all costs. Start pursuing? Having a child with such a powerful being must be very outstanding. Hearing Kali's words and feeling the extremely hot gazes around him, Chenxing's eyes twitched slightly. How come this guy is the same as Loki? Shaking his head slightly, Chenxing didn't want to continue communicating with Kali here. He appeased Dione, who was about to run away. Chenxing held Dione and Dione's waists in one hand, left a word and flew with the two of them towards the lake. Thank you for your invitation, but I'm sorry, I'm not interested. Just leave like that, you have personality. Seeing Chenxing run away like that, Kali was slightly stunned and then said to himself, Lord Kali, I want Chenxing. At this time, Algana, who had not spoken since Kali appeared, stepped forward a few steps, bowed slightly to the family, and then said in a fanatical tone, I don't object if you have the ability, do it. Kali waved his hand casually, saying indifferently, Yes, Kalishan, Morning Star, who are those Amazons over there? When Morning Star flew over, Loki and others rushed to the direction of the dock. As soon as Morning Star, Tione and Tiona landed at the dock, Loki couldn't wait to ask. Tione and Tiona were pulled aside to check the situation to see if they were injured. Tione and Tiona are from the same hometown. Morning Star said with a smile. You really came from Terskura. Isn't that country a closed Amazon country? Only Tione and Tiona came out from there. Why are there so many coming out now? Loki was surprised after hearing this and said. She learned from Tione and Tiona that the Amazons in Terskura all like to fight and kill and they have never come out. Only the two sisters are different. Tione doesn't like fighting, so she got permission from the Lord God and brought Tiona out. I don't know, but since they have come to the port, they definitely have plans to march into Arario. They will be here soon, talk to their main god and get some information. Morning Star smiled and shook his head. Yeah, that's right. Soon, Tershananla's galleon arrived at the dock. A group of Amazons walked down from the sailboat under the leadership of Kali, who was wearing a mask. Although they were a fighting race, they were dressed coolly and were very pretty, which immediately attracted the attention of many workers and merchants at the dock. But Kali and others ignored these people and walked straight towards Morning Star and others. Hey, Dione, Diona, we meet again. After coming in front of everyone, Kali waved to Dione and Diona, but Dione didn't give this guy a good look at all, but Diona smiled and bumped into him. See you again, Kali? This guy's personality is like this, an optimist. He won't have hatred except for his enemies, not to mention that Kali was once the main god of Diona. You look like you are doing well and you can even fight with Beiji. I am very pleased, Diona. You are the main god of Dione and Diona now, right? What's your name? Kali first praised Diona with satisfaction, and then his eyes fell on Loki standing in the middle and said in a light voice. Ah, your name is Loki, please teach me, little goddess. You are different from another little goddess I know, you are not as good as that guy at all, Loki said with a smile, and his eyes fell on Kali's chest. Kali also noticed Loki's words and his eyes shifted to his chest and then looked back. After seeing Loki's situation, the face under the mask couldn't help but smile. My name is Kali, and we are the same on this point. Ha! Hearing this, Loki, who was very sensitive to this, reacted immediately and gnashed his teeth in anger. I heard from Dione that you Terskura were playing by yourself behind closed doors. Why did you run out? After being angry, Loki forced himself to calm down and then put on a look of contempt on his face and said condescendingly. Ah, I hate the unchanging life, so I took the children out for a walk. This time out really made me discover a new world. Just after coming out, I met such a powerful elf. Kali smiled faintly and said CGBF, and then his eyes shifted to Morning Star. Although Morning Star only kicked Algana, it has already revealed its powerful strength. Algana had fought her way up in the arena of Terskura. Her fighting skills were naturally not to be mentioned, and her strength was absolutely strong. Without Algana's strength and fighting skills, it would be impossible to kick her off the bed. Originally, she thought that even if Algana and Beiji came to Arario, they would be absolutely strong. Unexpectedly, they were hit hard before they even arrived in Arario. While everyone was talking, the Amazon of Terskura did not forget to apply for entry permits from the management staff at the dock. Morning Star, I like you, become my man. At this moment, Algana behind Kali couldn't help but speak, stepped forward and shouted to Morning Star. I refuse. Looking at Algana's declaration, Morning Star refused without hesitation. You can't just refuse me. Anyway, I have set my sights on you. Even if I have to do anything, I will make you my man and raise the next generation with me. Hearing Morning Star's refusal, Algana did not feel disappointed but instead showed a wild and wanton smile and announced loudly again. Algana, you be ****D. Morning Star is mine and you are absolutely not allowed to touch it. Algana said this in front of Dione, which was a complete provocation. She had been provoked once on the deck before, and now Algana said it more bluntly. Dione could no longer bear it and rushed out directly, and even Morning Star could not stop her. Algana did not fear the battle. Seeing Dione rushing out, she also rushed out, and the two of them fought together in an instant. The people present obviously did not expect things to develop to this point. The next second, both sides took action. The Loki family and the Kali family just fought on the dock. How did it develop into this situation? Loki was a little speechless watching the two sides fighting. When Lavilia and Lefia, who did not participate in the battle, heard this, their eyes shifted to Morning Star. Because Morning Star was the culprit of this conflict. It can only be said that the beauty trap can also work on women, especially for outstanding people like Bird Star. Ahaha, Morning Star was also a little embarrassed. He didn't expect that he had stopped the conflict between Dione and Algana on the galleon just now, but now coming to the dock has escalated the conflict. Both sides came this time. The elites, except for Algana and Beiji, 2 IV.6, the rest of the Kali clan are IV.3 and IV.4, which are the elite troops of the Kali clan. And Loki's clan is even more so. Eyes, Tyone, and Tiona are all at level 6, and there are also Angel and Alicia who have just upgraded to level 5. Although there are not many LV.4 left, most of them are at level 2 and level 3, but Angel and Alicia alone are enough to make up for these gaps, not to mention Eyes is there. Soon, the Kali clan fell into a disadvantage. I care about you more, Morning Star. I will definitely make you my man. Algana spoke arrogantly again. Obviously, this was just a small conflict, not a life-and-death fight, so Eyes and others did not use heavy hands. Tiona, stop fighting. Morning Star, wait for me, I will definitely find a way to take you down. Behind everyone, Algana's voice sounded again. Algana and Bartjet on the opposite side also obeyed Kali's order and retreated. Morning Star, W. Loki and Kali both saw this. That's hard to say. I can't control them completely. The battle soon turned into Algana versus Tione and Bart versus Tiona. Everyone, let's go! Loki shook his head indifferently, then turned around and greeted everyone and walked towards the town. Morning Star saw this and directly opened the gate of heaven, covering the members of Loki's family. In just 2 seconds, Diogen and others recovered as before. You guy! Dione was so angry that her teeth itched. Tione. Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter. The others looked at the people of Kali's family and turned around and followed. No, I just don't want this guy to covet the Morning Star. Dione curled her lips, still staring fiercely at Algana opposite. After taking down these Amazons, Eyes and others did not intervene. Anyway, the Morning Star kid won't be poached, so you don't need to be so angry. Seeing Dione's powder keg reaction, Loki comforted her. Anyone can covet the Morning Star, but Algana can't. I can't help but tear this guy apart. Kali and others on the opposite side saw this scene and their eyes suddenly lit up. Algana Bartjet retreat. Therefore, even though Algana and Bartjet had been upgraded for a long time and their fighting skills were very powerful from fighting in the arena, they still couldn't defeat the two. Although it was not a fight to the death, both sides did not hold back, so Dione, Diona, Algana and Beiji all had some injuries. It's up to you, I've already given you a warning. Unlike the original novel, Tione and Tiona were upgraded long before the expedition. After the upgrade, they also experienced a battle with the Fallen Fairy's clone, which improved their ability values and learned powerful fighting skills from Morning Star. If they act without telling me, I can't do anything. Kali smiled faintly and replied. Obviously, in such a formal occasion, Loki's words were still very majestic. Tione and Tiona stopped fighting instantly and retreated. Ahaha, Brother Morning Star is really popular. Diona laughed heartlessly on the side and was glared at by Dione fiercely, and then the smile disappeared instantly and she made a look of sharing the same hatred. By then, it won't be as easy to stop as it is now. Loki shook his head, then looked at Kali and reminded him in a light voice. Kali, little one, I don't know why you came here, but don't let your children appear in front of us. After all, you have seen that Dione hates you, and there will be another conflict when we meet again. Everyone, Chinese letter, Turscula and other Tiona Amazons at levels 3 and 4 were taken down one by one with the cooperation of Eyes, Angel, and Alicia. Okay, this conflict ends here, Dione, don't be impulsive. The two sides reached a tie and were evenly matched. Morning Star, the two gods looked at each other through the masks and then spoke. After leaving the dock, it was already late and everyone found a hotel to stay. In the hotel, some members of the Loki family who did not know about Turscura's situation began to talk about Turscura's situation with the knowledgeable Loki and Lavilia. After Loki and Lavilia explained, everyone finally understood the situation of Tione and Tiona. Speaking of which, where are Tione and Tiona? After learning about Turscura's situation, someone wanted to ask Tione and Tiona how they felt at the time, but when they looked for them, they found that Tione and Tiona were not here. They just went out. Morning Star also went out with them. Someone who noticed the actions of Tyone and Tiona and others answered. It should be because they met Terskura's Amazon again, so they were in a bad mood and went out to relax. Don't worry, Morning Star is with you, nothing will happen, Lavilia said. After hearing what Lavilia said, everyone stopped asking. On the other side, Chenxing, Dione and Diona did leave the hotel and went out for a walk. I didn't expect to meet Kali and the others here. I don't know what Kali and the others are doing here. With her hands behind her back, Diona jumped in front of Chenxing and Dione, smiling as she jumped, still looking like a heartless optimist. However, this was just what Dione showed on purpose. In fact, Dione has always been very careful. I don't know, but Kali will never go to a place without disputes. Have you forgotten what those guys forced us to do in those years? If you have forgotten, then you are extremely naive. I have a hunch that something big will definitely happen in the port city of Melon. When mentioning Kali, Dione's brows were furrowed, very tight, and could be completely a fly. Don't worry, I'm here. Even if those guys want to stir up trouble here, they don't have the ability to do so. Seeing Dione's worried look, Chenxing reached out and gently touched her hair and comforted her in a gentle voice. That is to say, even if Kali and the others want to make trouble with Brother Chenxing's strength and our help, it is easy to deal with them. Dione, you are just too worried. Diona nodded repeatedly and agreed. It is because Chenxing is here that I am worried. Have you forgotten what Algana said during the day? That guy is targeting Chenxing. Dione heard this and rolled her eyes speechlessly. What is there to worry about? There are many people in our Loki family who are targeting Brother Chenxing. Diona didn't care and was still smiling. That's different. I have no objection to the companions of the Loki family who like Chenxing but not Terskura. Tiona's expression turned vicious when she heard this. When Tiona heard what Tiona said, she stopped jumping in front, turned her head and looked over, blinking at Tiona. Really? What's true or false? It's okay. Tiona seemed a little embarrassed, waved her hands and then continued to jump. So suspicious. Seeing Tiona's appearance, Tiona became suspicious and looked at Tiona. Soon, Tiona found something different from Tiona. Tiona's ears turned red. Is the sky falling? This guy's ears turned red. Aware of this, Tiona suddenly remembered what Tiona said just now and a light flashed in his mind, and then he quickly scanned Bird, Star and Tiona. Could it be? It seems that it is not impossible. After scanning the two of them for a few times, Tiona's heart was slightly subtle. Looking ahead, Diona's eyes gradually became complicated. Forget it, if this is really the case, then let's go together. We have always been together anyway. We don't have to separate in the future. Morning Star didn't know what the interaction between the two sisters meant at this time, nor did he know what Dione was thinking at this time. At this time, Morning Star was looking at the things of the Kali Familia and the Ishtar Familia. If nothing unexpected happens, the Kali Familia and the Ishtar Familia should have started to contact each other. Remember, when the fallen fairy elf clone was transported into the artificial maze, the area entering the first floor was the work of the Idai Familia. I just don't know if the Ishtar Familia will attack the Loki Familia this time as in the original book. After all, this time there are 2 more V.5 members from Loki's family. The fact is, just as Chenxing thought, the Ishtar family is now in contact with the Kali family. It's in the basement of a hidden building in the port city of Melon. The dim magic stone lamp flickered slightly, barely illuminating the hall. All the furniture and supplies in the hall are rouge color, giving people the feeling of a brothel room with a hint of lewd mood. There is a large group of Amazons in the hall at this time, and these Amazons wearing battle robes are members of the Kali family. Led by Algana, all the members of the Amazon family are more or less tied with some bandages at this time, looking injured. As the main god, Kali is lying on the sofa looking at the ceiling. At this time, she has taken off her mask with a face of a young girl and her small mouth yawned slightly. Suddenly, Beiji, who was standing by the pillar, quickly shifted his gaze to the entrance and exit of the hall. Other Amazons also looked over quickly. As if responding to the members of the Kali clan, the only door of the hall was opened, and a group of fighting asterisk and asterisk youths dressed as young men walked in, led by a brown-skinned goddess who was dressed more coolly. The people who came were wearing all kinds of gold and silver ornaments. In addition to the ornaments, the only clothes that could be called clothes were belts and loincloths, and then there were belts to cover the chest. With a stunning face, big breasts, thin waist, and hips, everything about this goddess could arouse men's lust. She was the main god of the Ishtar clan, Ishtar, the second goddess of beauty in Arario. However, compared with Freya, Ishtar was not much worse. Even so, the Amazon members of the Kali clan at the scene were still fascinated by her beauty, and their faces were red. To be honest, I feel that Ishtar in the anime is not worthy of the title of goddess of beauty. Many netizens call Ishtar an ant, haha, but I personally think it is still pretty, but it feels a bit tacky. You are here. As soon as she entered the hall, Ishtar greeted Kali, who was lying on the sofa. You are finally here. I have been waiting for a long time. Seeing Ishtar coming in, Kali turned sideways, supported her cheek with her hand, and looked at Ishtar with a wanton and rampant smile on her face. After many members of Ishtar's family came in, the members of Kali's family regained their consciousness one by one and showed a vigilant posture one by one. Ishtar did not answer Kali but sat opposite Kali. The families of both sides stood behind their respective main gods, forming a confrontation. It may be too late to say it now, but let's confirm it. Are you Ishtar? I am. Yes, I understand. However, you are crazy to specially entrust me who is at the border. Kali nodded and then looked at Ishtar meaningfully and said, I have said this several times in the letter. I can use anything I can. I can give everything I can to defeat that woman. When Ishtar mentioned Freya, her eyes seemed to be full of flames. It can be seen how much anger Ishtar has towards Freya. After saying that, Ishtar frowned slightly and looked at the many Amazons behind Kali who were more or less wrapped in bandages. What's wrong with you? You are all injured. Ishtar expressed her inner doubts. This time she invited Kali's family to help her to defeat Freya's family. What she needed was elites, but the people from Kali's family were all wrapped in bandages, which made it difficult for her not to suspect that Kali's family did not take this matter to heart and brought some crooked melons and jujubes. In the morning at the port, I had a conflict with the family named Loki in your city and was beaten up. Kali didn't care about her reputation and told the situation again. Loki's family. Why are those guys here? Hearing that Loki's family was actually in the port city of Melon and had a conflict with Kali's family, Ishtar instinctively felt that things seemed to be developing in a bad direction. Well, they are very strong, and my children are no match for them. So can you help me? My children like one of the male elves very much and want to take him back. Kali nodded and then said. Conflict with Loki's family. This is not in our trading plan. Ishtar picked up the red tea that the members of Ishtar's family had just brewed, took a sip and then said, however, she was quite curious. Are there male elves in Loki's family, and they are also favored by the Amazons of Terskura who worship the strong? What does the elf you are talking about look like and what is his name? A young man with long silver-white hair named Morningstar. Algana wants him to be her husband, and I like that child very much. Kali did not hide it and said with a smile. Bang, what did you say? Morningstar is now in the port city of Melon. The cup was smashed heavily on the coffee table and Ishtar lost her composure and confirmed loudly. Yes, I met him there in the afternoon. Why, from your appearance, Morningstar is very important to you. Kali narrowed her eyes slightly and asked softly. Very important. I have been waiting for that child for a long time, but I have never been able to get him. The transaction with you has delayed some time during this period. I didn't expect to meet that kid here. I must take him down now. No one can stop me. You. When the Loki family and the Freya family went to war, after Morningstar showed the combat power of IV.6, Ishtar was ready to attack Morningstar. She sent Frenny to the underground city with other fighting sent Utes and her trump card, preparing to surround Morningstar in the underground city, bring Morningstar to the Night City, the base camp of Ishtar family, and then use her divine power to charm Morningstar. As for why she took action in the underground city, it was because she didn't dare to take action on the ground casually. It would be fine if Morningstar's strength was low. There was nothing to say, but Morningstar's strength was as high as IV.6. The guild would never sit idly by when Ishtar family and an IV.6 conflicted. She didn't have the strength to ignore the guild. so she needed to act in the underground city and secretly capture Morning Star back. As long as she could capture Morning Star back, she would have the ability to make Morning Star her own. However, the people she sent into the underground city to surround Morning Star for many consecutive days, but they were unable to surround Morning Star, and they didn't even see the shadow of Morning Star. After that, Morning Star participated in the expedition of Loki's family, which was even more beyond the ability of her Ishtar family to deal with. In addition, the communication with the Kali family has come to an end recently, so she put her energy on this matter and planned to consider how to get the 280 Morning Star after solving this matter. Unexpectedly, she met Morning Star in the port city of Melon this time. In the port city of Melon, Urari has no right to manage. Aisha, go investigate the foothold of Loki's family quickly. Ishtar ignored the reaction of the Kali family members and turned to Aisha. Yes, Lord Ishtar, Aisha responded and then left here with a few men. Ishtar, what do you mean? After Aisha left, Kali questioned Ishtar with a bad look. She just said that her child Algana had taken a fancy to Morning Star and wanted to take Morning Star, but Ishtar said the next second that she wanted to take Morning Star. Was she provoking her? Behind Kali, Algana's eyes were already extinguished. If Kali hadn't been here, Algana would have attacked Ishtar regardless of her temper. It means exactly what it says. Lady Ishtar has been eyeing that brat for a long time. Before Ishtar spoke, the big toad Fiorini behind her had already spoken with a strong tone. Fiorini, shut up! Ishtar turned around and scolded, then turned to look at Kali with an apologetic look on her face. Sorry, I have taken a fancy to Morning Star for a long time, and I will not give it up. But if you are willing, I don't mind sharing the child with you. Ishtar looked apologetic and said to Kali and Algana that the last 10 sentences were for Algana. To be honest, she attacked Morning Star not only to make Morning Star her trump card against Ishtar's family, but also to make Morning Star her man. After all, Morning Star was the best choice in terms of strength and appearance. She was very tempted and even dreamed of being intimate with Morning Star every night. If Algana was willing, she would not mind sharing Morning Star with her, and she could also take this opportunity to win over Algana or even poach her. Haha, then let's do it on our own. Hearing Ishtar's words, Algana became even more angry and did not care that Ishtar was a god and said in a bad tone, You guy, do you want to fight? Ishtar did not think there was anything wrong, but the big toad Fiorini behind her was unhappy and shouted loudly. Then come on! Algana stepped forward and shouted back loudly, and the Amazons behind her entered the battle state one after another, and the Ishtar family also did the same. In an instant, the atmosphere became tense. Algana, stop. Frinny, back off! The two main gods spoke at the same time as the two sides were on the verge of a fight, which made the impending conflict retreat. Okay, let's talk business. Although your Ishtar family is at a high level in Arario, you only have one LV.5 child. I don't think you are qualified to cooperate with me. Kali looked at Ishtar calmly with a hint of doubt in her tone. She didn't know much about the Ishtar family, but she also knew that there was only one IV.5 in the Ishtar family, which was the ugly guy in front of her who looked like a big toad. Kali knew that Ishtar dared to cooperate with her with such strength, and she definitely had her own trump card which made her qualified to cooperate with her. Hearing this, Ishtar did not speak, but turned her head to look at a figure wearing a cloak and hiding her face under the cloak. Kali also looked over. She was very curious from the beginning. Among the members of the Ishtar clan, only this guy is wearing a cloak and he is very well protected. It seems that this guy is the trump card. Don't worry, I have the ability to greatly increase the strength of the members of the Ishtar clan. Give me some time, Ishtar turned around and said with a smile. With Chunjai in hand, as long as Hermes finds the 3-life stone and brings it back, then she can hold a sacrifice ceremony to mass-produce Chunjai's ability, so that most members of the Ishtar clan can obtain Chunjai's Wanbao hammer, which is a magic that increases by 1 level. Just know it in your mind. By the way, since it is a transaction, I will set the reward. You can set any reward you want. I will give you as much gold and silver as you want. Just tell me the amount you want. No, I don't need these. I want other rewards. One more thing, I want to get paid first. Tell me about it. As I said before, Loki's family is here now. You don't want to fight Loki's family, do you? What a joke, the donation to deal with Freya has been bought. But that family is not much better. If you provoke Loki, you will cause big trouble before fighting with Freya's family. Don't get me wrong. I don't want to fight the entire Loki family. The Amazons in Loki's family left me. I want to see which side is stronger, Thyone or Tiona, who left me, compared to the two sisters who stayed with me. And which side can win? Surpass the limit and successfully sublimate the vessel. I want to see a fight and see blood. Which side is right? I want to see it with my own eyes. So I want you to hold back the people other than the sisters. The people of Loki's family are very troublesome. What I want is a duel between sisters. Even though things have developed into this situation, Kali still has her eyes on Dione and Diona. She wants to see how Dione and Diona, who have left her side, grow up, and who is stronger than Algana and Bage, who have grown up with her side. Kali's goal is the struggle itself, but Ishtar doesn't get this point, so no matter how much Kali says, Ishtar doesn't seem to agree. She doesn't want to provoke Loki. However, Furini behind her suddenly spoke. Lord Ishtar, let them fight. Just treat it as a warm-up battle with Freya. Besides, we are not ready yet. These guys need to stay here for a while. Sooner or later they will be known by the people of Arario. As long as we let those guys in Arario think that their purpose is to fight against Loki's family, then the guild and Freya will not be too vigilant. 1. As for Sword Princess, I will suppress that guy. The guild has not released the news of Anki and Alicia's upgrade, just like Morning Star, so the members of Ishtar's family don't know that the two have reached the first level. If she knew, Frinny would not know. Even if she knew, with Frinny's arrogant personality, she would probably think that she can suppress AIC, Anki, and Alicia. As for Morning Star, Ishtar will have successfully taken him down by then. Frinny finished her thoughts in one breath. After listening to Frinny's words, Iuta frowned. After a long time, she slowly sighed. Okay, you have a point, and I don't like Loki and his people. However, if the situation is not favorable, we will retreat immediately, and you will be responsible for all the problems afterwards. Of course, Kali nodded proudly. On the other side, Morning Star took Dione and Diona to stroll on the street for a long time and then returned to the hotel where they stayed. However, what Morning Star and others didn't know was that not long after they returned to the hotel, Aisha and others appeared on the street. Aisha and 4.7 people began to shuttle between various hotels and inquire about the traces of Loki's family. Soon, Aisha and others found out and then began to return to the underground hall to report the matter to Ishtar. Very good, Aisha, you did a good job on this matter. If you really want Morning Star at that time, I will consider giving you a night of pleasure. Hearing the news brought back by Aisha, Ishtar was very satisfied and said in a gentle tone, Thank you very much, Lady Ishtar. Hearing Ishtar's words, Aisha and others were immediately excited and all knelt on one knee looking grateful. It can only be said that Morning Star is now a hot commodity in Arario. Many female adventurers are very jealous of Morning Star, and the Amazon race is no exception. And the members of the more dissolute Ishtar family are even more so. Aisha and others are very eager to have a close relationship with Morning Star, so when they heard Ishtar's words they were all very excited. Well, go down, Ishtar nodded and then waved her hand to dismiss several people. Yes, Lady Ishtar. After Aisha and others left, Ishtar put on a black cloak and left the hall quietly. Ishtar wanted to use the power of charm to turn Morning Star into her own person right now. However, Ishtar did not dare to use this ability in front of Loki. Her power of charm was very strong, but she could not charm Loki. She had tested this when she was in heaven. Therefore, in addition to hating Freya, she also hated Loki. Morning Star was obviously with Loki's family, so she needed to act quietly and not let Loki know. The dark and windy night was the best time. After quietly coming out of the station, she secretly went to the hotel where Loki's family stayed. After arriving at the hotel, Ishtar used the power of charm to charm the front desk staff of the hotel and got the room number of Morning Star. At this time, Morning Star did not know that she was actually being targeted by Ishtar. Morning Star had already fallen asleep and was sleeping soundly. In the haze, Morning Star felt the sound of unlocking in her room. This moment made Morning Star wake up from her deep sleep. The next second, the veins of light spread rapidly. After seeing the people outside, Chenxing was stunned. Goddess of beauty Ishtar, how come this guy appeared at my door? This guy. Chenxing's eyes were fixed on the door without moving, quietly waiting for Ishtar to use the key to open the door. Soon, the door was gently opened. Ishtar, who came in from outside, obviously didn't expect Chenxing to be awake and let her open the door from outside and walk in. However, Inyuba soon regained his composure. "Good evening, Chenxing." With a charming smile on her face, Ishtar greeted Chenxing in a soft tone. "Goddess Ishtar appeared in my room so late, what's the matter?" Chenxing replied lightly, but he had some guesses in his heart. There was no intersection between him and Ishtar, but this guy appeared here late at night. It was obvious that he was coming for him and because of Freya. "Let me get straight to the point. Morning Star, become my man, and defeat Freya's family with me. Then the Ishtar family will be the most powerful family in Arario. You and I will dominate the entire Arario together, and then you can get any woman you want at will." Ishtar held out her hand to Morning Star with a determined smile. "I refuse, I don't want to have anything to do with a bus." Hearing Ishtar's words, Morning Star secretly said, "Sure enough," and then refused without hesitation. "Bus? What do you mean?" Ishtar frowned when she heard it, obviously not understanding what the three words bus meant. "It means I don't want to have anything to do with a PR ***** Ute who can be slept with by anyone," Morning Star explained lightly. As soon as these words came out, Ishtar, who was full of confident smiles, suddenly froze and then became visibly angry. "Morning Star, don't be shameless. I can invite you and promise you that you can rule the whole Arario with me. That is my sincerity. You have to agree to it even if you don't agree." With a slightly distorted face, Ishtar scolded in a low voice. The next second, Ishtar gave up the plan to sincerely invite Chenxing, and a faint purple charm appeared in her eyes. Obviously, Ishtar, who failed to invite Chenxing and was scolded by Chenxing, had lost her patience and began to use the divine power charm. The lavender light spread silently from Ishtar's eyes and fell on Chenxing. After seeing the light fall on Chenxing, Ishtar showed a successful smile and said the words again. "Become my man, oh." Then Ishtar was ready to take off her cloak, as if she was ready to have ***X with Chenxing here. However, the next second, Chenxing's voice was heard, "I refuse." The same words made Ishtar's hands freeze and her face was full of disbelief. Why didn't it work?" Ishtar shouted in disbelief. Because of her loss of composure, Ishtar didn't control her voice at all and shouted directly. At this moment, everyone in the hotel was awakened. The people of the Loki family living in the hotel all woke up, quickly put on their clothes and rushed to Chenxing. When AC and others came, they saw the scene in Chenxing's room where Chenxing pinched Ishtar's neck with one hand and lifted Ishtar up. "Ishtar, why are you here?" Seeing Ishtar being pinched by the neck by Chenxing, Pei Jiyuan was surprised. "Let go, hands," Ishtar, who was being pinched by the neck, said intermittently. "Loki, help suppress this guy's power, I want to send this guy back to heaven." Morning Star ignored Ishtar and begged Loki. Loki and the others came too quickly, otherwise he could send Ishtar back to heaven by himself. But now in the public eye, it is really difficult for Morning Star to do so. "Hey, what did this guy do to you that you want to send her back to heaven directly?" Hearing what Morning Star said, Loki was shocked. "Good guy, the gods who returned to heaven in these years were sent back to heaven because of war games, and the culprit was Ishtar in front of him. But now Morning Star wants to send Ishtar back to heaven directly. What hatred and grudges. This guy just used charm to charm me and become her person." Morning Star did not hide it and said directly. As soon as the voice fell, Tio, who had been silent, suddenly exploded. "What did you say?" "You be ***DW****re, you actually attacked my Morning Star." The hot-tempered Tyone didn't care about Ishtar's identity and rushed out without saying a word. However, the next second, Tyone couldn't move. Ishtar saw that Morning Star didn't let go, so he burst out with divine power. The burst of divine power instantly suppressed everyone present and made them unable to move at all. Only Morning Star and Loki could move. Morning Star found that even if he didn't burst out with divine power, he seemed to be able to resist the power of divine power a little. At least he was not like Tyone and others who were completely suppressed by the power of divine power. At this time, Loki also reacted and burst out with divine power to suppress Ishtar's divine power. Those rats in the dark are still jumping around, so disgusting. Many gods looked at the gods' return rising into the sky and guessed the identity of the gods who were sent back to heaven this time, and even suspected the dark faction. Ishtar, if you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for stretching your hand too far. The powerful divine power fluctuations instantly alarmed the gods in Arario and the nearby gods of Arario, and all the gods looked over here. Since he was sending Ishtar back to heaven, then Chun-Jai, the lecherous fox, would naturally take over. As a result, you are ready to use divine power to turn Morning Star into your own person without saying anything. Don't even think about it. Without any surprise, Ishtar, who was fatally injured, protected herself on her own, and her divine power burst out, directly triggering the contract signed before she went down to the world. 350 hums. The huge light column of the gods' return broke through the roof and rushed straight into the sky. Take it back to Hestia. Just kidding, I have been planning how to lure Morning Star to Loki's family, and I have used the beauty trap for this. What is this? In the port city of Melon, the god of fisheries, Njord, quickly came to the window and fell into a trance as he looked at the light column that was soaring into the sky. She just heard Morning Star say that he wanted to send her back to heaven. Soon, Morning Star found the residence of the Ishtar family through the veins of light. The divine power fluctuations over Melon. Is it Yoder? You actually want to get your hands on Morning Star. Morning Star didn't respond, but suddenly increased her strength. Loki, I'll leave this to you, I'll go take care of other things. Morning Star said to Loki, then turned on the Samsara eye mode and flew out of the open window. Morning Star ignored the god's return in front of him and quickly spread the veins of light to find the residence of the Ishtar family in the port city of Melon. Asterisk hole? Hearing Loki's words, Ishtar was immediately desperate. She hadn't made a move on Freya yet, but she was blocked here. The plan she had prepared for so long was blocked here because of Morning Star. She was unwilling to accept this. Damn Loki! Feeling that his divine power was offset, Ida showed a resentful look on his face. Members of the Kali family were also there, but these are not what Chenxing should care about. Go ahead, Morning Star! Loki didn't want to waste time talking to Ishtar, so he urged Morning Star. Waste! On the other side, in the underground hall of the Ishtar clan, Kali looked at the members of the Ishtar clan whose grace was sealed, and immediately understood the identity of the gods who were sent back to heaven this time. Immediately, the brows under the mask frowned fiercely and cursed directly. Why was that guy sent back by the gods? The two divine powers collided and completely offset each other in an instant, completely disappearing into smoke. Since you have stretched your hand, be prepared to face the consequences, Loki said with a smile, and the divine power on his body was released without hesitation, firmly suppressing Ishtar's divine power. Morning Star remembered that this time when the Ishtar family came here to meet with the Kali family, Chun-Jai, the lecherous fox, was brought out. On the other side in Arario, many gods were awakened from their dreams and stood outside or by the window one by one, looking at the pillar of light rising into the sky. Could it be the dark faction? Originally, she could still rely on divine power to suppress Morning Star, but now her divine power was suppressed by Loki, and she had lost the ability to check and balance Morning Star. Loki would never miss this opportunity. Neither I nor Freya can let you get what you want. She knew that she would definitely be sent back to heaven this time. The dark faction can be said to be sitting at home, and the pot came from the sky. In the underground hall of the temporary residence of the Ishtar clan in the port city of Melon, the members of the Ishtar clan were in a mess. Ishtar ascended to heaven and their grace was completely sealed. In addition to the combat skills that were honed, the ability values that grew up with grace have been sealed because of the loss of the Lord God. 1/10 of their strength remains, and magic, skills, and everything else cannot be used. Is this the consequence of the Lord God's death? Algana frowned as she looked at the many members of the Ishtar clan whose auras suddenly became extremely weak. Ah, that's it. So you must protect me well, otherwise you will become like this. Kali smiled faintly and said, Yes, Lord Kali. Everyone heard the words and spoke in unison. What happened? Why was Lady Ishtar sent back to heaven? At this time in the underground hall, many members of Ishtar's family fell into panic because of the sudden loss of Grace. The big toad Fiorini was constantly smashing the surrounding furniture because of the fear in her heart. Only Aisha was calm. She didn't understand. It was only more than half an hour since she was separated from Ishtar and things turned out like this. What did Ishtar do? Why didn't she take them with her? Aisha's people, what should we do next? Chunji, wearing a white cloak, came to Aisha and asked in a low voice. It's okay, it's just that Lady Ishtar ascended to heaven. Next, I will take you to join other families. Hearing Chunji's words, Aisha's face eased a little and she reached out to touch Chunji's hair and comforted her softly. Yes, Lady Aisha. Chunji heard the words and her panicked heart calmed down a little. In Chunji's eyes, Aisha is her sister who has always been protecting her. Wherever Aisha goes, she follows. Hey, you too, do you want to come to my side? Seeing Aisha's calm look, Kali said with a smile in her eyes. This situation is like the sky falling for the members of Ishtar's family. Aisha is undoubtedly very good for being able to calm down in this situation. Although Chunji beside Aisha doesn't know what the situation is, judging from Ishtar's previous situation, this guy is the trump card in Ishtar's mouth. So Kali wants to recruit the two to his family. Thank you very much for the invitation from Lord Kali, but please give me some time to consider. Hearing Kali's invitation, Aisha was slightly stunned and then her expression was slightly complicated. She thanked him softly and declined. She knew the situation of Kali's family very well. The whole family was full of fighting and killing. She really couldn't adapt to this family, even she couldn't adapt, let alone Chunji. Speaking of which, we must find a better clan. Thinking of this, Aisha began to think about the information of each clan. The next second, a figure suddenly appeared in Aisha's mind and she made a decision in her heart. Hearing Aisha's words, Kali did not force it but just shook her head slightly. Bang! At this moment, a loud noise came and the door of the underground hall was smashed to pieces by a white light and a figure walked in from outside. See you again, Kali clan, and I meet you for the first time, everyone from Ishtar clan. Standing at the gate, Chenxing smiled and greeted the people inside. Chenxing, how come you are here? Seeing Chenxing's appearance, Aisha was shocked and shouted in surprise. Others were also surprised. They didn't expect Chenxing to appear here suddenly. Could it be that Ishtar's ascension is because of you? The big toad Phryne looked at Morning Star, his brain working frantically, and then he seemed to think of something and roared angrily. If Morning Star hadn't appeared here, she wouldn't have suspected Morning Star of Ishtar's ascension. But Morning Star appeared here not long after Ishtar's ascension, which was very suspicious. Phryne had already determined that Morning Star caused Ishtar to ascend and caused her to lose her grace. The angry flames made Phryne completely forget the fact that her grace had been sealed. The next second, Phryne's huge body rushed towards Morning Star. Because of the loss of grace, Phryne's huge body was no longer as light as before when she had IV.5 grace. When she ran, the ground trembled and her speed was very slow. Seeing Phryne's actions, no one present, including Ishtar's family, stopped her. The Kali clan was indifferent to the matter while the other members of the Ishtar clan did not have a good relationship with Phryne. Now the Ishtar clan has fallen apart after Ishtar ascended to heaven, and Phryne is no longer their leader, so what Phryne wants to do has nothing to do with them. Bang! With a loud bang, Phryne's huge body shot out directly and hit the wall of the underground hall heavily, and the entire underground hall shook a few times. The huge body slid down the wall softly and it was obvious that there was no breath. I forgot that this guy's favor was sealed. Looking at Phryne, who was kicked to death by himself, Chenxing was slightly startled and said to himself. Chenxing didn't think of taking this guy's life. However, since he is dead, and Chenxing will not feel guilty about it. Chenxing didn't like this guy in the first place, and what Ishtar did just now made Chenxing dislike Ishtar's family even more. And this guy attacked him after he came over with layers of buff stacked up. If he didn't die, who would die? When the people of Ishtar's family saw this scene, they were all scared. The members of Kali's family did not, but looked at Chenxing with more passion. They wanted these Amazons of Kali's family to still miss Chenxing and turn Chenxing into their man. You are really decisive. As expected, you are very suitable for my family. Chenxing, don't you really consider coming to me? Seeing Chenxing kicking Fiolini to death, Kali's eyes were full of admiration and he invited her again. Sorry, I have no intention of converting. The purpose of coming here this time is for this child. Chenxing shook his head slightly and declined again, then looked at Chunji. Chenxing, what do you want to do? Seeing Chenxing's eyes shifted to Chunji beside her, Aisha reflexively blocked Chunji behind her. She still remembered the scene of Chenxing kicking Fiolini to death. She was really worried that Chenxing would deal with Chunji like he did to Fiolini just now. Don't worry, it's a good thing. Chunji, come with me, I'll find you a family. Chenxing nodded to Aisha, then looked at Chunji and said with a smile. Chenxing's impression of Aisha was neither good nor bad, but Chenxing was quite fond of her for helping Chunji all the time, so he was quite gentle towards Aisha. Hearing Chenxing's words and seeing the change in Chenxing's expression, Aisha felt a little relieved, then glanced at Chunji and found that Chunji was looking at her with a face full of bewilderment. Aisha frowned immediately. Join the Hestia family and you can get my support at any time. Morning Star shook his head slightly and replied in a gentle tone. Although they were not joining the Lucifer clan where Morning Star was, they were joining the Hestia clan. Chenxing's words were very lethal to Chunji. After all, Chenxing was a very good man. Since Ishtar has taken action against me, I must have investigated my situation and know that I have a close relationship with the Hestia family. After all, the main god of the Hestia clan had such a good relationship with Morningstar, and Morningstar also said that he would help the Hestia clan grow. Hearing this, Aisha fell into deep thought. Wanbao Hammer Chunji, who possesses this magic, will be a hot commodity no matter which family she joins. Chenxing fight with Al and Beiji. Well, don't worry, I will take good care of Chunji. Chenxing nodded and agreed. Mr. Morningstar, me too, me too. However, if possible, she hopes that Jai can join the family, but they are not ready to give up. Each of them has a firm look in their eyes as if they are ready to find Hestia later. The family of Morningstar is the best candidate. It was obvious that the conditions that Morningstar just mentioned made them very excited. Lucifer family only has one member, Morningstar, and no other members, so the growth of Chunji is the responsibility of Morningstar, and Morningstar is so powerful that it can definitely be of great help to Chunji's growth. In the Lucifer family, Chunji is definitely better than going to other families. As long as you can defeat them, I will no longer bother you in the future. Chenxing, can Chunji join your Lucifer family? Sorry, you have to ask Hestia about this matter. I am only responsible for getting Haruheim to join the Hestia clan. Faced with the inquiries of other members of the Ishtar family, Chenxing shook his head slightly. Chunji joined the Hestia family. This condition was already very good in the whole of Aura. Lord Morningstar, can I also join the Hestia family? I promise that letting Chunji join your family will definitely be a great thing for your family and for you. Aisha looked at Chenxing and asked seriously. Hearing this, Chunji's face under the cloak turned slightly red. Sorry, the Lucifer family should not accept other families. I want Chunji to join the family of Hestia. Mr. Morningstar? The other Amazons of Ishtar clan heard what Morningstar said and asked Morningstar one by one. Hestia can accept it if she wants and not if she doesn't want. To be honest, Chenxing can accept Chunji into his own family. After all, there is a world contract and there is no need to worry that his own affairs will be leaked by Chunji. Yes, Lady Aisha? Chunji didn't have any opinion and she agreed directly after hearing what Aisha said. At this time, the family who had been watching the show without interrupting the conversation between Chenxing and Aisha and others finally spoke. And Aisha made up her mind after hearing what other companions of the Ishtar family said and turned to look at Chunji, who was looking at her. Then Chunji will leave it to you, Chenxing. Aisha nodded, then looked at Chenxing and asked solemnly. Hearing this, many people in the Ishtar family showed disappointment. Chunji's situation is special, so Chenxing let Chun join the Hestia family, but Chenxing only likes himself, and besides, there is no difference between being in Hestia's family and being in his own family. It's all the same. As for the other members of the Ishtar family who want to join the Hestia family, Chenxing does not intend to interfere. After hearing Kali's words and looking at Algana, who was eager to try, and Beiji, who looked calm but betrayed her, Chenxing was a little speechless. These two people had no ill will towards him. No, it should be considered that they had ill will wanting to take him back as their husband. This ill will could almost be said to be non-existent. After all, a gentleman loves a beautiful lady and vice versa. Algana fell in love with him, and it seemed that there was nothing wrong with pursuing him in the Amazon way. He really couldn't deal with this guy in the same way as he dealt with Phryne just now. It's agreed that if you lose to me, you are not allowed to entangle me. After thinking for a while, Chenxing looked at Kali and said seriously, let's do it this way. As long as you can defeat Algana and Beiji, we will leave here directly. Kali nodded and replied proudly. Originally, he wanted to cooperate with the Ishtar family to attack the Freya family. He was also prepared to let the Ishtar family help contain the other members of the Loki family to create conditions for Algana and Barch to fight alone. But now with Ishtar's ascension, everything has come to nothing. It is impossible to deal with the Freya family. Without Ishtar's help, they can't sneak into Arario quietly. The only way to enter Arario is to submit an application to the guild and enter Arario openly. In that case, the Kali family will be exposed under the eyes of the guild. The guild will not let the Kali family mess around, and let Algana and Barch die with Tyone and Tiona. The fight is far away. Without the restraint of Ishtar's family, this kind of thing is impossible. If she really has to force it, Kali is worried that she will be sent back to heaven by Loki and members of Loki's family like Ishtar. After all, Ishtar is a precedent, and Morning Star and Loki really dare to do this. Although she likes fighting and killing, it is done under her own safety. The lower world is so interesting, she doesn't want to go back to the boring place in heaven. So, Kali is going to go back with the members of Kali's family. However, before going back, Kali is still ready to try hard to see if she can bring Morning Star back to Terskura. Let's go outside, we can't move freely here. Morning Star nodded, took Chunjai's hand and walked out. Having her hand suddenly pulled out, Chunjai's cheeks became even redder. This lecherous fox really has the potential to be lecherous. Let's go, I have fought for the opportunity for you, whether you can do it depends on you. Watching Morning Star walk out, Kali tilted her eyes and said to Algana and Beiji behind him, "Thank you very much, Lord Kali." Algana was very excited and bowed slightly to Kali, and Beiji did the same. Then, the two of them walked out impatiently. The other Amazons of Kali's family and members of Ishtar's family also walked out of the underground hall under the leadership of Kali and Aisha. The group came to the ground. The temporary residence of the Ishtar family in the port city of Melon is near a spacious villa area. After everyone came out of the underground hall, there was a large open space. As soon as Morning Star and others came out, they met the people of Loki's family who followed the flight path of Morning Star. Morning Star. Ligi, from the Ishtar clan. After arriving here, Lavilia greeted Chenxing first after seeing Chenxing, and then saw Aisha, who led the Ishtar clan, and frowned slightly. Ishtar just now there are so many former Ishtar clan members, it seems that the Ishtar clan must have had some plans here before. However, these are all in the past tense. Even if there are any plans with Ishtar's ascension, all of this will become a dream bubble. Kali, Algana, it's you again. Unlike Lavilia, Tyone's eyes were quickly attracted by the people of her family when she came. After seeing Kali and others, Tyone became uncontrollably angry and shouted loudly, "See you again, Tyone. I was originally thinking of letting you fight to the death with Algana, but now forget it." Kali smiled and waved at Tyone, saying something that made Tyone even angrier. "You. Calm down, Tyone." Seeing that Tyone looked like she was ready to fight at any time, Lavilia came over, put her hand on Tyone's shoulder and comforted her. Lavilia's comfort was still somewhat useful, and Tyone's anger subsided a little. "Number 2, little guy, how come you are colluding with the people of Ishtar's family?" At this time, Loki spoke up, looking at Kali with a smile, and said, "Well, I might as well tell you that the jerk invited me to fight against Freya's family. In the end, the plan hasn't even started yet, and the jerk got out of hand. Speaking of which, you are really brave. You actually forced that rubbish back to heaven." Kali shrugged and told the deal between herself and Ishtar indifferently. "Hee, thank you for the compliment, but Ishtar is a very courageous guy. She wants to attack Freya with her little knowledge. She is really overestimating herself." Hearing Kali's words, Loki raised his eyebrows and said proudly, and then he laughed at Ishtar's family as if he heard a joke. Aisha and others looked unhappy when they heard this, but they did not refute it, because this is indeed the fact. They don't know what their former main god Ishtar thinks, and they also feel a little powerless. But the main god has planned this, so it's not easy for them to resist. After complaining about Ishtar, Loki looked at the Morning Star. Morning Star, what's going on now? What a pity. Hearing this, Loki said with a little regret. Hey, Chunji, right? You were a member of Ishtar's family before, right? Do you want to come to me? Loki poked his hands and said to Chunji with a cowering look like a weird uncle who kidnapped and deceived a little lowly. Morningstar defeated 2 enemies of level 7 in a row, so how could he not deal with 2 level 6? The 2 sisters saw that their attacks were blocked, but they were not discouraged and started a new attack. Ah, Morningstar, you have become stronger again. Outside the field, Lavilia looked at Morningstar and easily blocked the joint attack of Algana and Barch in his normal state and said softly. Hearing what Morningstar said, Loki's eyes lit up immediately, ignoring Morningstar's first sentence and paying attention to Morningstar's second sentence. Morningstar, let's fight! After everyone left, Algana shouted excitedly, and as soon as she finished speaking, she quickly took action and turned into a shadow and rushed towards Morningstar. As for Chunji, this child is a member of the family I found for Hestia, Morningstar explained with a faint smile. CGCJ. However, even though they had already gone all out, they were still not good enough in front of Morningstar. His normal state is already the limit of IV.6, and there are not many things that can make him exercise. He can do it in front of Algana and Barch. Beside her, Jai did the same. Thank you very much, Lord Loki, for liking me, but I have promised Lord Morningstar to go to Lady Hestia, so I can only say sorry to Lord Loki. Loki's sudden invitation made Chun-Jai a little surprised, and she quickly declined. Well, it's better than nothing. While resisting the attacks of the 2, Morningstar felt the heat coming from his back from time to time and said silently in his heart. No problem, Morningstar smiled and waved. Ah. She had already agreed to join the Hestia family, so she would not regret it. After all, Finn and the others had told her what happened on the 59th floor when Loki's family came back from the expedition. Okay, no one will disturb us now. As for whether Morningstar could defeat the Amazons of level 6, she really had no worries about this. Morningstar, you have become stronger again. Outside the field, Lavilia looked at Morningstar and easily blocked the joint attack of Algana and Barch in his normal state and said softly, Morningstar boy, kill them! Loki had no objection to this and waved his fist at Morningstar, saying, Okay, don't waste time, my 2 children are already impatient. Kali asked me to fight with Algana and Bage. As long as I defeat them, Kali will be entangled by Q. The family members that Morningstar specially found for the little one must have extraordinary talents. Morningstar, let's start! At this time, Kali on the opposite side could no longer wait and shouted. Ah, Morningstar, you have become stronger again. I really want to know how Chenxing became stronger. I'll find a chance to ask. AIC murmured in response and then murmured silently in her heart. AIC has always been very interested in the secret of how Chenxing can become stronger so quickly, but it is not allowed to ask other people in the family about this matter, even as a friend. However, after witnessing Chenxing's initial strength from IV.3 to the current state where he can suppress 2 IV.6s who are not much weaker than her, AIC finally couldn't sit still. She decided to ask Chenxing and explore. As long as she could become stronger quickly, she would not hesitate to sacrifice everything. The 2 sisters attacked Morningstar from the left and right. Facing the attack from the 2 sisters, Morningstar was not in a hurry and her posture seemed very casual. Also, who is this person you are holding? Soon, everyone retreated to the surroundings, leaving a space for Morningstar, Algana and Beiji. The 2 used their hands and feet together, and Turscula's special fighting skills turned into a shadow, constantly bombarding Morningstar without any intention of holding back. They used their hands and feet together, attacking from different angles, but Morningstar only used 2 hands, splitting his attention and completely blocking the attacks of the 2 people. After the 2 sisters got close, Morningstar raised her hands calmly and easily blocked the 2 people's attack like a python. Obviously, both of them knew that Morningstar's strength was above theirs, and this time it was about whether they could take Morning Star back as a companion, so the two did not do it like before. When Tyone and Tiona fought, they also held back a little bit and went all out. Morning Star, beat Algana up for me. Behind him, Dione, who was comforted by Lavilia, shouted loudly to Morning Star. Morning Star, give them a good beating? No one onlooker made a sound during the entire battle. No, there was one loud voice. Dione had a real grudge against Algana and kept shouting for Morning Star to give Algana a good beating and also take Bargy into the mix. Diona was embarrassed and felt bad for Bargy. They are totally no match. On the other side, Kali looked at the battle between the two sides, sighed slightly, and said to herself. She was the god of killing and she had a strong accomplishment in fighting, so she saw in just a few minutes that Algana and Bargy were no match for Morning Star. The strength of the Morning Star on the opposite side was very strong, and Algana and Bargy were completely manipulated. This guy didn't even move his feet once. Looking at Morning Star surrounded by the afterimages of Algana and Bargy on the field, Kali murmured in her heart. From the beginning of the battle, Algana and Bargy were the ones attacking. Morning Star did not even fight back but passively defended. But even with passive defense, Algana and Bargy suffered many more injuries. The most exaggerated thing was Morning Star's position. From the beginning of the battle, Morning Star's feet were always on the ground, and they never lifted up. No matter how fierce and violent the attacks of Algana and Bargy were, Morning Star remained unmoved and their attacks could not shake them. Not only Kali saw it but all the melee adventurers present noticed it. As the parties involved, Algana and Bargy naturally could not fail to notice it. They noticed it and then they became more excited and excited. Because of the excitement, the attacks of the two were even more intense than before. As for Chenxing, after feeling the increasing intervals of the heat coming from Enhui behind him, Chenxing also knew that there is not much to gain from fighting with the two. Chenxing was not going to continue to fight with the two. After seizing a tiny flaw, Chenxing directly chopped Beiji's neck with a knife. In the previous life, this move was almost impossible to knock others out, but in the world of the earth, Chenxing, who possessed extraordinary power, could do it. Beiji felt the knife fall but had no ability to dodge. She could only be knocked unconscious by Chenxing's knife under the strong feeling of badness on the back of her neck. She fell to Chenxing while attacking. And Alga, who was also attacking after seeing this scene, Algana understood that the battle was over. She had long seen that the two sisters were no match for Morning Star, and Morning Star had been letting them go. It was precisely because the two sisters were easily blocked by Morning Star that the two sisters were so excited. Because they all longed for fighting and killing. Being able to fight such a powerful existence is their lifelong pursuit. Come on! With an excited roar, Algana's attack continued unabated and blasted towards Morning Star. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Algana, who was still screaming and exhausted the previous second, fell limply on Morning Star like Bargy the next second. Very good, beat them down! Seeing that Morning Star knocked the two people unconscious, Dione behind couldn't help but waved her fist. She didn't say anything to let Morning Star kill the two. Although she hated the two, she didn't kill them. Listening to Dione's words, Chenxing smiled slightly. Immediately, Chenxing prepared to send the unconscious Algana and Beiji to the hands of the members of Kali's family in a gentlemanly manner. However, when he looked up, Chenxing saw the burning eyes of other Amazons in Kali's family. This immediately made Chenxing pause. The next second, Chenxing threw the unconscious Al and Beiji over. Scared. The Amazons from Terskura are really pure. They worship fighting, worship the strong, and look for strong males to mate. They are not infected by the outside world at all. As agreed, I won't bother you anymore. After Algana and Beiji were caught by two IV.4 Amazons, Kali said to Chenxing with a bloodthirsty smile. Immediately, Kali greeted the other Amazons and roared and turned around and left here without even saying hello to Loki. The people of Kali's family left and Loki and others also ran over. The second kid came with great momentum but ended up returning in defeat. Standing next to Morning Star, Loki laughed, his face full of gloating. I really hope I won't see these guys again in the future. Dione still hates the people of the Kali family. Looking at the backs of the people of the Kali family who are going away, his brows furrowed fiercely. Loki, you also heard what Lord Kali said just now. Ishtar is going to cooperate with the people of the Kali family to deal with Freya. The Kali family doesn't look like they are ready to enter Arario openly. Ishtar should have a way to send Kali into Arario quietly. At this time, Lavilia spoke up and reminded with a serious look. "Yeah, I heard it," Loki nodded, then turned his head to look at Aisha and others who were walking not far away. "Sister Aisha, now that Ishtar's family is gone, can you tell me Ishtar's plan?" Loki said to Aisha with a smile. Hearing this, Aisha frowned slightly and then answered, "I don't know much, but Master Ishtar does have a way to send those guys in." "Yes, I understand." After getting the answer, Loki nodded and didn't intend to ask more. Aisha looked like she was not someone who knew Ishtar's key plan. Continuing to ask would not have much effect. "Go back and rest first and continue investigating tomorrow." Then Loki glanced at everyone and made arrangements loudly. Everyone had no objection to this. They slept well in the middle of the night but were awakened by something that happened suddenly. Now they are a little sleepy. Now that everything is over, they will naturally go back to rest. As for the matter of the return of the gods, it is not their business. Everyone then started the return journey. Members of Ishtar's family also came together. "Hey, Morning Star, your room has been destroyed. Sleep with me tonight." On the way back, Dione held Chenxing's arm and invited Chenxing with a smile. The god's send just now directly penetrated the ceiling of the room where Chenxing lived and the upper floor. It was impossible to continue living there before repairs, so Dione invited Chenxing to stay with her. "There are other rooms in the hotel, so why not open another one?" Diona, who had her hands on the back of her head, said leisurely. "Shut up." Hearing her sister's words, Dione glared at her fiercely. "Tione, don't forget that Tiona lives with you." At this time, Lavilia spoke, looking at Tione with sharp eyes. Tione's expression froze immediately and she smiled awkwardly and didn't mention it again. "Since it's not possible, I can go over to visit later," Tione muttered silently in her heart. Chenxing looked at the interaction of several people, smiled slightly and didn't interrupt. Soon, everyone returned to the hotel where they stayed. The hotel at this time was a bit chaotic because of the return of the god just now, but the owner and staff of the hotel had barely dealt with the commotion and arranged new rooms for the affected guests. Chenxing also re-registered a room at the front desk and moved in. As for Chunjai, Chenxing first gave it to Aisha to take care of and lived with Aisha. As soon as he returned to his room, Chenxing went directly into the bathroom in the room and washed up. Just now, he had a fight with Algana and Beige and exercised a little. It would be more comfortable to wash before going to bed. After spending more than 10 minutes, Chenxing came out of the bathroom. After taking a shower, Chenxing prepared to update his grace to see how much improvement he had gained from the battle with Algana and Beige. Morning Star. IV.4. Strength. 10 right arrow 170. Durability 10 right arrow 63. Dexterity 10 right arrow 189. Agility 10 right arrow 199. Magic 0 right arrow 56. Development ability Magic F Luck L Healing Eye. Magic Thought Body, Son of Light, Son of Darkness. Skills Reincarnation Eye, Blessing of the God of War, Flame of the Sky. The improvement is so small, Chenxing blurted out when he saw the updated ability value data. "Yes, Master Kali, 1000. Maintain your improvement speed." Seeing the reactions of the two, Kali nodded with satisfaction and then said, "It has only been a few days since the upgrade and the ability value has increased so much, but Chenxing still thinks it is not enough. It is simply a Versailles game. I won't continue to entangle him, but I didn't say that you can't go." Facing the surprised reactions of the two, Kali put on a playful smile on her face. "It takes at least 10 days to go back and forth, which is too long." "I understand, Master Kali, *2. Didn't Lord Kali say that he would not continue to entangle Morning Star?" Hearing Kali's words, Algana was a little surprised and then said, "It takes 2 or 3 days to go to the Dragon Pot even if I travel at the fastest speed, and it is impossible to stay there for only 1 or 2 days." Beige on the side was the same. "For the time being, it is better not to leave the ground for too long at one time." After thinking for a long time, Chenxing made a decision in his heart and murmured softly, "If they want the two to continue to maintain their previous improvement speed, they can only let the two sisters kill each other." The first is to continue to spar with AC and others and let AC and others go together. I have a hunch that a lot of things will happen on the ground recently. Well, let's get ready. After we go back, we will formally submit the documents to join Arario in written form. We are going to march into Arario, Kali nodded then. And the second is to go to the dragon pod alone and fight the entire dragon pod alone. Said with a serious look. Word games, she is also very good at it. With my current strength, even if I fight in normal state, I need to fight several IV.6 adventurers at the same time to maintain the previous improvement speed. Otherwise, a large number of IV.5 or even IV.6 adventurers will attack me so I can fight freely. Algana and Beiji were able to upgrade to IV.6 because they defeated and killed the other two LV.5. Well, let's spar with AC and others for the time being. As for continuing to go to the dragon pot, put it on hold for the time being. She said before that she would not entangle Morningstar, but she didn't say that Algana and Beiji couldn't go. Beijing was also surprised. Looking at the ability value data, Chenxing fell into deep thought. Because there is no training at the same level, the speed of their improvement has slowed down. Awake, how do you feel? Looking at Algana and Beiji, who had already woken up, Kali leaned on his left cheek and asked with interest. That is to say, I have two choices now. Hearing this, Algana and Beiji were stunned for a moment, then their eyes lit up at the same time. You two want to continue to improve now, there is no one else to choose. I think letting you fight with Chenxing should be able to continue. Now the appearance of Morningstar just gives her a choice. Kali does not want the two sisters she trained to kill each other. Very good, if possible, I want to continue to fight with Chenxing. Hearing Kali's question, Algana's face suddenly showed a bloodthirsty smile and said, on the other side, the people of Kali's family left the temporary residence of Ishtar's family and returned to the dock and returned to their ship in the port. If other adventurers knew about this, Chenxing would definitely be scolded. In that case, then go find that guy more often in the future. Although Tyone complained in her heart, she did not come after everyone went to sleep. The next day, early in the morning, the guild headquarters of Arari and the people of the guild branch of Melon came to the hotel where Chenxing and others were staying, asking what happened and why Ishtar suddenly ascended to heaven. As for why the people knew, it was because after Ishtar ascended to heaven last night, the Ishtar family was in chaos and the night city almost fell apart overnight. Everyone in Arari knew about it. Now the night city has been taken over by the guild. And early this morning the guild president Roy sent someone to inquire. In other words, Lord Ishtar attacked you, Chenxing, so you and Lord Loki forced him to ascend to heaven together. Aina, who was sent to inquire about the reason, repeated with gritted teeth, and Loki was handed over to the branch director of Melon to inquire. Well, that guy wanted me to be her man, I refused, and she used the power of charm against me. This ability couldn't charm me, so I fought back, Morningstar said with a smile. Well done. Hearing this, Aina did not hesitate at all and praised Morningstar for doing a good job. However, although Morningstar, you did this for a reason and it was Ishtar who committed suicide, you will still be punished by the guild. After an indignant sentence, Aina was worried about Morningstar. Morningstar directly forced a god back to heaven like this, and the guild could not sit idly by. If Morningstar relied on war games to send the god back to heaven, it would be fine, but Morningstar's situation was not allowed. After all, Ishtar was not a god of the dark faction. If you can really force a god back to heaven at will, it will be a mess. Gods only have one chance to try and fail. Once they are sent back to heaven, they cannot come down and other gods will not allow it. Therefore, many gods cherish this opportunity to go to the lower world. Now Morningstar directly joined forces with the main god Loki to send Ishtar back to heaven. Even if there is a reason, it needs to be punished to give an explanation to the gods and deter those lawless adventurers. Don't worry, I will negotiate with the guild. Morningstar nodded and comforted, signaling Aina to be at ease and not to worry too much. Yeah. Speaking of which, Morningstar, why are you here? After asking about the situation as a routine, Aina asked about private matters. Aina was very curious about why Morningstar came to Melon. I just came out of Arario and met Loki and the others who were coming here to investigate the letter, so I was drafted. Morningstar smiled and explained. You have a really good relationship with Loki's family. Aina heard the words and smiled slightly and said, it's good. Let's go, you rarely come here and I rarely come here, let's go shopping together. Morning Star nodded and then extended an invitation to Aegina. Now only Loki and Morning Star were left in the hotel. The members of Ishtar's family returned to Arario early in the morning. Morning Star asked Chunjai to be taken back and sent to Hestia. Morning Star also talked to Hestia, and Hestia said that it was no problem and that Chunjai would become a member of Hestia's family. The rest of Loki's family were sent out by Loki to investigate the matter of the man-eating plant. Now that the inquiry was over, Morning Star was ready to go out for a walk. It happened that Aegina was the inquiring person, so Morning Star invited Aegina to go out for a walk together. Well, okay. It's been a long time since I went shopping with you, Morning Star. About a month. Yeah, about a month. Come to think of it, Morning Star, your upgrade speed is really fast. You actually upgraded 2 levels in 1 month. Why didn't you report the upgrade before the expedition? I forgot. Anyway, there is no rule that I must report it immediately, so I forgot. Why does the guild want to fine you? How is that possible? Generally speaking, there is a half-month period. As long as it does not exceed this time, it will be fine. And your situation is not special, those people in the guild are not fools, really, that's good. Otherwise, even if they want to fine me, I won't pay it. Haha, that's right. The two of them left the hotel, talking and laughing, and began to stroll in the port city of Melon. This stroll took a whole day. While Morning Star and Aina were shopping, Arario caused a huge sensation because of 2 things. The first thing was the upgrade of Morning Star. Before, Morning Star was only IV.2, but after returning from an expedition, he was directly upgraded to IV.4. This information, as long as you are not a fool, you can know that Morning Star upgraded to IV.3 before joining the expedition of Loki's family. After all, Morning Star did not have the main god to give him the upgrade grace in the dungeon, so he could only upgrade before the expedition. As for the fact that the upgrade grace was upgraded twice in a row, the gods did not think about it at all. After returning from the expedition with Loki's family, Morning Star upgraded again. No matter what the situation is, it cannot change the fact that Nong has been promoted twice in a month. This is completely a fire bomb, a bomb made of firestone that is enough to bomb the entire Arario. After the guild published the information about the upgrade of Morning Star on the notification board, all adventurers were shocked when they saw the information about Morning Star. As time passed, this information spread throughout Arario and everyone knew about it, which completely set off a wave of enthusiasm in the entire Arario. Ding! The drifting bottle has been opened. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the angel reincarnation pool. However, as soon as she returned to her room, the system prompt sound suddenly rang in her mind. Knock, knock, knock. Just when Chenxing was surprised that he had obtained such a powerful weapon, the door was suddenly knocked. After eating dinner with everyone, Chenxing returned to her room. In contrast, the upgrades of Angel and Alicia of the Loki family were ignored by others, and only a few people discussed this matter. Now Night City is falling apart and I don't know how many adventurers have been affected. Exploration, how is the investigation going? In Loki's room, Morning Star came here, looked at everyone and asked. Njord and the others basically didn't have much information. The only useful information was from Ishtar. The information in that guy's hands was the most important. However, these have nothing to do with Morning Star. So she found out that there was another entrance in Arario and got a portrait clue of a person who might be related to this entrance from Njord, so it wasn't a wasted trip. System check open. It happened that this guy was sent back to heaven by Morning Star and herself, and the members of Ishtar's family obviously didn't know about this matter since the situation last night, so the clues ended here. Come in. Hearing this prompt, Chenxing was stunned. Many male adventurers wailed after hearing about the dissolution of Ishtar clan and the fall apart of Night City. Everyone has worked hard today, let's go to eat and go back to rest after eating, and we will go back early tomorrow morning. After answering Chenxing's question, Loki glanced at everyone and said to them, this is simply a weapon for ordinary adventurers to ascend to heaven in 1 step. Ding, you have a new drifting bottle, please check it. Oh, and look for another underground city entrance in the city. Loki answered without interest and investigated for a while. She went out all day and she investigated this thing. Angel Reincarnation Pool. People who enter the reincarnation pool will be reincarnated into two 5.8 winged angels and gain the power of angels. The stronger the potential of the reincarnated person, the stronger the power they will gain. The potential will increase greatly and they can grow on their own. The highest level of reincarnated angels is the 12-winged archangel. Angel reincarnation requires energy. The greater the potential of the reincarnated person, the greater the energy consumed. The reincarnated angel will become a subordinate of the owner of the reincarnation pool. At this time, AIC and others have returned. According to Chenxing's understanding of angels, even the lowest two-winged angel, the strength is definitely not to be underestimated, at least it is the strength of IV.4 or LV.5 in this world. As long as you enter the reincarnation pool, you can be reincarnated as an angel and gain the power of an angel. There was no movement for nearly a month before, and it appeared a few days ago, and now it has appeared again after a few days. You must know that Night City is the gathering place for nightlife of all adventurers in Arario. He had previously named his family Lucifer, and he had more or less this idea in his heart, but he really didn't expect that the system would actually give him such a prop that can mass-produce angels. This is really related to the biblical pantheon. Looking at the introduction of the angel reincarnation pool, Chenxing was stunned and muttered, "It's really troublesome. I have already notified Uranus. Let Uranus handle this matter." Chenxing instantly came back to his senses and looked over. Everyone had no objection. They had been visiting and investigating for a whole day and they were indeed a little tired. Let's rest early. Those guys are really cunning. The clues are broken here. Next, we can only continue to explore the entrance that appeared in the 18th floor you mentioned before. After playing with Aina for a whole day, Morning Star said goodbye to Aina and returned to the hotel. Of course, if it was the matter of Morning Star in the past, it would definitely occupy a large proportion. According to the discussion of all the adventurers in Arario, but it has not occupied the entire Arario now, there is another thing that competes with the information of the upgrade of Morning Star, that is, Ishtar ascended, Ishtar clan disbanded, and Night City fell apart. The system is active again. Found it. It seems that Njord, the mayor of the town of Melon and the head of the guild branch teamed up to smuggle the piranha plant to help the fishermen here, and the unlucky Ishtar was also involved. AC. It's so late, what do you want to see me for? Chenxing was a little surprised when he saw AC opening the door and walking in. He immediately motioned her to sit down and asked. Hearing Chenxing's question, AC did not speak directly. A look of hesitation appeared on her face and she did not speak for a long time. Seeing this, Chenxing said gently, "Don't worry, just tell me if you have anything." It was the first time Chenxing saw AC's reaction. Although he didn't know why AC was like this, Chenxing knew that the matter was definitely not small. Taking a deep breath, AC raised her head and looked at Chenxing with a firm look. "Although it's presumptuous, Chenxing, can you tell me why you can grow up so quickly?" "As long as Chenxing can tell me the secret of your growth, no, just a little will do, no matter what reward you need, you can ask for it." Hearing this, Chenxing was slightly startled. Then he thought about it. The reason why he was able to grow up so quickly was entirely because of the drift bottle received from the system, and there seemed to be nothing else. Moreover, he was able to grow so fast because of his potential. Thinking of this, Chenxing was ready to answer that there was no secret, it was just because his qualifications were very strong. However, before he could say anything, Chenxing was touched by AIC's firm eyes that could even show some paranoia, and the words on his lips were immediately swallowed back. It seems that AIC will never believe what he said. Moreover, Chenxing felt that if he really said this, AIC might fall into a stubborn situation. Retracting his gaze, Chenxing thought for a moment and signed a world contract with AIC in his mind. "There is no secret about my situation. If I have to say, I can only say that my potential is very strong, so strong that no one in this world can compare with me. I know you may not believe it, I will show you my favor." Morning Star looked at AIC with a gentle expression and soft tone. After speaking, Morning Star turned around, took off his shirt and exposed the back of his favor to AIC. Because he had just signed a world contract with AIC, Morningstar was not worried that AIC would know about his favor and it would be disadvantageous to him. He was very relieved to show his favor to AIC. Morningstar had a hunch that if AIC didn't get the answer she wanted, it would probably cause some unnecessary thoughts in her heart, making her trapped in it. For example, if she didn't get the answer, she didn't want to be perfunctory or deceived. Simply show her favor to AIC directly, AIC wouldn't think she was deceiving her. It's just a small problem that she can solve at any time and won't cause any disadvantage to herself. There's no need to hide it and cause some misunderstandings in the end. Morningstar hates this kind of procrastination the most. Many unnecessary things are caused by this situation. Seeing that Morningstar actually exposed his favor in front of her before, she showed it to a person from a different clan. AC was slightly startled, and a kind of warmth that she had never felt before unconsciously arose in her heart. AC knew very well how important the information of grace was to a person. Although she did not have the ability to understand the sacred text, Chenxing did not know whether she could understand it. In this way, she exposed her grace to some extent, telling the other party everything about herself. She had never thought about seeing Chenxing's grace but just wanted to know from Chenxing why she was super fast and strong. But Chenxing directly exposed her grace to herself. This trust was something AC had never encountered before. For a moment, AC did not know how to respond to Chenxing's trust, and the warmth in her heart was even greater. AC, my grace was updated a few days ago and upgraded to IV.4. After fighting with Algana and Beiji last night, I went to find the Lord God today and asked him to update my grace. The value you see now is the grace upgrade I got after fighting with Algana and Beiji. You should not understand the sacred text, but you should be able to see the numbers above. I didn't lie to you. My improvement speed is because of my talent potential. With his back to AIC, Chenxing whispered about his favor. AIC's eyes were completely on Chenxing's favor at this time, looking at the values on Chenxing's favor. It's just a battle and it has improved so much. Your talent is really terrible. No wonder you can grow so fast. AIC reached out and gently stroked Chenxing's back, whispering. Just a few days after upgrading, the ability value has been increased by more than 200 to nearly 300. If AIC hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it. Ah, so you want to get a method to quickly become stronger from me, but I can't give it to you. Sorry. Chenxing nodded slightly, then put on his shirt, came back to his senses, and said gently, Sorry, please forgive my willfulness. AIC lowered her head with some disappointment and then apologized. She mustered up the courage to cross the line and asked Chenxing for a method to quickly become stronger, but she didn't expect this result, which made her feel disappointed and guilty. Because she heard from Chenxing's words that Chenxing was worried that the answer he gave would make her feel that he was deceiving herself, so he exposed something as important as hui hui to herself. Regardless of whether she can understand the sacred text or not, grace cannot be exposed casually. It's okay, we are friends, aren't we? Chenxing reached out and gently stroked AIC's little head and said soothingly. Although it was because of the existence of the world contract that Chenxing exposed grace to AIC. But this is also based on the fact that AC is his friend. Otherwise, if anyone comes to ask him, Chenxing will not be angry, but he will not reveal his favor. Yeah, AC just nodded slightly, hummed lightly, and then stopped talking. Obviously, she is still in a state of loss at this time. Looking at AC's lost look, Chenxing frowned slightly and thought of the angel reincarnation pool he had just obtained. Looking at AC, Chenxing hesitated to speak, not knowing whether he should tell AC about the reincarnation pool. Chenxing was a little entangled. If AC is reincarnated as an angel, her strength will definitely increase rapidly. Chenxing will never doubt this because AC has great potential. Although she cannot be compared with himself, she is a very strong existence compared to others. However, once AC uses the angel reincarnation pool, AC will become his subordinate. This is not what Chenxing wants to see because Chenxing feels that in this way the friendship between him and AC will change irreversibly. What's wrong? AIC, who was lost, seemed to feel something and raised her head. Then she saw Chenxing's tangled look and she was confused and asked, Hearing AIC's question, Chenxing thought for a moment and finally decided to give the decision to AIC. AIC, I may have a way to make you stronger quickly, but there will be a price. Chenxing said hesitantly. What way? What is the price? Can I afford it? Hearing Chenxing's words, AIC's eyes suddenly lit up and she quickly came to Chenxing and asked in a hurried tone. I have the ability to improve your potential, make you stronger quickly, and even gain some powerful power, but the price will be that you become my subordinate. Chenxing nodded and briefly explained the situation. Subordinate? Does it mean that only I will become your subordinate? AIC was stunned and then quickly reacted, looking at Chenxing and asked. Yeah, 420. Chenxing didn't want to deceive AIC and nodded to confirm. Hearing this, AIC hesitated. If it was before, she would directly choose to agree. But now, after what happened just now, AIC was a little hesitant about this price. Because she also saw why Chenxing was so hesitant and tangled before he said this. Chenxing regarded herself as a friend, and even in order to maintain this friendship, he did not let himself misunderstand and expose Enhui's doll. It can be seen that Chenxing values his friendship with himself. And the price of Chenxing's method is that he will become Chenxing's subordinate. In this way, are he and Chenxing still friends? Chenxing exposed his Enhui for friendship. Do he really have to give up this friendship for strength? Chenxing, let me ask you, after becoming your subordinate, can we still be friends? After hesitating for a moment, AIC asked. Hearing this, Chenxing was startled and frowned slightly. As long as he still regards AIC as his friend in his heart, even if AIC is reincarnated as an angel and becomes his subordinate, it seems that there is no difference. It seems that he is a little bit obsessed. After thinking this through, Chenxing's inner entanglement disappeared. Ah, of course we are friends. AC, give me some time to prepare and then I will help you improve your potential and let you gain powerful strength. The tangled expression disappeared, and Chenxing's face once again showed a gentle smile, and he said to AC. Well, hearing Chenxing's words, AC smiled and nodded gently. Then, AC hesitated for a moment and slowly stretched out her hands, hugged Chenxing in Chenxing's surprised eyes and leaned on Chenxing's arms. Thank you, Chenxing. Does it take 100,000 energy points for AC to transform into an angel? The magic stone that can be exchanged for 10,000 wallies can only be transformed into 10 energy points, which means that it needs wallies worth about 100 million. It looks quite cheap. In the room, Chenxing looked at the angel reincarnation pool floating in the system space and murmured in his heart. Chenxing didn't know how much energy it would take for AC to reincarnate into an angel, so he took a drop of AC's blood and threw it into the reincarnation pool, asking the reincarnation pool to give an answer. The answer given by the reincarnation pool was 100,000 energy points, and Chenxing just took a magic stone worth 10,000 wallies dropped by an IV.3 level monster and threw it into the reincarnation pool, and the reincarnation pool only gained 10 energy points. In other words, if you want to reincarnate AC into an angel, you need 10,000 such magic stones, which is a magic stone worth 100 million wallies. 100 million wallies may be a very large amount for others, but it is really nothing for Chenxing. Chenxing is now worth billions and he has hardly used it, and it is nothing for the first-level adventurer. AI took a supporter to the lower level of the dungeon and it would take 10 days or half a month to collect enough. Going to the deeper level would be faster and it would only take a few days to collect it. Tell AI about this tomorrow and let AI collect magic stones. Originally, Chenxing was going to pay for this energy value himself, but after thinking about it, he was not going to treat AI as a subordinate but a friend. So he didn't pay for this energy himself and it would be better for AI to do it herself, which would be easier to accept. Of course, even if he didn't treat AI as his subordinate when he became a god in the future, Chenxing would bring AI to his side. After all, she is his angel. Well, since we want to reincarnate Eyes into an angel, let's ask Dione and Tsubaki. If they are willing, we can reincarnate them when we have enough magic stones. After deciding on Eyes, Chenxing's mind was once again on the reincarnation pool, and then he thought, since we have already started using the angel reincarnation pool, let's just reincarnate Dione and Tsubaki together. After all, if they are reincarnated into angels, their potential will be even stronger and they can grow faster. Of course, it depends on the willingness of Dione and Tsubaki. If they are willing, then I will go to collect magic stones in the next few days. When I have enough magic stones, just reincarnate them. Tyone and Chun are both his women, so Chenxing will naturally not ask them to collect magic stones by themselves. He will take care of the magic stones himself. He will do it if he wants to. Chenxing got up and went out to find Tyone. When he came to Tyone's room, Chenxing could vaguely hear Tyone and Tiona chatting in the room. He reached out and knocked on the door gently. Soon there was a response from inside. The whispers stopped abruptly and then the door was opened. "Brother Chenxing?" Tiona opened the door. Tiona was very surprised when she saw Chenxing. "Morning Star?" After seeing that the person coming was Chenxing, Tyone instantly flashed from the bed on the left and appeared beside Tiona, shouting excitedly. "Well, I have something to talk to Tyone about," Chenxing nodded and said. As soon as these words came out, Diona's face suddenly showed a meaningful expression, while Dione's cheeks turned slightly red and she held her hands in front of her body. The whole person became a little twitchy. "Morning Star, we are in the hotel now and the soundproofing is not good. Can we talk about it when we return to Arario?" "Morning Star, what are you talking about? Who told you about this?" "Moreover, the soundproofing conditions on the 50th floor were even worse than this, and you didn't back down. If I hadn't used dark magic to isolate the inside and outside of the tent, it would have been heard by others." "Don't make a fuss, I have something serious to discuss with you." Although he complained, Morning Star would not really say it. He looked at the two of them and explained with a smile. Is that so? Okay, I'll go out with you." Hearing what Chenxing said, Dione was embarrassed and her face turned redder. This time it was embarrassing. And Dione was not interested, thinking there was a good show to watch. "Then you go, Dione, remember to come back early," Dione said with a smile, waving at the two. Soon the two left the sisters' room and came to Chenxing. "Chenxing, why did you call me here so late?" After entering the room, Dione asked curiously. Chenxing did not drag it out. After signing the world contract with Dione, he got straight to the point and told Dione everything. After listening to Chenxing's story, Dione's eyes lit up. "That is to say, when I reincarnate as the angel you said, I will be completely bound to you, Chenxing, right?" Dione, with shining eyes, stared at Chenxing and confirmed excitedly. "Yes. I want, reincarnate for me." After receiving a positive answer, Dione immediately raised her hand excitedly and shouted loudly. "Yeah, wait until I collect enough magic stones, then I will reincarnate you." Chenxing stretched out his hand and gently rubbed his hair, saying gently. "Yeah," Dione echoed repeatedly. "By the way, Morning Star, can you help Diona reincarnate as well? I hope Diona can come with us." At this time, Dione suddenly remembered something and asked Morning Star. "Well, yes, as long as you want." Morning Star nodded in response. "Hee, Morning Star, you are so good to me." Seeing that Morning Star agreed to her request without any hesitation, Dione couldn't help but throw herself into Morning Star's arms and muttered in Morning Star's arms. Then Dione's cheeks flushed slightly. "Morning Star Tilda. What's wrong?" I'll stay here tonight." Okay." On the other side, Diona waited until late at night. Looking at the ceiling and the empty bed on the other side, Dione pouted and muttered. She said she would come back to sleep. "Forget it, ignore hers. Sleep." The next morning, the large group began their return journey early in the morning. After returning to Arario, Morningstar and Loki went to the guild as soon as possible to deal with the matter of Ida. After all, it was Loki and himself who forced Ishtar back to heaven, so they had to go through the procedures with the guild. The guild seemed to be very dissatisfied with the Ishtar clan, but the Ishtar clan paid a lot of taxes to the guild, so the guild had always turned a blind eye. This time, the guild did not intend to investigate the matter of Morningstar and Loki forcing Ishtar back to heaven. It just symbolically fined 10 million wallies and then announced to the outside world that the guild had dealt with the matter and fined Lucifer and Loki's clans heavily, and the matter was left unresolved. However, Royman still conveyed the will of Uranus to Morningstar and Loki, asking the two clans to be more obedient recently and not to conflict with other clans, especially forcing the main gods of other clans to ascend to heaven. This is the request made by many gods to the guild and Uranus. They don't want to be the next one. If Morningstar and Loki do this again in a short period of time and it affects them, then they will turn the table. No one wants to be forced back to heaven for no reason. Morningstar did not comment on Uranus's will, however it still got into his mind. As long as the gods are not too excessive like Ishtar, Morningstar will not do it. After leaving the guild, Morningstar and Loki walked together for a while and then parted ways. Loki went back to the Twilight Pavilion while Morningstar went back to the library. As soon as he returned to the library, a person rushed towards him. "Morningstar, you are finally here." "Ah, I'm back." Morningstar nodded, stretched out his hand and gently rubbed Hesja's hair. "Morningstar?" At this time, a figure came over and shouted to Morningstar in a soft tone. "Haruheim, it seems that Hesja has already carved a favor for you." Seeing Haruki appear, Chenxing understood a little and then said, "Yes, Lord Chenxing. Haruki is now a member of Hesja's family," Haruki replied respectfully. "Hee, Chenxing, thank you so much for sending me such a great family of Haruki." Hesja raised her head from Chenxing's arms at this time and smiled and thanked Chenxing. God knows how fast her heart beat when she saw Haruki's magic when she converted to Haruki. This magic can increase the ability value by 1 level, which is completely strategic. Chenxing actually sent himself such a family with great potential and such practical magic. You don't have to be so polite between you and me. I remember that those Amazons said they wanted to join your family before. Did you take them all? Chenxing smiled and nodded and then asked about the situation. There are a lot, but I didn't take them. I felt that too many would be troublesome. Besides, you also know my divine right. They are not suitable for me. Hearing this, Hesja touched her head and then shook her head. Her divine right has the right of virgin goddess, and she has a natural aversion to the existence of combat **Sint*** youths. She herself would not care about these, but her divine right naturally has this feeling. It is too much for her to recruit so many combat **Sint** youths, so she refused. Well, it's okay. I guess you won't accept them. Morningstar smiled and nodded, saying indifferently, "By the way, Belle and the others, are they going to the dungeon again?" Then Morningstar looked at Haruhi and asked, "Since Haruhi is already a member of Hesja's family, why didn't she take Haruhi with her?" "Ah, Belle and the others went to Welf's place. Welf said he would make equipment for them." "Really?" After knowing that Chenxing was back, Hephaestus and Chun came to eat for free. Chenxing also took this opportunity to sign a world contract with Chun and then told Chun about the angel reincarnation pool. The reason why the world contract was used for Dione and Chun was not because he did not trust them, but because he was worried that the words he said unintentionally would be discovered by the gods. After all, people in the lower world could not lie in front of the gods. With the world contract, Dione, Chun and others would be subtly influenced and would not say these things. Chun was very interested in the matter of reincarnating angels, especially after hearing that it could improve potential and gain powerful strength. She couldn't wait to express her desire to reincarnate immediately. After hearing that reincarnation required magic stones, Chun patted her chest and volunteered to take on this task. Seeing that Chun was so motivated, Chenxing simply handed her his passbook and handed the matter over to her. In the next 2 days, Chenxing abandoned the Dusk Pavilion on the first day and went to compete with AC and others. As for the opportunity to spar with Morningstar, AC and others who have tasted the sweetness will naturally not refuse. Except for Lavilia and Lefia, other first-level adventurers of Loki's family have joined in. Alijah is also involved. In the morning, they spar in close combat, and in the afternoon, they exchange magic knowledge with Lavilia and Lefia. When exchanging magic with Lavilia and Lefia, the elf Lefia hesitated for a long time and finally asked Morningstar to learn Morningstar's magic. Morningstar has a good impression of Lefia, the elf, and Morningstar can feel Lefia's thoughts about him, and he probably can't escape in the future. So when Lefia made this request, Chenxing agreed after a little thought. P.S. Not flattering, a girl who gets along well with you, has a good impression of you, and will not run away in the future, makes a trivial request to you, you probably won't refuse it. After all, you are also your own in the future, and the fat water should not flow to outsiders. Chenxing's agreement made Lefia so happy that she was so happy that she held Chenxing's face and gave Chenxing Mua. After reacting, Lefia was so shy that she even forgot to learn magic from Chenxing and ran away. It was Lavilia who saw Lefia so reckless that she forcibly pulled Lefia back. With Lefia's face red, she was forced to learn two magic from Chenxing. One is the barrier of light to defend against thorn magic, and the other is the rain of light, a wide area tracking magic. As for the others, these two are enough for Lefia to master and learn for a while, and she can't chew too much. One day passed like this. The next day, Chenxing accompanied Hestia shopping all day. The two of them went shopping from early morning to evening before returning to the library. However, after returning to the library, Shia panicked after seeing the situation of Belle and the other four in the library. "Belle, what happened? How did you get hurt?" Looking at Belle sitting on the chair with a bruised face, Hestia hurried over. "I'm fine, Lord God." Although her face was bruised, Belle smiled at Hestia and said with a smile. However, this movement Sejeb affected the injury, causing Belle to take a breath. Lord Hestia is a member of the Apollo family. Lord Belle has a conflict of popularity with the Apollo family. Lord Belle was injured by the sun's light pet emperor, Lily explained. "Damn Apollo?" Hearing Lily's explanation, Hestia was immediately furious. This guy often came to trouble her when he was in heaven. Now that he is in the underworld, his child has injured her Belle. It is really unforgivable. Morning Star frowned slightly when he heard this. Now many gods know the relationship between him and Hestia. "I didn't expect that Apollo would dare to do this. Is he really not afraid that I will do it to them?" Thinking of this, Morning Star suddenly remembered the divine will of Uranus conveyed by Royman before, asking him not to do it to other families recently. Otherwise, other main gods may be dissatisfied and even overturn the table. Recalling the divine will conveyed by Uranus at the beginning, Morning Star frowned deeply. "Is it because of this reason? If it is really because of this reason, so you dare to act so recklessly, then you are very wrong. Even if you don't do it yourself, you have the ability to let the Hestia family defeat you, Apollo." Without further pondering, Chenxing walked over and cast a healing magic, and Year's injuries quickly recovered. "Thank you, Mr. Morningstar." After recovering from her injuries, Belle thanked Morningstar. "Yeah." Morningstar nodded slightly, then turned to look at Hestia. "Hestia, find an opportunity to fight back against Apollo. It would be best if you can force that guy to hold a war game and send him back to heaven." After hearing what Morningstar said, everyone present except Hestia was ashamed. They knew that Morningstar had previously joined forces with Loki, the main god of the Loki family, to send Ishtar, the main god of the Ishtar family, back to heaven. Haruki was from the Ishtar family before. Now Morningstar has proposed to send the gods back to heaven. Mr. Morningstar, sir, is really scary, always wanting to send the gods back to heaven. "Hey, Morningstar, I want Xiao Guang to possess Belle at that time, is that okay?" Hestia asked Morningstar. They couldn't intervene directly, but they didn't say they couldn't lend a helping hand. There are many ways to lend a helping hand. No way, with Lord Morningstar here, who dares to attack the Hestia family?" Hearing what Morningstar said, Lily said with some disbelief. At night, in Morningstar's room, Hestia lay in Morningstar's arms and looked up at Morningstar. "Lord God, not really, not really." They could treat Morningstar's words as a joke, but if Hestia took it seriously, it would be a big deal, and Belle quickly spoke up to stop them. Since they can't rely on Morningstar, the Hestia family is now very weak. In this case, shouldn't they avoid conflicts with the Apollo family? Why do they take the initiative to provoke conflicts with the Apollo family? "Do you think Chenxing will watch the Hestia family get into trouble?" Hestia replied with a smile. "Okay, don't worry, I will find a way to solve this matter." From the moment this conflict occurred, there was no room for turning back between the Hestia family and the Apollo family. Before, Loki and I sent Ishtar back to heaven, which has touched the bottom line of the gods. The gods jointly protested to the god Uranus and stated that I was not allowed to attack other families casually, otherwise they would not be polite. What should I do? Chunjai was a little panicked. She had just joined the Hestia family for a few days. She liked the atmosphere of this family very much and didn't want the family to get into trouble. Lily and the others really didn't believe that Morningstar would just sit back and do nothing because of the will of the god Uranus. Yeah, that's right, force that disgusting guy to hold a war game and send him back to heaven. Hestia also reacted at this time, nodded repeatedly, and said, I'll handle it when the time comes. Well, can't you intervene? Hestia was stunned. So I am in a state where I can't interfere with this matter casually. Really, Lady Hestia? Lily was still a little worried and confirmed to Hestia. Well, although this can solve the problem. Besides, what Hestia said just now was also recognized by them. It was just a conflict, it really wouldn't develop to this point. Let Belle find a way to improve her strength as much as possible before the war game. At that time, let Belle find a way to defeat the leader of the Apollo family. In this way, the great deeds required for Belle to upgrade should be enough, and Belle can be upgraded to IV.3. Morningstar touched Hestia's soft hair and said aloud, I'll tell you how to solve this matter when the time comes. Believe it or not, the next wave of offensive from the Apollo family will come soon. Morningstar looked at Belle and said with a smile. But I think it's not a bad idea to let Belle temper herself. Belle, there is no intersection between you and the Apollo family, and Hestia and I have a close relationship, but the Apollo family has a conflict with you. According to the reputation and deeds of the Apollo family in the past, that guy is targeting you, so he asked the members of the family to do this. Haha, don't worry, I'll help you when the time comes. Chenxing heard this and said with a chuckle. This is also the reason why Apollo dared to do this, Morningstar explained. In this case, shouldn't we conflict with the Apollo family, right? After hearing Morningstar's explanation, everyone present was a little confused. Lily thought about it and spoke. Well, that's right, but... Lily was stunned, unable to refute. She wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. Well, but without Xiaoguang's help, Belle and the others alone can't defeat the Apollo family, let alone create conditions for Belle to fight the leader of the Apollo family. Hearing this, Hestia frowned slightly. Okay, I believe you. Little Lizzie, didn't Mr. Morningstar just say that even if you don't take the initiative to launch a counterattack, the Apollo family's offensive will continue in waves? Welf said. Hestia said so decisively that everyone didn't know how to respond for a while and could only choose to believe Hestia. Don't worry, I'm sure. Looking at Lily and Chunjai, who were a little panicked, Hestia reached out and patted them on the shoulders, then said with a smile. Without any surprise, the next day, Apollo couldn't wait to hand over the invitation to the gods' assembly to the gods. This guy is really impatient. Please, Lord Morningstar, please deliver the invitation to Lucifer and Hestia. Daphne bent slightly and handed the invitation to the Feast of the Gods to Morningstar with both hands. Daphne said respectfully. Beside her, Cassandra, who was holding a magic wand, did the same. Many low-level adventurers are very respectful when facing first-level adventurers, just like Daphne now. Only familiar people will not. Your Lord Apollo is really good at making trouble. Daphne, are you willing to change a lord? Morningstar reached out to take it, fumbled with the luxurious invitation and chuckled. Hearing this, Daphne was stunned and her heart beat faster. Lord Morningstar, do you want to invite me to convert to your familia? No, I want to invite you to join Hestia's familia. Morningstar smiled and said, then turned around to continue doing his own things. Only Daphne and Cassandra were left standing there in a daze. After a while, Daphne finally laughed bitterly. I thought Lord Morningstar wanted to pull me into the Lucifer familia, but I overestimated my abilities. There are many adventurers without a familia in Arario now, and adventurers with families want to join the Lucifer familia, because the prospects of the Lucifer familia are really promising. Before Morningstar participated in the expedition of the low-key familia, many people wanted to join. A few days ago, Morningstar was promoted twice in a row, and the level of the familia was directly raised to S level by the guild, which made it even more attractive. However, up to now, there is only Morningstar in the Lucifer familia, and everyone has not even seen the main god Lucifer. When Morningstar asked her if she wanted to change a clan, her heart was really quickened, thinking that Morningstar was inviting her to join the Lucifer clan. She was unconsciously happy. Unexpectedly, Morningstar was just recruiting new members for the Hestia clan. Hey, Daphne, the Hestia clan has a good relationship with Lord Morningstar. Do you think that Belle Crane was able to upgrade so quickly because of Lord Morningstar's relationship? Cassandra whispered. This is not impossible. Many adventurers who want to join the Lucifer clan also guessed this, so they flocked to the Lucifer clan. Okay, the invitation has been sent and we will continue to go to other clans. Daphne nodded and said, then turned around and left the library, and Cassandra hurriedly followed. However, before leaving, Cassandra looked back at Morning Star, who was sorting books in front of the bookshelf deep in the library. What is a winged existence? Cassandra murmured in a low voice after looking at Morning Star, then turned around and quickly followed Daphne. In the library, Morning Star, who was sorting books, paused slightly, always feeling that some power had touched him just now, but it disappeared in an instant. Turning around, Morning Star looked at the door of the library and frowned slightly. It doesn't seem to be a bad thing. Ignoring the sudden power just now, Morning Star shook his head and continued to sort. Soon, Morning Star completed the classification of the books and returned to at the counter. He picked up a book and started reading. Speaking of which, it has been a long time since I read here. Before becoming an adventurer, I read books at the counter every day. After becoming an adventurer, I rarely sit here. Most of the time, Hestia is here to take care of it. Speaking of which, today Hestia took Belle and the others to Hephaestus, and it seems that she hopes that Hephaestus will help Belle upgrade all her equipment to prepare for the Apollo family. Time soon came to the evening. Hestia also returned to the library. Hey, Morning Star, how are you going to help then? In the kitchen outer room, Morning Star and Hestia were eating and chatting, and Hestia couldn't help asking Morning Star for his method. I have a magic that can split and change. I will let Lucifer find a way to threaten Apollo and add a condition to the war game that can apply for foreign adventurers outside the city. At that time, I will use the magic of splitting a clone to join the war game. Morning Star explained with a smile. It was just like the war game in the original book, the only difference was that Liu was replaced by himself. Although it was troublesome, Chenxing felt it was worth it to allow Hestia's only family member Belle to obtain enough great deeds to upgrade. Really? That's great. Hearing Chenxing's explanation, Hestia's eyes lit up. With Chenxing watching, what else should she worry about? She could rest assured. Speaking of which, Apollo has taken action and held a feast for the gods and invited you and Lucifer. The time is tomorrow night. Moreover, this feast of the gods also specifically stated that a member of the family must be brought along. You are really impatient. You brought a family member with you. It seems that you have set your sights on my Belle. Wait, tomorrow I will force this guy to hold a war game with me and kill him and let him disgust me. Hearing that Apollo had already launched an offensive, Hestia was immediately very dissatisfied and said viciously, chewing the food in her mouth even harder. Come to think of it, I haven't met Lucifer yet. I can meet him tomorrow night. That guy is really lucky to have you join his clan. Then Hestia seemed to think of something and chewed harder. I guess he won't go. Seeing Hestia's vicious look, Chenxing's mouth twitched and then said, he won't go. Will you not be able to go in this case? Hestia frowned when she heard it. It's okay without the Lord God. Chenxing shrugged indifferently. Without the Lord God, I will go anyway, I have invited you. However, as soon as the voice fell, Chenxing frowned. What's wrong? Seeing Chenxing's look, Hestia asked with concern. Hestia, I have something to do, you eat first. Chenxing stood up and said to Hestia, well, okay, you go. Hestia heard it and nodded without asking any more questions. Well, Chenxing nodded slightly and then left the kitchen quickly. Why did something happen so suddenly in the middle of the night? After Chenxing left, Hestia was slightly puzzled and pondered silently in her heart. On the other hand, Chenxing left the library as soon as he left the kitchen and rushed outside toward the direction outside of Arario. Please give me flowers. Just now, he finally felt the message from Zioen. Put Zioen on Demeter to protect Demeter and search for the trace of Felwace for so many days. Zioen finally got a clue. The maze-like passage is densely packed. Now I also have the power of God. I can check and balance the power of Dionysus and kill him. With this speed, Chenxing accelerated several times and it took only a few minutes to reach the mountain where Zion was. Soft flames as support, hard flames, explosion, flame pressure balance, the terrifying dead flame turned into a huge energy shock wave, instantly hitting the mountain. A lot of adventurers are trapped here. Are they from Demeter's family? The veins of light sent a picture. Chenxing looked carefully and then murmured, I don't know if it is the base of Felwace and Dionysus, but these are not what Morning Star wants to care about now. Xburnerar? Fire Weissy had no intention of fighting but was entangled by Xiao and using various dark magics and could not leave here at all. Chenxing hopes that Dionysus is near Fellways so that he can catch him in one fell swoop. Operation X? The earth-shaking explosion sounded, the whole earth trembled and the rocks rolled down. Zion's current location is in a mountain outside of Arario which seems to be hollowed out. Then Chenxing's hands emitted huge flames. Oh. After getting this information, Chenxing couldn't sit still. It is Fellways's body, definitely the body. Without any hesitation, Chenxing quickly unfolded the veins of light according to his perception of Zion. Even Arario felt the vibration brought by this huge shock wave, and everyone was shocked by this vibration. Samsara I mode, Super Death Chi mode, Death Chi Flame, Chenxing activated all his skills to increase his strength and turned into a stream of light and flew towards Zion's current location. Zion can't take that guy down for the time being, so he dragged that guy. Morning Star turned into a stream of light and flew in. Dionysus is not here. Eliminate both Fellways and Dionysus together. Although this guy's experience is pitiful, this is not a reason for me to let her go. At this time in the Broken Mountain in a huge cave, the whole cave was full of green meat, densely packed, making people feel sick. Faye, Urwasi and Zio were here. But now it's different, bang! If it is the base, then I have a way to wipe it out. An Xburnerar fell and Morning Star directly penetrated the entire mountain and came out of the densely packed passage inside. Before, I didn't do anything to Dionysus because I was afraid of the power of God. Especially after the huge commotion just now, Weissy wanted to leave here as soon as possible. Morning Star didn't have time to find the entrance, so this was the best way. The next second, the Vengola gloves appeared in Chenxing's hands. After putting them on, they quickly changed into the appearance of the Vengola gloves. I was attacked by you once and attacked by you once, and both times were aimed at my life. Damn, what's going on with this little thing? Where did it come from? Why does it have such terrible magic power? While dodging Zio's attack, Fellways searched for information about Zion in her mind, but she didn't find any information about Zion. The Demeter family is just a substitute in Dionysus' plan. But now Ishtar was forced to ascend to heaven and the Ishtar family was disbanded. So Dionysus sent Fellways to find Demeter, ready to use Demeter as a backup route. Unexpectedly, after meeting Demeter, she returned to this place and was entangled by Zion. This guy is so small, but he has the magic firepower of IV.7 and his physique is also very strong. Although he can't threaten her, he can entangle her and can't leave at all. And now, the huge commotion here makes her have an ominous premonition. She feels that if she doesn't leave here, she will never be able to leave. In fact, Fellways's premonition is indeed correct. Less than 3 minutes after the explosion, Chenxing had passed through the maze-like passage and arrived here. It's you! After seeing Chenxing, the pupils under Suyur Kangxi's mask suddenly shrank. At the moment of seeing Chenxing, Fairwacy's heart suddenly sank. Fairwacy knew that Chenxing's sudden appearance here at this time must have a lot to do with Zion, who had been entangled with her, and there was a high probability that they were in the same group. Chenxing's strength was about the same as hers, even stronger than hers, and now there was another Zion. She was doomed today. Chenxing did not respond to Fairwacy's plan. With a flash of his figure, Chenxing disappeared in an instant. Seeing this, Fairwacy quickly became alert. However, it was useless, completely useless. She could not detect Chenxing's speed at all. The next second, Fairwacy felt a huge force coming from her left face. The mask was instantly shattered and the fist burning with fire accurately hit her face. Bang! The terrifying force blasted Fellwacy away and smashed heavily into the mountain. However, this was not over yet. After blasting Fellwacy away with a punch, Chenxing waved his hand and dense balls of light beads formed continuously around Chenxing. Under Chenxing's control, they bombed the location where Fellwacy was. The violent roar echoed in the cave continuously. On the other side, the movement on Chenxing's side was too loud and everyone in Arario noticed it. Many first-level adventurers quickly rushed to the wall where the explosion occurred and came to the wall. That direction, the manor of the Demeter family is near that direction, Finn said with a frown, looking at the burning mountain in the distance. It seems so. The Demeter family must not get into trouble, otherwise it will be troublesome. Finn, please bring a few people with me. Shakti nodded and then said to Finn. "It's a great honor." Finn smiled and nodded, then looked behind him. "Bert, Grace, you come with me. Revelia, you and Ace stay here just in case." Finn issued orders to the family members. He did not let Ace and the others go, only Bert and Grace. 3 level 6s were enough. As for the rest, Finn was worried that this was a trick by the enemy to lure the tiger away from the mountain, so he prepared to let others stay in Arario just in case. "Don't worry, leave it to us." Revelia nodded and took the order. "Yeah." Finn nodded, and then he took Grace and Bert, followed by Shakti and several members of the Ganesha clan, jumped down from the city wall and ran towards the direction of Morning Star. As for the other clans, they all came to see what happened, and it was not their turn to investigate the matter. They just needed to wait here for Finn and others to find out the cause of the matter. The scene returned to the side where Morning Star was. A steady stream of light balls continued to bombard the position where Fellwace was. Dust was everywhere and thick smoke was sealed. The power of Morning Star's current rosary is very terrifying, each of which has a power between LV.5 and IV.6. This kind of powerful attack is nothing to Fellwace. But ants bite elephants to death. So many rosary beads are constantly bombarding, even Fellwace can't completely resist. The whole person is completely in a passive state, being bombarded by the rosary, and the injuries on his body are increasing and aggravating. Fearwace wanted to escape from the bombing range of the rosary, but she simply didn't have the ability to do so. The bombing of the rosary was too dense, and she was completely suppressed by the rosary. Not to mention escaping from this huge bombing range, being able to move her position slightly was already very good. All of this was clearly seen by Chenxing using the veins of light. Watching the increasing severity of Fearwace's injuries, Chenxing's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Since becoming an adventurer, the only time he felt frustrated was because of Fearwace. Now that he can finally take revenge, Chenxing feels happy physically and mentally. The next second, magic circles appeared one after another around Chenxing. Then, rays of light emerged from the magic circle, mixed with the rosary, and continued to bombard. The combination of rosary and magic has become much more powerful, reaching the power of IV.6. Now, Fearwace's pressure has increased greatly, and her injuries have become more serious. However, Fearwace is also quite powerful. The injuries on her body are increasing, but this guy didn't say anything and carried it all the way. If it were someone else, even if they could endure it, they would scream inadvertently when facing the pain caused by the injuries on their bodies. But no, Fearwace didn't make any screams at all. Perhaps the nightmare on the 27th floor 6 years ago had completely vented all the screams of Fellwace's life. However, this is the only sentence he can say. After saying this, Fellwace began to turn into ashes like a monster. That guy was experimenting with monsters. In that nightmare, you, the white-haired ghost, became a monster. Looking at Fellwace, Chenxing's eyes flashed with pity. If what this guy said was true, then what did he do all these years? Morning Star, that guy is in the artificial maze Gnosis, and the entrance to the maze is on Daedalus Street. Kill him for me! It must be said that Fellwace's vitality is really strong. After being beheaded by Chenxing's sword, this guy can still speak. Even the monster's powerful recovery ability was useless. The whole person sat on the ground in tatters without any power to move. If it were someone else, even Oda, it would take a big battle to defeat Fellwace. It is estimated that Fellwace only knew that Dionysus had a deal with the monster for his own plan and didn't know anything else. However, even if that was true, Chenxing would not have any mercy. Whole Dionysus. In just 5 minutes, Fellwace was seriously injured, who made Chenxing's current strength too strong, not comparable to Fellwace at all. Are you telling the truth? Seeing that Chenxing didn't answer her, Fellwace was anxious and asked again. While speaking, a mouthful of blood came out of Fellwace's mouth, but Fellwace ignored it and stared at Chenxing with his eyes. Chenxing has always been curious whether Fearwace knew that the nightmare on the 27th floor 6 years ago was caused by Dionysus in order to experiment with monsters. After all, Dionysus is the culprit. Waving his hand to disperse the dust, Chenxing walked over and came to Fearwace, who looked like a tattered doll. This time, Chenxing came only to kill Fellwace, so he did not deliberately fight with Fellwace to increase his favor. And I am still working for Dionysus, helping him complete his plan. The next moment, the sword of Hestia appeared in Chenxing's hand, and a faint light flashed and Felwace's head flew up directly. Chenxing was not afraid that Fearwacy could suddenly explode and turn defeat into victory, so he asked the doubts in his heart. Speaking of which, I have always been curious. Do you know that the nightmare on the 27th floor was actually done by Dionysus? Standing in front of Fearwacy, Chenxing looked at Fearwacy, who was lowering her head and motionless, and asked softly. No wonder Felicis worked for Dionysus until her death in the original book, because she didn't know about this. After all, this guy almost killed him in the dungeon before. Not to mention that Felwace was severely injured like this without any resistance. Morning Star bent down to pick up the magic stone and said in a calm voice, I knew that guy was there a long time ago, but I just didn't know how to get in. After all, it was an indestructible door made of mountain copper. Without the key, you can't get in at all. As for whether he could improve his grace, it didn't matter. Chenxing just wanted to vent his frustration. The nightmare was caused by Dionysus. Until his body was completely reduced to ashes, a colorful magic stone fell from it. Only Chenxing had the ability to do this. If she knew, then why didn't Fearwacy work for Dionysus? When hearing what Chenxing said, Felicis, who was lowering her head, suddenly had her pupils startled and slowly raised her head. It was Lord Dionysus who caused the annihilation of his companions, and he also became a monster. Seeing Felicis like this, Chenxing knew that Felicis must not know about this. Thinking of this possibility, Felwace trembled in her heart and spit out blood again. What did you say? Felicis' eyes were full of disbelief. Chenxing just wanted to kill Fearwacy in the simplest and fastest way. You heard it just now, right? After picking up the magic stone, Morning Star turned around and looked at Finn and others who had just arrived here, smiling, and said, I heard it. I didn't expect it to be Dionysus. Finn smiled and nodded, and his eyes scanned the surroundings. Could it be this god? Shakti frowned. The Loki family has recently been investigating the new monsters that were transported to the ground. Recently, it was found that Ishtar had colluded with the Dark Faction, and the man-eating plant was brought into Arario by Ishtar in collusion with the Dark Faction. She also guessed that it was definitely not just Ishtar who colluded with the Dark Faction. But she didn't expect it to be Dionysus. This god is famous for his gentle temperament in Arario. However, now the evidence is conclusive. Even if she doesn't want to doubt it, it is already an established fact. After all, Felwace and Dionysus are almost inseparable, and many people know this. Moreover, Felwace was able to survive the fierce bombing just now, which means that she has hidden her strength very deeply, even much stronger than them. At least Shakti doesn't think that she can survive the fierce bombing just now. And this guy is only IV.3 on the surface, but he has such a powerful power in secret, and it is so hidden. This alone is very suspicious. I have been looking for the entrance to the artificial maze before, and now I can confirm it. Shakti, I will let the Loki family surround the entire Daedalus Street, and I will need your assistance at that time. Finn looked at Shakti and asked Shakti. The large-scale actions of the Loki family in the city will cause panic to the residents. But if the Ganesha family, the guardian of urban order, cooperate, then the residents will not be too panicked. I understand. I will send the military police to assist you at that time. Shakti nodded and agreed. Then the eyes of both sides fell on Morning Star. Tusk, is this guy a weirdo? Bert curled his lips as he looked at the place where Felwace had just disappeared. He had met Dionysus with Loki after investigating the sewers together before, and had met this guy. At that time, there was the smell of Felwace in the sewers, and Dionysus explained that they were also investigating new monsters. I didn't expect that it would be the thief crying, "Catch the thief." Morning Star, is this guy the one who appeared on the 59th floor last time? Grace looked at Morning Star and asked Morning Star, It's this guy. He ran away last time. This time I cooperated with the god Demeter and found his trace, so I rushed here as soon as possible. So I didn't let her run away again. Morning Star nodded slightly. God Demeter? Everyone was stunned when they heard Morning Star mention Demeter. Because the Demeter family can freely enter and leave Arario, they were targeted by Dionysus. Many family members were abducted and their lives were in danger. God Demeter had no choice but to be assisted by Dionysus. And my Lucifer had a conflict with Dionysus, and I was very powerful, so he came to me for help. I secretly let Zio and possess Demeter's body, and when Demeter came into contact with this guy, he followed this guy here. The members of Demeter's family are somewhere in this mountain. You just happened to come here, so come and help send people back to Demeter Manor, Morningstar smiled and explained. Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Indeed, in this matter the Demeter family is indeed the easiest to use by you. With a huge family force, they can enter and exit Arario at will without applying for documents, and the family strength is not strong, so they can be manipulated at will. What a mistake! I should have investigated this aspect earlier. Finn sighed slightly, knocked his head, and was a little annoyed. He should have investigated this aspect earlier, and he would have found some clues earlier. The group did not hesitate, and under the leadership of Birdstar, they rushed to the place where the Demeter family was imprisoned. Since they were imprisoned, the treatment was naturally not much. Most of the members of the Demeter family were already unconscious, trapped by many green meat, and only a few members could still struggle. After seeing the arrival of Morningstar and others, these people shouted excitedly. However, perhaps because of their bodies, because they were too weak, their voices were very small and hoarse, as if their vocal cords were damaged and they couldn't hear a complete sentence at all. Seeing this scene, Finn and others felt very heavy in their hearts, and then they acted quickly. Morningstar, how many people are there here? Looking at the members of the Demeter family trapped in the green meat, Finn asked Morningstar while rescuing them. If there are many people, then he needs to send people to Arario to get help. If there are few people, then they should be enough. There are more than 60, Morningstar replied after using the light vein to take a look. There are too many people. With our manpower, we can't bring all these people back to the Demeter family's manor at once. Finn frowned when he heard this. Indeed, and these people are in a bad condition and need to be treated as soon as possible, Shakti followed. Don't worry, just dig these people out and leave the rest to me, Morningstar said with a smile. Hearing this, Finn remembered that Morningstar had healing magic, and it seemed that there were other auxiliary magic. Is it really possible? Finn knew about Morningstar's situation, but Shakti didn't. Hearing what Morningstar said, she spoke with some doubt. She didn't want these people to get into trouble because of the delay. Don't worry, Morningstar has very powerful healing magic and won't let these people get into trouble. Let's dig these people out as soon as possible and leave the rest to Morningstar. Before Morningstar answered, Finn endorsed Morningstar. Hearing this, Shakti put down his worries, didn't say anything, and continued his actions. Finn's words were still very important, and Shakti was willing to believe Finn. Soon, all the members of Demeter's family were dug out. All the members of Demeter's family were placed on the ground by the crowd, lying in rows, each with a weak breath and pale face, but not much injury. It seems that they were trapped for too long and could not get timely replenishment. Morningstar did not hesitate and directly used the Gate of Heaven. The holy light covered the entire cave and fell on the bodies of the members of Demeter's family. The breath of the members of Demeter's family recovered visibly, and their faces became ruddy, and they escaped from the dangerous situation one by one. Everyone was relieved when they saw this scene. However, although the members of Demeter's family recovered, they were all in a coma. They were in a bad mental state and needed a good rest at this time. What should we do next? Should we go to call people or run back and forth twice? Shakti looked at the members of Demeter's family lying on the ground, then looked at Morningstar and Finn and said. Morningstar did not speak. A magic circle reappeared behind him. Giant hands of light stretched out from behind Morningstar and grabbed the ground clan on the ground. Before everyone could react, the people of Demeter clan were caught in the palms of these giant hands and floated in the air. What a convenient magic! Looking at this scene, Shakti blinked and said, she really didn't expect that there was such magic. Right, I don't think it's strange no matter what happens to Morningstar. Finn looked at Shakti and said with a smile. He didn't think it was strange, because when they went on an expedition together, Morningstar had a lot of skills and magic moves which made him mentally prepared for Morningstar's situation. Not only Shakti but also several other first-level adventurers of the Nisa clan who came here. That is, Bert and Grace were like Finn and they were not surprised. Let's go to the manor of Demeter's family. After grabbing many members of Demeter's family with the giant hand of light, Morning Star spoke to Finn and others and then took the lead. Finn and others saw this and hurried to follow. The group moved very fast and soon left the mountain and came to the manor where Demeter's family was. Demeter had already been waiting at the gate of the manor with the remaining members of Demeter's family. After Morning Star and others arrived, other members of Demeter's family took action and took the unconscious companions from Morning Star and settled them. Thank you very much, Morning Star. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Demeter held Morning Star's hands tightly with both hands, extremely excited, and kept thanking him. He said more than a dozen words before stopping under the comfort of Morning Star. Shakti, Finn, thank you too. After thanking them, Demeter turned to look at Shakti, Finn, and others, and his tone softened a little and he thanked everyone. Although he knew that Finn and others should not have played any role, they also came with Morning Star and should have helped, so Demeter was very grateful to Finn and others. You're welcome, we just helped a little bit, it's not worth mentioning. Finn smiled and replied. When we came here, the people of the Dark Faction had been eliminated by Morning Star, and the family of God Demeter was also found by Morning Star. Thank Morning Star if you want to thank someone. Shakti also waved his hands and said. Demeter didn't say much and nodded slightly. Then Demeter wanted to invite everyone to go into the manor to rest for a while so that he could express his gratitude. But Finn declined. Lord Demeter should be eager to check on the injured family members now, so we won't disturb Lord Demeter. And Aurario is still waiting for us to bring back the intelligence information here. We will go back first. I am very sorry, I will definitely treat you next time. Finn and the others left, but Morning Star did not leave but followed Demeter into the manor. The two came to the large room where the unconscious members of Demeter's family were placed. Morning Star, how are they? Are they okay? Looking at the unconscious family members, Demeter looked at Morning Star and asked worriedly. No problem, I have cured them with healing magic. They are in a coma now just because they have been imprisoned for too long and their bodies are too deficient. Next, they just need to eat well and they will be fine. Morning Star smiled and replied. Hearing Morning Star's answer, Demeter was a little relieved. Then, she sent a family member to Aurario to find a healer. Demeter didn't know how to feed these injured members, so it was better to leave this matter to professionals. Then, Demeter invited Morning Star to the reception room. In the reception room, Demeter and Morning Star sat opposite each other in front of the coffee table. Demeter made a cup of black tea for Chenxing and handed it to the coffee table in front of Chenxing. Thank you so much this time, Chenxing. Without your help, I really don't know what to do. Looking at Chenxing, Demeter was endlessly grateful and his face was extremely gentle. You're welcome. I also used you to get rid of my biggest worry. To some extent, I really used you. Chenxing smiled and shook his head, saying softly, This is different. I have nowhere to go, so I asked you for help. You are the benefactor of the Demeter family. Demeter shook his head repeatedly and said firmly. She also knew that Chenxing was using her this time, but she could also see the situation of the Demeter family clearly. Even if Chenxing didn't use her, she would have the ability to deal with the adventurer who threatened her. But if she didn't have Chenxing's help, the Demeter family would only fall into the abyss step by step, and there would be no possibility of turning back. She could still distinguish this nature. Morning Star, if you need any reward, just ask. I will find a way to get it no matter what it is. Then Demeter said to Morning Star with a serious face. Hearing this, Morning Star fell into deep thought. What he said just now was of course a polite remark. This time Demeter came to ask him to do something and it was normal for him to get rewarded. However, after thinking about it, Morning Star seemed to have nothing else except magic stones and wallies. Thinking of this, Morning Star looked up at Demeter. Demeter, do you have ready-made magic stones here? Morning Star asked. Magic stones. My family is an agricultural family. Few members will go to the dungeon to adventure, so there are almost no magic stones. However, if you want magic stones, I can find a way to raise them. Demeter was a little surprised when he heard this, and then he spoke. Then please, Morning Star nodded slightly and said, Well, okay, I will find a way to collect them next. How many magic stones do you need, Morning Star? Demeter agreed, and then asked the number of magic stones that Morning Star needed. 500 million, Morningstar blurted out without thinking. The fee he paid helped Demeter solve the crisis of extinction. This reward was only low, not high, but Morningstar felt that 500 million was enough. If there were more, Demeter would probably have trouble collecting them. Although Erario is the production place of magic stones, the number of magic stones brought back by adventurers every day is not too many. After all, adventurers above the 7th floor of Erario are IV.1, and the rest are high-level adventurers. And many of the magic stones exchanged by adventurers were exported and exchanged for a large amount of war supplies. In addition, Erario itself consumes a lot of magic stones every day, so the number of magic stones that can be traded at any time in Erario is not too many. This is also the reason why Morningstar feels that it will take several days to collect 100 million Wally's magic stones. Okay, give me 5 days and you come to get it in 5 days. Morning. Demeter smiled and nodded, saying gently, okay. After making an appointment with Demeter, Morningstar chatted with Demeter for a few more words, then stood up and said goodbye, left Demeter Manor and returned to Erario. When he returned to the library, Hestia was still awake. Hestia had been staying in the library and the loud noise outside did not make her leave the library. However, after Morningstar came back, Hestia asked Morningstar directly. After the huge explosion, although Hestia did not leave the library to investigate the situation, she suspected Morningstar. After all, Morningstar suddenly ran away and not long after the earth-shaking explosion came. It was hard for Hestia not to suspect Morningstar. Morningstar did not hide it and told Hestia everything. After listening, Hestia was a little dazed. No wonder Demeter looked so bad before. Compared to Demeter, I am really lucky to have met you, Morningstar. After the trance, Hestia threw herself into Morningstar's arms, her head burrowing in his arms, mumbling. Hestia really felt that she was very lucky to have met Morningstar. Morningstar not only cared about her safety but also sent a powerful being like Xia Aguang to her side. He also cared about Belle, his family member, and tried every means to make Belle stronger. Who can meet such a good man? Morningstar did not answer but just reached out and gently stroked Hestia's hair. The next morning, the guild announced the matter of Dionysus and all the adventurers in Erario were shocked. I didn't expect that there were still dark factions active now and they had been hiding for so many years. The whole Erario was completely lively, and the Loki family and the Ganesha family also began to conduct a carpet search of Daedalus Street, just as Finn and Shakti said last night. However, no matter how lively Erario was, the Feast of the Gods was still held as usual. In the luxurious mansion under the name of the guild, a number of luxurious carriages arrived in front of the spacious and luxurious gate. Morningstar, Hestia, Belle, Myth and Naza came here in 10 luxurious carriages. Morningstar led the way and then used the gentlemanly etiquette he learned from the book to welcome Hestia down. Myth on the side also welcomed Naza and Belle down the carriage. Let's go! Looking at the gate in front of her, Hestia lifted her luxurious and gorgeous dress, said in a heroic and proud manner, and then strode out and walked towards the gate aggressively. This time she came to trouble Apollo, so it was impossible to be low-key. Ahaha, is the Lord God too arrogant? Behind her, Belle looked at Hestia's appearance and felt a little embarrassed. Since you know that Apollo may cause trouble for you, Hestia naturally doesn't need to give a good face, Myth said with a smile. Hestia has already told me that Apollo may have some intentions towards Hestia. After knowing this, Myth felt that Hestia's current appearance was normal at this time. After all, others are going to cause trouble for you. If you don't fight back, you are a turtle. Morningstar nodded in agreement and then he patted Belle on the shoulder. Belle, show the same spirit you used to kill the Minotaur Goliath. Morningstar and others did not care. By the way, I took a piece of cake and a glass of red wine and stood aside to chat. Hestia looked at Ming with a puzzled look on her face. Good evening, Hestia, Jian Yule, who came side by side with Hephaestus, greeted with a smile. Are you here so early? Hephaestus, who came with Tsubaki, waved and greeted. Well, I have been attacked by that guy twice, so I naturally want revenge. Chenxing smiled and replied, You really did a great thing quietly, Chenxing. Hephaestus looked at Chenxing and said. Both parties nodded and then Hephaestus's eyes fell on Chenxing, and Chenxing knew what Jian Yule was talking about. Good evening, Hephaestus, giant Eule, Mich shouted with a smile. At this time, many gods and adventurers had come to the banquet hall. However, the gods did not say anything, nor did they come over and continued to chat with the gods and adventurers around them. The four of them walked together, came to the second floor, and entered the banquet hall. Belle was stunned for a moment and then wanted to do as Morningstar said, raising her spirit a little, preparing to catch up with Morningstar and Hestia. However, as soon as she looked up, she saw the huge, luxurious gate in front of her and then looked at the gorgeously dressed adventurers and gods passing by. For some reason, the spirit she had just raised disappeared in an instant, and she died down. But I won't give Chunji back to you, Hestia suddenly realized, but then she became alert. Hey, long time no see, Chenxing, can I enjoy it tonight? I have received a notice from the guild. Haha, it's really not easy to tease. Hestia also smiled wickedly at the right time. The arrival of Chenxing and others made the gods present brighten their eyes, and their eyes shifted to Chenxing one by one. Oh, by the way, Hestia, Chenxing, my family wants to thank you, Giant Eule said, and then remembered something and continued. Hestia now is not as poor as in the original book, and her appetite has been spoiled by Morning Star, so she ignored the food at the banquet and did not lose her image like in the original book. Ming only reacted at this time and her cheeks flushed slightly. The three quickened their pace and soon caught up with Chenxing and Tia, and at this moment, a gentle voice came over. Oh, so that's the case. After seeing that Chenxing was alone and Chenxing's thought body Lucifer did not come, they were all a little surprised. After saying that, Morningstar took a step and chased after Hestia. Haruheim has been our playmate since childhood. Thank you very much for the care of Hestia and Chenxing for taking care of Haruheim. Ming, wearing a shoulder-bearing kimono, stood up and bowed to Chenxing and Hestia with gratitude and then said, Ah, no, I don't mean to snatch Chunji away. Ming was flustered when she heard it and waved her hands repeatedly. If it were the original book, Hestia would have been eating and drinking at the long table in the hall. Hestia, don't tease her, Ming's personality is not easy to tease, Giant Eule said with a smile. It is very beneficial for us to find out the dark faction hidden among us, Giant Eule also said. It was Hephaestus, Giant Eule and Ming. Hey Hephaestus, Giant, you are here too, Hestia waved excitedly. Forget it, I'd better keep a low profile. Haha, let's go Belle. Ming and Naza on the side smiled slightly when they saw Belle's look, then patted Belle on the shoulder and asked Belle to go with them. However, gods soon surrounded them. When everyone heard this voice, they looked over and saw that Freya had appeared beside them at some point. At this moment, she was holding Morning Star's chin with one hand and looking at Morning Star with a charming look on her face. Morning Star looked at Freya helplessly. Seeing this scene, Hestia's heart skipped a beat. My house has been robbed. The next second, Hestia flashed directly to Morning Star's side and slapped Freya's hand away. Snap! Morning Star belongs to me, Freya, get out of the way. Hestia stood in front of Morning Star with her arms open, staring at Freya with a protective look on her face and loudly declared her sovereignty. Ah, I really envy you, Hestia. It would be great if I met Morning Star first. Even though her hand was slapped away, Freya was not angry. She put one hand on her waist and touched her left face with the other hand, looking at Hestia with a charming smile. Tusk, even if you met Morning Star first, Morning Star would not be interested in you. Hestia curled her lips and said contemptuously, That's not necessarily true. Freya was still not angry and her smile was still gentle. Ahaha, Freya, you haven't given up yet. At this time, Hephaestus on the side spoke up with a helpless tone. The situation of Ishtar should have told Freya that the ability of charm is useless to Morning Star, and Morning Star has now grown up completely and can even fight against opponents of level 7. It is useless for Freya to want to take down Morning Star by force. In this situation, Freya still did not give up Morning Star, which she couldn't understand. I have decided that Morning Star is my odd. It is said that these two words mean husband in the Nordic countries, and I will not give up. Even if it takes 1,000 or 10,000 years to pursue, I will pursue Morning Star, Freya replied with a smile. After saying this, Hestia's expression became more alert, and Hephaestus sighed slightly. It's up to you as long as you don't mess around like that guy Ishtar. If you mess around, be careful of yourself, Morning Star will not show mercy. Send the gods to heaven if you say so. Don't worry, I won't mess around. Hephaestus and others talked to Freya, but Morningstar was looking at Oda. "You have become stronger again." Looking at Morningstar, Oda said in a steady tone. The last time he met in the dungeon, he fought with Morningstar. That time he was able to suppress Morningstar and did not feel too much threat from Morningstar. But this time he really felt a sense of crisis from Chenxing, and it was very strong. "Want to fight?" Chenxing smiled and said, "It's an honor." Hearing Chenxing's words, Oda was slightly stunned and then said seriously, "Since he was promoted to IV.7, he has no opponent who can fight alone. In the past few years, he has been slowly honing his ability. If he fights with Xing, who makes him feel a sense of crisis, it will surely be of great help to him." Moreover, he had to admit that he found that Chenxing's fighting skills were very strong in the previous fight in the dungeon, so strong that he found it incredible. Fighting with Morningstar, both ability and combat skills will surely be greatly improved. Are you going to fight?" At this time, Freya seemed to notice the conversation between the two, turned around and looked at the two in surprise. The others also noticed this. "A fight will benefit both him and me." Morningstar nodded and said, "Are you two fighting? One is the strongest in the city, and the other is also of the same level of combat power." "That's really exciting," Hephaestus said with a flash of expectation in her eyes. The others were the same, all looking forward to it. At this time, several figures came over. It was Loki and Hermes, each with eyes, and Yasvi. "Hey, little one, see you again." As soon as Loki came over, he ignored everyone and waved to Hestia and shouted, "See you again, Morningstar, Belle." Hermes also ignored the other gods and looked directly at Morningstar and Belle. Obviously, Morningstar and Belle attracted him more than other gods. Hephaestus and others looked at Loki and Hermes, who ignored them, and they rolled their eyes, were helpless, or smiled. As expected, Hestia started arguing with Loki as soon as Loki came. The two people's compatibility is really bad. Hephaestus and others watched the show on the side, and the gods around were also attracted to come over. The gods surrounded Hestia and Loki to watch the show. Morningstar and others were squeezed out. But Hermes did not go to watch the show but stood beside Morningstar and others. "Haha, they are still like this," Hermes said with a smile. "Yeah. But why did you come with Loki?" Morningstar nodded and asked curiously. "We are investigating the entrance to the man-made maze hidden in Daedalus Street. My family also helped. We met on the way here and chatted with each other," Hermes explained with a smile. "I see," Morningstar nodded in understanding. "Come on, Morningstar, you should come to investigate as well. I heard from Loki that your detection magic is very powerful. It will definitely be a lot easier if you join us." Hermes invited Morningstar. "The key is the key. I found the entrance to the man-made maze on the 18th floor, but the door of that entrance is forged from mountain copper and a special magic key is needed to enter. Come on, I should have told the guild to investigate what Ishtar left behind." "Why didn't they find the key to the man-made maze?" Morningstar shook his head and said, I heard that the members of the guild and the members of the Ganesha clan have been looking for it in the base camp of the Ishtar clan for several days, but they haven't found it. Everyone guessed that Ishtar must have taken it with her. That guy was taken away when you sent him back to heaven." Hermes touched his forehead and said helplessly. "No way, that guy was dressed so revealingly and there was no place to hide anything on his body." Hearing Hermes' words, Chenxing was stunned. With Ishtar's clothes, is there any place to hide anything? Speaking of which, when killing Firwasi, no artificial maze key was found. Could it be that this thing has its own hiding ability? Morningstar, don't underestimate women. Women have many secrets. Hearing what Morningstar said, Hermes' expression became wretched and he came to Morningstar and said with a smile, "Morningstar, no, do you want to listen to what you are saying?" After complaining slightly in his heart, Morningstar shook his head. "In that case, you go investigate the Iklos family," Morningstar said to Hermes. Hearing this, Hermes narrowed his eyes immediately with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. It seems that he didn't expect Morningstar to mention this family. However, since Morningstar mentioned it, he would naturally investigate it. He believed Morningstar so easily because Morningstar was very mysterious in Hermes' eyes, making Hermes unable to see through it. For the words of the existence that cannot be seen through, Hermes always believes a little. As for whether or not you will be deceived, that is secondary. As long as there is a possibility that it is true, there is no problem. I will ask Yasfi and the others to investigate tomorrow. Yes. Before the conversation between the two ended, a figure came in front of Chenxing and stretched out his hand slightly to Chenxing. Looking at the CGFE figure that appeared in front of him and Chenxing, Hermes was stunned. Not only Hermes but also Naza and others who were near Chenxing were very surprised. Because the person who appeared in front of Chenxing was none other than AC. At this time, everyone except Belle recognized the action that AC made. It was the etiquette of inviting people to dance. Chenxing, can you come back and dance with us? Your charm is really strong. You were actually invited to dance by Jianji. Hermes said frivolously and teasingly and then left here very self-awarely, giving the venue to Chenxing and AC. Morning Star was also a little surprised, but looking at AIC, who had expectations in her eyes, Morning Star stretched out his hand and put it on AIC. It was a little strange that a man like him was invited to dance by a woman, and it was in this situation. But Morning Star didn't care too much, and danced with AIC according to the dance he had learned from reading books over the years. As AIC and Morning Star started dancing, the atmosphere of the banquet changed completely. Other gods invited their dance partners and started dancing. It turned directly into a dance party. And Hestia and Loki, who were arguing, and the gods who were watching the quarrel also noticed this. Damn it, Morning Star's first dance was not with me. It's all your fault, flat-chested Loki. Hestia bit her handkerchief and looked at the two dancing on the dance floor. Her teeth were almost broken and she glared at Loki fiercely. Freya, who was watching this scene, also twitched her eyes slightly and then followed Hestia to glare at Loki. Hee, look at my beautiful AC, she has seduced the heart of this boy Morningstar, and then this boy will be my familiar. If AC danced with other people, Loki would definitely jump up and down, but if she danced with Morningstar, she would welcome it with both hands. She now hoped that the girls in her own familiar would get closer to Morningstar and seduce him. Everyone was speechless when they heard Loki's words. Everyone, thank you for coming today. It's no wonder, after all, Chenxing is very good, and Chenxing is now ranked first in the list of best partners in Arario. Jian Yule interrupted. If you don't go over there, it won't be your turn for the second dance. Hephaestus glanced at Hestia, who was still gritting her teeth, and urged her with a look of regret. It can be said that all the women present invited Chenxing one by one. Then I'll go too. Seeing this, Hephaestus followed. Without any surprise, after Chenxing and Eyes finished dancing, Hestia took over the next second. Chenxing did not refuse and accepted the invitations of the women again and danced with them. Apollo, wearing a white suit, a red scarf and a wreath on his head, was standing on the stage in the middle of the banquet hall. It's really tiring. After dealing with everyone, Chenxing moved his shoulders and sighed slightly. Everyone's eyes were unconsciously attracted to it. Then I'll go over there too. Freya walked gracefully from the side and walked towards Hestia. Thank you very much for the compliment. Chenxing smiled and replied. That won't do. The second dance of Morning Star is mine. After being reminded by Hephaestus, Hestia noticed that Naza and others on the other side were looking at Morning Star, and they all looked like they were interested. She was shocked and forgot how popular her Morning Star was. She quickly ran over and blocked everyone. Seeing this scene, the gods secretly said that they were indeed more excited. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from not far away, and the voice was very loud, spreading throughout the banquet hall. Today at this conference I can meet a brand new encounter. Apollo said this opening speech, and his eyes looked around the venue and finally fell on Chenxing and others. Seeing Apollo's actions, the gods' eyes suddenly lit up, and they had a premonition that they could watch a show, and everyone's eyes fell on Chenxing and others. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and go over there. Don't you see the kids on the other side are staring at you? This time I changed the format of the banquet and asked everyone to dress up their beloved children and bring them here to attend the banquet with us. This is also a different kind of fun. I believe everyone likes it very much. A list that a woman has risked her life to investigate many women and sent out. I feel very happy to see many of my kind and my beloved children, and I even have a premonition. Followed by Freya, Hephaestus, and then Naza and others. Giant Yule and Mich looked at each other and saw the amusement in each other's eyes, but they didn't follow them because they also saw that the two children they brought seemed to be looking forward to dancing with Chenxing, so there was no need for them to disturb them. As expected, after Apollo finished his opening speech, he secretly asked his men to act according to his plan. The lights of the entire banquet disappeared, leaving only a ray of light falling on Hestia and Belle. "Haha, you are really popular with Oh Zhang," Kay said with a smile on the side. "Best partner list, what is that? With your current popularity in Arario, it would be strange if a girl didn't want to dance with you." Hermes also smiled and said, "I've been eating really well lately." Some time ago, Freya and Loki fought over the existence of the demon-level Morning Star, and the adventurers of the two families fought each other. Less than a month later, a similar thing happened again. All the gods present knew the nature of Apollo. With Apollo's personality, he had a crush on Hestia's family. It was because of this that the gods were so excited. You know, Hestia's family has a very close relationship with Lucifer's family, and the relationship between the main god Hestia and Morning Star is very ambiguous. It can be said to be a couple relationship. The gods found this out when they investigated Morning Star's situation. It was because of this relationship that the gods were so interested in this conflict. Morning Star's temper is not good, and it's like a dead end to provoke him. A few days ago, in order to take Morning Star for herself, that idiot Ishtar used divine power charm but ended up getting herself involved, and was sent back to heaven by Morning Star and Loki. Although they had protested jointly, asking Uranus to convey the divine will and not allow Morning Star to mess around again, otherwise they would not sit idly by. But this warning does not mean it is completely useful. Morning Star's personality is that if you don't provoke me, everything will go smoothly, but if you provoke me, then your head will be twisted off. A god will return it if he says so. What a ruthless person. And now, Apollo can be said to be committing a crime against the wind. Who knows if Morning Star will send Apollo away in a fit of anger. Several gods at the scene have a good relationship with Morning Star, not to mention Hestia, and Hephaestus is Hestia's good friend. Migian will definitely help at any time. And Loki and Freya will not watch Morning Star get into trouble. The gods were all curious about what would happen next. Apollo attacked Hestia's family. Would Morning Star take action directly? "Apollo, you want my Belle, right? Then stop wasting time. Hold a war game?" Before Apollo spoke, Hestia spoke first, with one hand on her waist and one finger pointing at Apollo. As soon as these words came out, the gods, adventurers, and Apollo were all stunned. The people present obviously didn't expect Hestia to react like this. After a brief moment of shock, the gods came back to their senses and the excitement in their eyes became more obvious. War game, this is the best pastime. I didn't expect Hestia to take the initiative to bring up this matter and even propose to hold a war game. Hestia, you are so confident to propose a war game to me. Is it because of Morning Star? Then you're totally wrong. Morning Star can't just attack other families now. Besides, Lucifer would not convert his only family to you, would he? Chenxing, where is Lucifer? Why are you the only one here and that guy didn't come? Apollo mocked Hestia after he realized what was happening, then turned to Chenxing and asked. The gods' eyes instantly fell on Chenxing. They also wanted to know why Chenxing came, but Lucifer didn't. He said that when he was with you, the air was dirty, so he didn't want to come. And I came here to see Hestia. Chenxing smiled and answered with a smile at everyone's curiosity. As soon as these words came out, Apollo's cheeks twitched and his expression became slightly ferocious. "You're really good at talking," Apollo said viciously, and then a smug smile appeared on his face again. "I wanted to warn that guy, but it doesn't matter, you can convey it on my behalf. You, the Lucifer family, are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the Apollo family and the Hestia family. Once you interfere, I will regard it as a war. Uranus should have informed you." "What do I mean by a war?" Apollo said, and the smile on his face became more proud and even gradually became arrogant. "Why do you think I will take the initiative?" Looking at the arrogant Apollo in front of him, Morning Star asked with a smile. What do you mean?" Apollo's smile stopped abruptly, his brows frowned, and he looked at Morning Star fiercely. "Uranus just informed me that I can't take action against gods anymore, but Uranus didn't stop the fight between gods." The smile on Morning Star's face gradually became brighter. As soon as these words came out, the faces of the gods present changed slightly, and Apollo was the same. At this moment, the gods seemed to have thought of something. Some time ago, during the gods' assembly, Lucifer, the main god of Morning Star, showed very strong strength. Even without using divine power, Lucifer, the hairy god of Morning Star, also has very strong combat power. Adventurers cannot attack gods, but gods can. Moreover, Lucifer's character is still the same as Morning Star, vindictive. He had a conflict with Dionysus before and beat Dionysus into a pig head at the gods' assembly. Thinking of this, the gods were a little scared in their hearts, and Apollo's arrogant smile could no longer climb on his face, replaced by a slightly embarrassed expression. In short, you are not allowed to interfere in the conflict between Hestia and me, Apollo said viciously with an embarrassed look. If you want me not to interfere, then I have a condition. Looking at Apollo's appearance, Morning Star nodded with satisfaction and then said. Hearing this, Apollo frowned fiercely. What are the conditions? Apollo asked. Hestia's family only has Belle and Haruki. If they really hold a war game, the situation can be imagined. So I hope that Hestia's family can apply for external aid. Of course, not me. Morning Star smiled and said his plan. No, even if you can't intervene, you can completely entrust people from other families to be external aid. You have such a good relationship with Loki's family. If you invite them casually, Loki's family may agree. Is it necessary to do this? Hearing what Morning Star said, Apollo almost jumped up and down and refused without thinking. Although Morning Star can't intervene with Morning Star's energy, he can find a first-level adventurer to help, such as Loki, who has always wanted to dig into Morning Star's corner. That guy will definitely not mind helping. Please give me flowers. 0.014411126 Fulu 132,311,151. If this is really the case, then what else is there for him to fight for? Just one first-level adventurer is enough to wipe out his Apollo family. Don't worry, it's not the adventurers in Arario, I mean the foreign aid outside of Arario. Chenxing also knew this, so he proposed a condition that Apollo would never refuse. In the original book, Apollo did not agree that the Hestia family could apply for foreign aid. It was Freya who put pressure on him, and then Hermes proposed to ask adventurers outside of Arario to be foreign aid, and Apollo agreed. As we all know, powerful adventurers gather in Arario because Arario has the dungeon, a holy place for leveling up, which can provide adventurers with resources to become stronger. Outside of Arario, because there are no powerful monsters, many members of the gods' family have no chance to be trained, so the adventurer level is very low. Most of them are hovering in IV.1, and IV.2 is already a strong person in the outside world. The number of IV.3 is even fewer. As for Terskura, not many people know about this country, at least Apollo is not clear about the information of this country. IQ. So, after hearing Morning Star's conditions, Apollo still frowned and fell into deep thought. The crowd did not disturb Apollo and each of them looked expectant. Okay, I can allow Hestia's family to apply for external aid, but only one can be applied for and it must be an adventurer outside the city. This is the only condition, no other additions are allowed, Apollo said solemnly. After that, Apollo's eyes shifted to Hestia again. No problem, that's ya. Just do as Morning Star said. Hestia's mouth corners slightly raised, a meaningful smile appeared on her face and she announced loudly. Let's go to the guild now, it's still early, go directly to apply for the war game. Yes. Without further delay, let's set off now. A temporary meeting of the gods is going to be held. Go and call all the other guys who haven't come yet. I'm excited, the long-awaited feast is finally here again. As Hestia finished speaking, the entire banquet hall suddenly became lively. The cheers of the gods spread out from the banquet hall. The cheers here could be heard in almost the entire wealthy area, attracting many eyes. As you can see, the details of the competition will be decided at the assembly of the gods. As for now, we can go directly to the guild to apply for the war game. Any objections? Ignoring the cheers of the gods, Apollo raised his chin, looked down at them and spoke in a proud tone. Not at all. I hope you won't regret it when the gods meet. Hestia crossed her arms and said confidently, Looking at Hestia like this, although Apollo was confident in himself, he felt a little uneasy in his heart. Then his eyes touched the smiling expression of Chenxing. He couldn't help but squeak in his heart. However, the next second, Apollo was pushed by a male god to the direction of the stairs. Hestia, on the other side, was also pushed by a goddess. Go to the guild to apply for the war game now, people? The application for the war game is simple. The will of the gods cannot be refuted. Under the witness of the guild president Royman, the war game between the two major families of Hestia and Apollo was established. As for the form and content of the war game, it will be decided by the temporary meeting of the gods. The temporary meeting will be held tomorrow. Chenxing and others returned to the library. At this time, in addition to Chenxing and Hestia, Belle, Lily and Haruheim, Hephaestus, Tsubaki, Mich, Naza, Takemikaze, Ming, Hermes, Yasfi, Loki and Eyes were all here in the library. Hey Morningstar, little one, what are you thinking? You actually proposed to hold a war game with Apollo, and the conditions are like this. Little one, your family only has this guy and that fox. And the foreign aid is also from outside the city. Can you beat them? Except for those Amazons like Terskura. The adventurers outside the city are all crooked. Loki crossed his arms and looked at Hestia and Morningstar with a puzzled look on his face. Indeed, Loki is right. The conditions of your family are not very good. You can't win the war game with Apollo's family. Hermes nodded in agreement and looked at Hestia in confusion. If it was before, he could barely help. After all, Liu was still in Aurario before, and Liu's main, 327, god Astria was still in the Sword City, which could be regarded as an adventurer outside the city. And no one knew Liu's identity. Now that Liu is not in Aurario, he really can't find a strong adventurer who can help Hestia and Belle. The waiters in the Rich Hostess Tavern are now all registered under the name of the city god's family. This matter cannot be said, but don't worry, I won't joke with my son. It will be absolutely fine at that time. The family of Apollo is not to be feared at all. Besides, I also have a trump card, Hestia said with a smile and did not tell anyone about the Morning Star. Seeing this, everyone frowned slightly and did not ask too much. If you don't say it, there is nothing you can do. Tomorrow, I will try my best to fight for a game form that is beneficial to you. Hestia looked like she didn't want to say it at all, and everyone didn't ask any more questions, so they left after leaving a word. Lord God, is this really okay? After everyone left, Belle asked Hestia with some concern. Belle didn't know what Hestia and Morning Star were planning. She only knew that she had been taught a lesson by Hyacinthus, the leader of Apollo's family, and that she could not beat him. Don't worry, in the few days before the war game starts, you just need to go to the Twilight Pavilion to find Angie for training. Just say I asked you to go, Angie won't refuse. Leave the rest to me and Hestia. Morning Star reached out and gently stroked her little head, saying gently, Okay, Master Morning Star. Belle nodded slightly after hearing this. I'm not a member of Master Hestia's family, so I can't help. At this time, Lily lowered her head and said a little disappointedly, Belle has formed a team for so long, and she also wants to be able to help a little at this critical moment. However, she is not from Hestia's family. Even if she wants to convert, she doesn't have the ability. Does Lily want to come to me? Hearing Lily's words, everyone's eyes shifted to Lily. Seeing Lily's lost look, Hestia asked gently. Well, Master Hestia and Master Morningstar, Belle is very kind to Lily and Lily likes it very much. But Lily's situation is very complicated. Lily nodded without hiding it. She liked the Hestia family very much, and she had dreamed that she had joined the Hestia family from the beginning and grew up with Belle under the care of Morningstar and Hestia. However, everything disappeared after waking up from the dream. As for the Lucifer family of Morningstar, she also thought about it, but she also knew that it was impossible, because the Lucifer family did not seem to plan to expand, and many adventurers came here because of their reputation, but did not get the results they wanted. That's easy, I'll take you and Morningstar to the Soma clan. I'm sure that Soma won't mind you converting to my side. Hearing Lily's words, Tia patted her chest and promised. Really? Lily was a little excited. Well, it's still early, let's go to the Soma clan. Morningstar patted Lily's head and said gently, thank you very much, Lord Morningstar, Lord Hestia. Then the group left the library and went to the base camp of the Soma clan. As Hestia said, there was really no trouble on this trip. With Morningstar's current reputation in Arario and Morningstar's strength, the people of the Soma clan really didn't dare to show off in front of Morningstar. After hearing that Morningstar and Hestia were going to visit their main god Soma, the leader of the Soma clan, Channies, immediately welcomed everyone in and took Morningstar and others to Soma's office. Hestia, what are you doing here so late? Sumo was brewing wine. He was a little surprised to see Chenxing and Hestia, and then he spoke with a gloomy expression. Brother Sumo, I have something to discuss with you, Hestia said with a smile. Don't call me brother, you are not shorter than me, Su Huang said to Hestia lightly. Ugh. Don't worry about these details. Brother Sumo, I came here to ask you for someone. Hestia choked, then waved her hand and said. Hearing this, Sumo frowned slightly under his bangs, then looked at Chenxing and his brows relaxed. Tell me, who do you want? Sumo was very sincere and didn't intend to embarrass Hestia in this matter. Anyway, they were all a group of unwanted children. Here, it's Lily. Please convert Lily's favor to me together. Hestia pulled Lily out from behind, pushed her in front of her, let her face Sumo and said with a smile, I haven't seen you before. Haven't you asked me to renew your favor for a long time? Looking at Lily, Sumo couldn't remember that there was such a person under his command. Lily is a supporter. Lily lowered her head and said. Hearing this, Sumo was stunned and then silent. Obviously, Sumo also understood the embarrassing situation of the supporter, not to mention in his terrible family. I understand. Hestia, let's start. After a moment of silence, Somo spoke lightly. The conversion went smoothly. Somo and Hestia worked together and quickly brought Lily's family under Hestia's command. On the way back to the library after leaving Somo's family, Lily's steps were cheerful and she was jumping on the street. I should have found a way to convert Lily a long time ago. Looking at Lily's cheerful voice, Morningstar murmured softly. Well, this matter needs her to take the initiative to propose it and we can't interfere with her will. Hestia smiled and said, That's right anyway, now that I've converted, I'll be a member of your family in the future. Hey Hestia, I have something to discuss with you. After these words came out, Apollo's face became darker and he didn't dare to respond because he was afraid that he would be beaten by Morningstar like Dionysus before. Looking at Apollo's reaction, Morningstar ignored it, found an empty seat and sat down, closed his eyes and rested, waiting for the start of the gods' assembly. I have a way to improve Belle and the others' strength, but it's a little special. Really? Then just do it. Hey Lucifer, didn't you say that the air is dirty when you sit with Apollo? But now that Felwace is lost, Dionysus needs to handle many things by himself. Not far away, Apollo's face suddenly turned black and the others also reacted and looked at Apollo jokingly. Before, he had always been protected by Felwace, so Dionysus could get whatever he wanted and leave everything to Felwace. Dionysus's situation at this time was not very good. The gods' assembly had not started. Moreover, because of the loss of Felwace, a powerful subordinate, Dionysus's position in the Dark Faction has become delicate. The gods held a temporary meeting of the gods in the assembly hall on the 30th floor of the Tower of Babel to discuss the form and content of the war game. As a party involved, Hestia naturally needed to go there. 3.0 Morningstar's thought body Lucifer came over and the sharp-eyed gods discovered it at the first time. Behind him, a mural of a giant dragon flickered strangely under the light of the magic stone lamp. As he said this, Dionysus put on a black cloak and slowly left here. At the same time, on the other side, in a dim cave, Dionysus stood quietly in front of a mural. It seems that we need to take the risk and go to the deep layer. Oh, it's rare, Lucifer, you are here too. The god who discovered Morningstar was very excited, stood up and waved to Morningstar. Yeah, you tell me. Soon, other gods also came here one after another. There was no way who made Morningstar's thought body Lucifer the dragon see the leader. He didn't even attend the feast of the gods last night, but he came today. Hey Apollo, do you want to say hello? Morningstar also smiled at this time, looking at Apollo with a dark face and said with a smile. Morningstar, the gods' assembly is now officially starting. The next morning, Hestia went out early in the morning. However, Dionysus is quite calm. When Morningstar felt this place, the assembly hall was very noisy and the gods were discussing with each other. Without Felwace, many of my plans have gone wrong. And Morning Star, not long after Hestia left, also separated the thought body. The clone rushed towards the direction of the Tower of Babel. Don't you want to hear the situation first? The past is the past, everything is just a dream. Morning Star nodded slightly and said, "Why are you here today?" Loki, who was sitting in front of a circular table, crossed his arms and said jokingly, "You really caused me a lot of trouble, Morning Star." Looking at the mural in front of him, Dionysus murmured in a low voice, What's the matter?" The last fallen fairy clone, Lavilia, and the other two will be enough to lead the rest of Loki's family. If the Ganesha family also followed, it would be a waste of manpower. It just so happened that the purpose of entering the artificial maze this time was not only to destroy the fallen fairy clone, but also to destroy the fallen fairy clone hiding in the Dark Faction. Finn and others hated the Dark Faction very much, and they all thought that only by destroying the people of the Dark Faction could they have no worries when they went on expeditions in the future. Morning Star also agreed with this. These guys in the Dark Faction like to make trouble. Although they are not big things, they are easy to disgust people, or it is also a good thing for Aurario. Before, Morning Star was going to deal with those scum in the dark after solving the crisis of the fallen fairy clone. But now that there are enough troops, let's do it directly. I understand. Lavilia, Grace, and Chun nodded. Don't you need our help? Shakti frowned and asked. She was not worried about whether she could find the people of the Dark Faction because she had learned from Tiles that the exploration Mofa had already detected the situation of the artificial maze. She was concerned about the matter of the fallen fairy avatar. The people of the Dark Faction could be discussed later, but according to Fells, this Elf 6 ring would bring a devastating crisis to Aurario. Originally you were needed to do it, but the people of Freya's family have arrived here just now, and I handed 2 of the fallen fairy avatars to them. The remaining one will be enough for Lavilia, and the other 3 to deal with. You take this opportunity to wipe out those guys in one go. Morning Star shook his head and explained. Freya's family. It's them, they actually went out? Hearing that the people of Freya's family also entered the artificial maze and had already dealt with the other 2 fallen fairy avatars, Shakti was immediately surprised. After all, Freya's family is both good and evil and rarely intervenes in these matters. Only in the previous Dark Dawn period, when the whole of Aurario united against the Dark Faction, they took action a few times and the rest did not take action. Even if they did, it was just some private matters. They didn't participate in such major events concerning Aurario. Yeah, Morning Star nodded slightly. I understand. Provide us with the distribution location of the Dark Faction. After getting the affirmation, Shakti did not force himself and took on the task of destroying the dark faction. Morningstar did not drag it out and directly assigned tasks to both parties. Morningstar, are you going to go to the next level to find the Nidhogg you mentioned? After both parties obtained the map, the members of the Ganesha family took action immediately, leaving some people to return to lead the adventurers who had entered the artificial maze, and the rest went straight to the location given by Morningstar, and Lavilia and others were also ready to act, but before the action, Lavilia asked Morningstar about the next action. Yeah, Morningstar nodded slightly. Understood, be careful along the way. Lavilia nodded, then said something and left with the main force. Morningstar watched Lavilia and others leave, and after a few seconds he also started to move. The 6 elf rings were handed over to them, and he also had to go to the 11th floor to find Nidhogg. However, this time Morningstar was not going to continue walking through the passage. Looking at the hole above his head, Morningstar's face was slightly strange. Why didn't he think of this before? The next second, Morningstar pressed one hand on the ground and the super death mode unfolded and the shape changed. Huh. What's wrong, Fells? Hearing Fell's words, Morningstar was a little surprised. Is this the black dragon that has some connection with the one-eyed black dragon? Looking at the huge monster in front of him, Chenxing muttered to himself. However, Nidhogg does not have much power at this time, just a simple fallen fairy spirit clone. I don't know, is it because of Nidhogg's special relationship? The size of the magic stone is much larger than the magic stones of the 2 heavenly cattle-type fallen immortal spirit clones that Morningstar destroyed before. 1 magic stone can at least replace 3. Although it was a bit unexpected, Morningstar did not care too much. He flashed in front of the magic stone, caught the magic stone with a wave of his hand, and then threw it into the system space. Dicuo Zhao. Just when Morningstar was dealing with Nidhogg, Uranus stood up suddenly in the underground altar space of the guild on the ground. What's going on? Uranus stood up with shock in his eyes and shouted in disbelief. The next second, Uranus quickly took out a spiritual bead from his arms and contacted Fells. At this time, on the 11th floor of the artificial maze, Morningstar, who had just destroyed Nidhogg, was about to return to the 10th floor because he was looking at the situation of everyone. Suddenly, Fell's voice came to Morningstar's arms. Morningstar, something big has happened, see. Dionysus, is this what you call rampage? Isn't the matter they are dealing with a big deal? Is there anything more important than destroying the 6 rings of the elves? Since it is known that the magic stone of the fallen fairy's clone has an effect on Zio Guang and Zio En, then Morningstar will naturally not destroy the magic stone together, and avoid the magic stone when controlling the great sky flame to petrify. However, just in case, Morningstar still blasted a death flame and instantly blasted the huge Nidhogg into pieces, leaving only a colorful magic stone falling from the air. After hearing Fell's words, Morningstar's face also sank. Morningstar didn't expect that such a thing would happen. The dragon's body was covered with green meat connected to the entire altar and emitting red light at the same time. The green meat kept beating as if it had life. The majestic appearance is extremely ugly, which makes people feel horrified at first sight. Only after absorbing enough magic power of the fallen fairy, Nidhogg will become an extraordinary existence and can release energy that is not inferior to the 6 rings of the elf, that is, the roar. Boom! The terrifying death flame directly blew a huge gap in the ground, leading directly to the next floor. On the dragon's chest, a graceful fallen fairy clone was standing quietly, but compared to other fallen fairy clones, this fallen fairy clone was a little different. The face could not be seen. Half of the face below the nose was eroded by the dragon, leaving only the mouth, and the rest was completely invisible. Without any hesitation, Morningstar, who had just exited the reincarnation eye mode and the super dead air mode, transformed again and rushed out quickly. She tried to cut off her tail to survive, but the speed of the death flame of Morningstar was too fast, and it didn't give her any chance to cut off her tail to survive. The death flame of Morningstar had already spread to her body. Something big has happened in the dungeon, and you need to deal with it. Fells didn't hesitate and quickly told Morningstar about the situation. Facing this fierce attack that can cause damage to the adventurer of level IV.7, Morningstar was very calm. He did not dodge but just raised his hand to block the twisted giant claws. In the huge space connected by a large passage and several caves on the huge altar, a huge monster was quietly sitting. At this time, the ability of the Great Sky Flame can release the death flame that can petrify people. This situation is no longer the fallen fairy spirit parasitizing on the dragon, but it is like the fallen fairy spirit is sucked into the dragon's body. Morning Star was very fast. It didn't take long for him to find the location of Nidhogg and rushed over there. Before, I was still limited by my thinking. I walked up the stairs layer by layer. The artificial maze was not all forged with mountain copper. Except for some mechanical doors, the ground was ordinary stone bricks. Just break through it directly. This was what Chenxing thought of after seeing Dionysus's divine send penetrated the entire artificial maze. Before, Chenxing was limited by normal thinking and did not think of this at all. Wherever the flame of death passed, everything turned into gray stone. The fallen fairy clone had no eyes but could feel the changes in his body and immediately let out a shrill scream. The next second, a deep orange flame broke out from under the giant claws and spread rapidly, spreading along the giant claws towards the main body of the fallen fairy clone, that is, the female body. 3 pairs of wings, sharp, twisted claws flashing with cold light, huge bodies covered with dense scales and dragon-shaped heads. These were 10 extremely huge dragons. Nidhogg also felt the arrival of Morning Star and seemed to feel a strong crisis from Morning Star. Nidhogg quickly attacked Morning Star. The sharp and twisted giant claws covered Morning Star. With the current strength of Morning Star, it is too easy to deal with Nidhogg. After entering the 11th floor, Morning Star quickly launched detection magic to find the location of Nidhogg. The huge monster in front of him is Nidhogg, who is a black dragon with a deep connection with the one-eyed black dragon that the monsters have taken from the depths of the 60th floor of the dungeon. It is Dionysus's backup. Once the fallen fairy spirit clones are destroyed, the power gathered by the fallen fairy spirit clones will flow here. This is much simpler. Looking at the hole on the ground, Morning Star smiled, then jumped up and jumped down. He has gathered the power of the 6 fallen fairy spirit clones and has enough power to destroy the entire Aurario. In just a few seconds, the huge Nidhogg turned into 10 stone sculptures. Fells, the fallen fairy spirits in the deep are running wild. Many fallen fairy spirit clones are quickly breaking through the floors and rushing to the ground. Fells, contact Morning Star and ask Morning Star to find a way to resist and try to delay the pancreatic cancer time, at least give others time to free up their hands. In the underground altar of the guild, Uranus looked solemn and contacted Fells through the communication orb. What did you say? Fells was rushing to the underground city to meet up with Heretic. Fells was going to take this opportunity to let Heretic participate in this matter, let the adventurers know the existence of Heretic, and let the adventurers see that Heretic is not an enemy. Unexpectedly, he suddenly received a contact from Uranus and heard such shocking news. The whole I was extremely shocked. The fallen fairy clones, that's an IV.7 level existence. Just dealing with the 7 in the artificial maze has exhausted the power of the entire Aurario. Now you tell me that there are a large number of fallen fairy clones approaching in the dungeon. Are you sure you don't want to scare me to death? Uranus, how many fallen fairy clones are there? After being shocked, Fells asked hurriedly. I don't know what stimulated the fallen fairy. In my perception, at least 10 fallen fairy are rushing towards the ground. They have entered the lower level and will soon turn bad and rush to the middle level. Fells quickly contact the house. He is very strong and should be able to resist 1 or 2 temporarily. Let others deal with the fallen fairy clones in the artificial maze as soon as possible and then go to support, Uranus said in an urgent tone. Uranus has been using divine power to suppress the dungeon for many years, so he is sensitive to the huge movements in the dungeon. He sensed the appearance of the destroyer at the beginning. This time, the fallen fairy made a big thing and he also sensed it. It was because he felt a large number of fallen fairy clones rushing towards the ground that he was so panicked. Now the main force of Aurario is dealing with the fallen fairy clones in the artificial maze and has no ability to deal with these newly appeared fallen fairy clones. The only way is to let Chenxing find a way to stop them. He has learned about Chenxing's strength from Freya, which has exceeded IV.7 and reached the level of LV.8. This strength is already the strongest combat power of Arario. There is no need for Chenxing to eliminate these fallen fairy clones. Chenxing only needs to temporarily stop the fallen fairy clones. With Chenxing's strength and the means he has shown, it should be possible. As long as the adventurers in the artificial maze have enough time to eliminate the fallen fairy clones in the artificial maze, the other adventurers will be free at that time, and then the power of the entire Arario should be able to deal with these fallen fairy clones. I understand. Hearing Uranus's answer, Fells was shocked and immediately agreed. The next second, Fells hung up the communication and started to contact Morning Star. Morning Star, something big has happened. Fallen fairy clone. What on earth has stimulated this fallen fairy to create 10 fallen fairy clone at once? With so many fallen fairy clone, the consumption of itself will definitely be a great loss of vitality. Otherwise, Dionysus would not have brought only these few to the artificial maze. So, what happened to make the fallen fairy do this? Is it related to AIC, turning into a stream of light and constantly penetrating the floors of the artificial maze, Morning Star, while hurrying on the road? Thinking about the news he just got from Fells, he speculated about the actions of the fallen fairy. Morning Star had a vague guess in his heart that the riot of the fallen fairy should be related to AIC. After all, when AIC awakened the wind attribute magic, she was targeted by the fallen fairy. And AIC's wind attribute magic was awakened because of the half-fairy blood in her body, which belongs to the fairy wind. In the original novel, the fallen fairy had been very calm, staying deep in the dungeon without coming up. Even if it coveted AC's fairy bloodline, it only cooperated with Dionysus. But now this situation has happened. Chenxing couldn't think of any other reason for this situation except that it was related to AC. After all, after AC was reincarnated as an angel, her fairy bloodline disappeared. The fallen fairy probably felt that AC's fairy bloodline disappeared, so it went berserk and created so many clones at once to attack the ground. However, whether it was this or not, Chenxing would not let the fallen fairy clones attack the ground. With full force, Chenxing broke through from the 11th floor of the artificial maze to the 18th floor. Buzz. The veins of light spread out and Chenxing quickly looked for the exit to the 18th floor. The artificial maze was only built to the 18th floor and Chenxing could only leave from here. However, just as Chenxing was looking for the exit, he suddenly felt a violent vibration. Feeling this vibration, Chenxing frowned slightly. The next second, Chenxing's communication orb responded. Chenxing, where are you now? The two fastest fallen immortal clones have reached the 18th floor and are slaughtering adventurers on the 18th floor. Reed and the others are helping to resist. Can you hurry over? Two fallen immortal clones have reached the 18th floor. No wonder I feel the vibration here. After hearing what Fells said, Chenxing immediately understood why he felt the vibration. It was probably caused by the fallen immortal clones destroying the 18th floor. There were not many people on other floors, but there were a lot of adventurers on the 18th floor. The fallen immortal clones would never let these adventurers go when they arrived here. Without hesitation, Chenxing flew quickly towards the exit. Morning Star was very fast. It took only half a minute to cross dozens of bends and reach the exit. As Morning Star got closer to the exit, the vibrations he felt became stronger and he could even hear explosions. Without any hesitation, Morning Star took out the key and quickly opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Morning Star heard even more violent explosions. The entire 18th floor turned into a sea of fire, and shrill screams resounded throughout the 18th floor, which could not be covered even by the explosions. Morning Star quickly spread the veins of light, and the situation on the 18th floor was grasped by Morning Star in an instant. The two fallen fairy clones were in the town of Rivera. Nearby, many adventurers gathered here, and with the help of heretics, they tried their best to resist the attacks of the fallen immortal avatar. Many adventurers died at the hands of the fallen immortal avatar, and there were many seriously injured people, which was a heavy casualty. If it weren't for the existence of heretics, the current Rivera town would have been destroyed by the fallen immortal avatar. And at the forefront was a huge black minotaur. The two fallen immortal avatars that arrived at the 18th floor seemed to be physical clones like the Heavenly Shepherd. The Black Minotaur held a huge axe and fought one against two. With the help of other heretics and adventurers in Rivera Town, he barely blocked the two fallen immortal avatars, the attack of the clone of the fallen fairy. The two sides are in a stalemate at this time. After receiving the impression, Chenxing was slightly stunned. The Black Minotaur, Asterios, this guy still appeared. Asterios, called New May by netizens in the previous life, is the Minotaur defeated by the protagonist Belle and Reborn as a heretic. He has very strong potential. Within a few months of his birth, his strength has reached the level of IV.7. I didn't expect that this guy was born in the same way as the original, and he seems to grow faster. In just over a month, this guy has been born and grown to this point. It's really outrageous. Although he complained in his heart, Chenxing didn't without hesitation. He soared into the sky and rushed over there. At this time, in the town of Rivera, Burroughs was holding a giant axe and attacking while observing the heretics around him with surprise from the corner of his eyes. He really didn't expect that there were monsters with human consciousness in the dungeon. And these monsters would actually help them. If it weren't for the appearance of these monsters when these two terrifying monsters appeared just now, everyone in their town of Rivera would not have survived. In any case, they were all indebted to these monsters. Asterios, hold on a little longer. Fells has said that Morning Star has arrived and will be here soon. At this time, Burroughs suddenly heard the words of Reed in armor. Not only Burroughs but other adventurers also heard it. After hearing the name of Morning Star from Reed's mouth, many adventurers were surprised. Judging from Reed's tone, they knew Morning Star. These monsters knew the strongest adventurer in the city today? Huff! Asterios did not answer but exhaled heavily from his nose, clenching his white teeth tightly. It was obvious that even with the help of Reed and others, Asterios was still a little reluctant to face the two fallen fairy clones. However, the next second, Asterios seemed to feel something, and his eyes quickly turned to the direction behind the fallen fairy clone. Not only Asterios but other heretics also noticed it and looked over. "Great, Morning Star is coming!" Reed shouted excitedly as he watched the stream of light flying in the distance. The same was true for other heretics, and even the adventurers in Rivera Town cheered. Many adventurers here have seen the Morning Star's reincarnation I mode. So, after seeing the familiar azure stream of light combined with Reed's previous words, an idea instantly emerged in everyone's mind. An idea they hoped for very much. That means Reed and the others were not lying. Morning Star had really arrived. The light in front of them must be the Morning Star that these monsters were talking about. The facts did not disappoint them. Swoosh, swish, bang! The fallen immortal spirit clones, which the combined strength of the heretic and all the adventurers in Rivera could only resist with difficulty, were instantly killed by Morning Star. The dense cold sword light flashed, and the huge bodies of the two fallen immortal spirit clones were cut into pieces by Morning Star in an instant. The fallen immortal spirit clones didn't even react. Morning Star's full-strength power was terrifyingly. Even the fallen immortal spirit clones couldn't survive a single move in the hands of Morning Star. This is also the reason why Morning Star dared to come alone when he heard that the number of fallen immortal spirit clones rushing up this time was as high as 10. Because Morning Star has absolute confidence in his own strength. Morning Star is absolutely sure to destroy this stone fallen immortal spirit clone. Even if they attack Morning Star at the same time, Morning Star is not afraid at all. The adventurers from the heretics and Rivera Town did not expect that the monsters they had been fighting against with great difficulty would be instantly killed by Morning Star. Everyone paused and fell into a trance, staring blankly at the scene in front of them. Only Asterios was not stunned, with a look of shock in his eyes. Asterios did not expect that there would be adventurers so powerful. He thought that his strength was already very strong. He killed his way into the deep dungeon alone and even killed his way to the dragon pot. He could enter and exit the dragon pot alone and would not be left there. Even when he was besieged by the Balkan Dragon King with his dragon group and the Dragon King and his flying dragons on the 58th floor, he killed them alone. However, with such strength, he needed the help of other heretics to barely fight against the two fallen fairy spirit clones in front of him. The result was that the monsters that he could not fight alone were actually given to him by Morning Star. What a terrifying strength! A light flashed in the bull's eyes and Asterios muttered in his heart. But I want to fight. What Asterios was thinking at this time, Chenxing naturally didn't know. After instantly killing the fallen fairy clone, Chenxing casually threw the magic stone that deliberately bypassed the fallen fairy clone which had already begun to fall into the system space, and then looked over here. Looking at the injured heretics and adventurers at this time, Chenxing thought about it and directly released the gate of heaven. The holy light covered the entire battlefield and everyone was entangled by the holy light and their injuries recovered quickly. In just a few seconds, the injuries of the heretics and adventurers who were still alive on the battlefield were completely recovered. This speed made everyone present unable to react. By the time they reacted, they were already in a perfect state. Many heretics and adventurers quickly checked themselves and then looked at their companions around them and they all saw the incredible in each other's eyes. Just now they were still wondering if they could survive this battle. The next second the enemy was killed and while he was stunned, his serious injuries that could threaten his life were completely healed. Polis, Reed? After curing everyone, Morning Star's eyes shifted to Reed and Polis. Morning Star, your magic is really convenient. My injuries were so serious but they healed in an instant. Hearing Morning Star calling his name, Reed came back to his senses and said excitedly. Morning Star nodded slightly. Morning Star, do you know these monsters? At this time, Porus also spoke, looking back and forth between Morning Star and the heretics. Well, they are heretics, monsters with intelligence. If you want to say, some of them can be regarded as our companions. Heretics are the souls of dead monsters and adventurers who died in the dungeon and reincarnated into the monsters in the dungeon. Morning Star nodded slightly and explained. Hearing this, everyone present was startled. This was not a lie by Morning Star. Asterios was the reincarnation of the Minotaur that had fought with Belle before, and some of the other heretics were reincarnations of monsters while others were adventurers. In the original book, Reed said that he had a dream, dreaming of the sun on the ground and some buildings on the ground. That was not a dream but Reed's memory in his previous life. Reed was born very early when the monster festival had not yet been born and the people of the Ganesha clan would not bring monsters to the ground. At that time, the underground monsters had no chance to come to the ground, let alone see the sun and the buildings of Arario. So the only possibility is Reed's memory in his previous life. Reed's previous life was an adventurer who died in the underground city. Because he died in the underground city, his soul was reincarnated in the underground city and became a newly born monster. So he has those memories, however this is just Morning Star's guess about the heretics and there is no evidence to confirm it. Morning Star said this just to make it easier for Boris and others to accept the identity of the heretic. After all, if the heretic is the reincarnation of an adventurer, then the adventurer will naturally be more friendly to the heretic, although not much, but very useful. At least, this friendliness can make the adventurers willing to sit down and talk with the heretic, understand the heretic's situation instead of shouting and killing them as soon as they see them. And the facts are indeed the same as Morning Star guessed. Even though they were rescued by the heretics just now, the adventurers in Rivera town are still very wary of the heretics. But now that Morning Star said this, the eyes of the adventurers in Rivera town looking at the heretics have changed a little. But Morning Star has no time to pay attention to the psychological changes of Boris and others. Reed, you stay on the 18th floor for the time being and help them repair Rivera town. There are still monsters like the ones just now on the deeper floors. I will go and clean them up and then you can leave. Morning Star instructed Reed. Oh, okay, Morning Star, Reed agreed without thinking. Although he was rough, he had a heart of a tiger and could smell the roses. He understood quickly that Morning Star was creating an opportunity for them to get along with the adventurers. Wait, Morning Star, are you saying that there are still monsters like that after the 18th floor? At this time, the frightened voice of Boris came over. Morning Star looked over and saw that Boris was full of fear at this time and the other adventurers were no exception. They all experienced the miserable battle just now and they were deeply afraid of the existence of the clone of the fallen fairy spirit. Don't worry, I came here to clean up those guys this time. Looking at the frightened adventurers, Morning Star said lightly. Boris, let them stay here for a while and help you rebuild the town of Rivera. Morning Star glanced at the many adventurers, then his eyes fell on Boris and said lightly, Oh, okay, no problem. Hearing what Morning Star said, Boris reacted and quickly agreed. He was indeed afraid of heretics before, but compared to the monster just now, heretics were much better and heretics didn't look like bad people. If the monster just now appeared again with the existence of these heretics, they would have some ability to resist. The resistance to the two monsters just now was carried out by heretics as the main force. So Boris did not resist Morning Star's order at all. The same was true for other adventurers. Although some adventurers had different ideas and wanted to speak out to resist, they were all clear-minded around them. The people who knew this were stopped. Morning Star also knew that Boris and others had other ideas, but Morning Star didn't care. The opportunity had been given to Reed and others, and it was up to Reed and others to grasp it. Glancing at the people present again, Morning Star flashed and flew towards the entrance to the 19th floor. Asterios glanced at the people present and then took a step and ran in the direction where Morning Star left. Hey, he wants it too! Seeing Asterios was leaving, Boris suddenly became uneasy. Just now, Asterios was the main force in the fight against the fallen fairy clone. Without Asterios, none of them could survive now. This guy has always been a maverick since he was born, and we can't control it. Lee scratched his head and said. Hearing this, Porus's eyes twitched. I thought that with Asterios, this strange minotaur, I could feel a little relieved, but this big guy was leaving too. However, on second thought, Porus thought this was a good thing. It seemed that this black minotaur was going to follow Morning Star to deal with the monster that Morning Star had just mentioned, which was rushing here. With one more person, the probability that those monsters would be stopped and would not reach the 18th floor would be higher. Reed, right? Since Morning Star has ordered it, I'll ask you to help rebuild the town of Rivera. After thinking it through, Porus turned around and said to Reed, Oh, no problem, I'll be right there. Gyros, start the action. Reed responded and then greeted the heretics who had been silent. Many heretics also knew that this was the opportunity that Morning Star had given them to live in peace with the adventurers, so they had no objections and walked towards the destroyed town of Rivera one by one and began to clean up the town of Rivera, which had become a ruin. The other adventurers looked at this scene and looked at each other and saw the incredible look in each other's eyes. They didn't expect that one day they would be able to see monsters cleaning up the ruins in front of them. Okay, don't waste time, let's do it together. Boris looked at the adventurers and called out loudly, and then he took the lead in cleaning up the ruins. The adventurers looked at each other again, hesitated for a while, and followed to join the cleaning team. Hey, your name is Reed, right? On the ruins of the town of Rivera, Porus carried a piece of scrapped wall and turned to Reed beside him and asked, Yeah, the boy is called Reed. Morning Star seemed to call you Porus just now, right? Then I will call you Porus Jai. Seeing Porus actually talking to him, Reed was a little happy. This was the first time that an ordinary adventurer was willing to communicate with him calmly. As for Morning Star is different and it doesn't count. Jai or something. Just call me Porus. Hey, is what that guy Morning Star said just now true? Are you really adventurers reincarnated? Hearing Reed add a Jai word after his name, Porus was embarrassed, but he didn't dwell on it and asked about what he cared about directly. I don't know, but I often dream of the sun and some buildings on the ground. Hearing Porus asking this question, Reed was stunned for a moment and then answered. To be honest, he was also very concerned about what Morning Star had just said. Are there really companions among their heretics who are reincarnated adventurers? But if not, then what is the dream that seems to be real all along? Hearing Reed's answer, Boris' eyes suddenly became strange. Are you sure you didn't lie? I don't know you well, why should I lie to you? Reed looked at him strangely and then said. Well, it seems so. Well, that's not right, your words are a bit ambiguous. What do you mean you can't lie if you are not familiar with them? Don't you usually lie only to people you are not familiar with? Boris nodded, then reacted and immediately complained. That guy Fells said that lying is for friends and strangers don't need to lie. Reed shook his head and said firmly, Well, what you said is called a white lie. Boris was even more embarrassed. Why did he feel that the lizardman elite in front of him was a little bit upright? Really? Reed was a little surprised. Yeah. Well, can you tell me about the building you dreamed about? Porus nodded, then thought of something and continued to ask. It's a little vague, I can't explain it clearly. Reed was stunned when he heard this and then shook his head. He could feel that his dream was very real, but after waking up, the situations in the dream became vague, but the fact that the dream was real was imprinted in his mind. It's okay, just talk about it casually. Porus heard this, shook his head repeatedly, and continued. He wanted to use this to see if what Morning Star said was true. Then I'll tell you one that impressed me the most. I often dream of running past a very special building. That building. Reed saw that Porus was so persistent and he didn't feel annoyed. He nodded and talked about some buildings he saw in his dreams. The more Porus listened, the more his pupils shrank. As an adventurer of level Roman 4.3 and the manager of the town of Rivera, Porus is very old. He has lived in Arario for many years and knows Arario very well. He has heard of some very special and unknown buildings. And there are several buildings that Reed mentioned that he knows, but they are not very special. If Reed was talking about those more famous buildings, he would think that Morning Star told him. But some of the buildings that Reed mentioned are not very famous and are located on very remote streets, but they are buildings he knows because he lived there for a while before, which shocked him a little. Those buildings, except for those who live nearby, it is impossible for anyone to remember them. Reed said it now. In addition to Reed having lived there before, other buildings that can be the possibility is very small. Not only Porus and Reed, after listening to Morning Star's story about the heretic's identity, other adventurers in Rivera town also began to ask questions about the heretics around them. As a result, many adventurers found that some heretics would dream and talk about some buildings on the ground. Many of them were ordinary buildings, nothing big. However, among these heretics, the dream of a heretic who was born only a few years ago was surprising. Because the dream this heretic dreamed was similar to that of an adventurer. It is related to the adventurer team, and it happened with the adventurer team. And the adventurer who happened to ask this heretic was a member of the team, and the team had lost several companions in the past few years. The dream that this heretic said was the same as the 10th floor they experienced. This matter spread in an instant, and the adventurers in the town of Rivera knew about it, and they were all shocked. If it was just a building, it would be fine. If a precise plan was made, it could be faked. But this experience with the adventurer team was not something that could be planned. Who would go out of their way to find out what happened in an unknown adventurer team? But the dream that this heretic told was a real thing that happened in this adventurer team. In an instant, the adventurers who had doubted the identities of the heretics because of Chenxing's words believed more than half of what Chenxing said, that many of the heretics were reincarnated in the dungeon after the adventurers died in the dungeon. For a while, the adventurers in Rivera town had a much better attitude towards the heretics. The atmosphere in the ruins of the entire Rivera town suddenly became boiling. Morning Star didn't know about this. If Morning Star knew, he would definitely give a thumbs up to the heretics, because they didn't waste the opportunity that Morning Star had given them. So many adventurers in Rivera town recognized the existence of the heretics, which means that the heretics have taken the first step. Next, as long as this influence is slowly spread, sooner or later the adventurers on the ground will accept the existence of the heretics. Morning Star could guess what Asterios was thinking. However, after running a few steps, the lower body of the giant-type fallen immortal spirit clone seemed to react, began to burn, and finally turned into ashes. Because Chenxing didn't know them at all. As soon as these fallen fairy spirit clones appeared, they noticed the existence of Chenxing and Asterios. These fallen fairy spirit clones were parasitized on different monsters, and Chenxing didn't know which monsters they were parasitized on. The remaining 4 were all plant type, and they were completely unrecognizable after being parasitized. Chenxing couldn't see the original appearance of these plant type monsters. Leave that giant to me? Seeing the fallen fairy clones launch a 3.7 attack on them, Asterios rushed out immediately and threw a word to Morning Star before leaving. As for how to distinguish the heretics, this is even simpler. The next second, a huge amount of blood gushed out, and the lower body of the giant-type fallen immortal spirit clone continued to run, but the upper body had already turned into ashes as if it had not had time to react. Hissing, Asterios followed Morning Star closely. That is to say, the number of the fallen fairy spirit clones that appeared in front of Chenxing at this time was as high as 8. This guy has a very strong obsession with becoming stronger, and his way of survival is to fight against powerful opponents. The giant, white wolf and lizard-type fallen fairy clones charged directly at Morning Star. I don't know if the two just now were the first to appear, so they appeared together. Normal monsters are all red-eyed monsters, but heretics have normal eyes just like humans. Having said that, while the reconstruction of the ruins of Rivera Town was in full swing, Morning Star had already reached the 21st floor. Asterios, who was running, saw this scene and his huge bull's eyes twitched slightly. But this time, the fallen fairy clones that appeared in front of Morning Star and Asterios were together. There was no way, because the two people's aura was too strong and their value was like a light bulb in the dark, very conspicuous. The superfast chanting echoed in the empty tree maze. Scream! There were 10 dragon-shaped fallen fairy spirits in front of Chenxing, and there were also giants with huge bodies, larger than Goliath, and there were also beings like white wolves, and one was a huge lizard, all of which were animal-type parasites. A crisp sound of drawing a sword sounded, and a scarlet bloodline appeared on the chest of the giant fallen fairy clone. The familiar sound of the sword rang out, and Morning Star followed suit and killed the lizard-type fallen immortal spirit clone in seconds. The 4 dragon heads of the fallen fairy clones condensed magic energy spheres respectively, and the remaining 4 plant-type fallen fairy clones chanted one after another. Morning Star didn't care about it either. He rushed out in a flash, much faster than Asterios, who launched a charge one step ahead, and suddenly appeared in front of the chest of the giant fallen fairy clone. In this case, Chenxing could be sure that these parasitized monsters were definitely monsters after the 59th floor. The 8 fallen fairy spirits attacked Chenxing and Asterios at the same time. Morning Star didn't care that Asterios followed him. Of course, this is just Morning Star's guess. Morning Star waved his hand and threw the magic stone into the system space and then rushed towards the lizard-type fallen immortal spirit clone beside him. Just now, I heard that more fallen fairy clones will arrive one after another, and this guy probably wants to continue fighting with the fallen fairy clones. The two soon encountered other fallen fairy clones. This guy. While Morning Star was killing the 2 fallen immortal clones, the magic of the other fallen immortal clone with 4 dragon heads had already condensed into shape. The 4 magics of wind, fire, thunder and earth condensed into a magic torrent that swept towards Morning Star and Asterios. However, neither Morning Star nor Asterios panicked in the face of the sweeping magic. With a sword and an axe, the sweeping magic torrent exploded directly. Morning Star and Asterios rushed out of the magic torrent and attacked the 4 dragon fallen immortal clones and the white wolf fallen clone. The fallen immortal clone that Morning Star took over was a 4-headed dragon, while Asterios's was a white wolf. However, the situations of the two were different. Facing the 4 dragons, Morning Star solved them directly with just one sword. But Asterios couldn't do it, and he was already fighting with the white wolf fallen immortal clone. Although the white wolf fallen immortal spirit clone can also cast magic, it is a melee fallen immortal spirit clone. This just fits Asterios's mind. Morning Star didn't care about the battle between Asterios and the white wolf fallen immortal spirit clone. After killing 4 dragons in a second, Farmer Star rushed forward. The 3 fallen immortal spirit clones that Morning Star had just dealt with, and the fallen immortal spirit clone that Asterios was fighting now, were all formed by possessing animal-type monsters, while the 4 fallen immortal spirit clones that Morning Star was dealing with now were plant-type fallen immortal spirit clones. However, when Morning Star's eyes fell on the 4 fallen immortal spirit clones, he discovered that the 4 fallen immortal spirit clones were different. These 4 fallen immortal spirit clones didn't seem to be chanting attack magic, but a kind of auxiliary magic. When Morning Star's eyes shifted over, the magic seemed to have taken shape. The 4 fallen immortal spirit clones gathered together, emitting golden light, and everything around them was included in the sea of light. Even though Chenxing was good at light magic, he still squinted his eyes because of the shining light. However, Chenxing's light veins were instantly expanded. Chenxing saw everything that happened in the light clearly. And it was precisely because he saw everything that happened in the light that Chenxing was slightly startled. Fusion, these fallen immortal spirit clones can actually merge. This breath is getting stronger and stronger and has crossed the limit of IV.7. Looking at the image coming from the light veins, Chenxing squinted his eyes. The next second, Chenxing rushed over. Chenxing is not a big villain, so it is impossible for him to watch the enemy improve his strength without caring. The fallen immortal spirit clone seemed to feel Chenxing's movements. As soon as Chenxing moved, the fallen immortal spirit clone suddenly appeared from the light. The speed was so fast that even Chenxing did not react. However, the next second, Chenxing felt the trace of the disappeared fallen immortal spirit clone from the light veins that he had been opening. I saw that the fallen immortal spirit clone was quietly processing there a few dozen meters away, and the light gradually dissipated. The fallen immortal spirit clone that appeared again had a huge change. The original 4 fallen immortal spirit clones with different images merged, and their bodies were very bloated, as if several pieces of meat were squeezed together, but the fallen immortal spirit clone that appeared now was completely different from the ugly appearance just now. The fallen immortal spirit clone that appeared again turned into a normal human form with a green body and a colorful feather group on his body. His eyes were still white without pupils, and the corners of his mouth captured evil smile. At this time, the fallen fairy clone no longer looked like a parasite and could be said to be a real clone. You have the breath of Arya. When Chenxing was sighing at the appearance of the fallen fairy clone in front of him, the human-shaped fallen fairy clone spoke, and spoke from a distance of dozens of meters. Chenxing had long known that the fallen fairy clone could speak, so he was not surprised at all by the fallen fairy clone's speech. However, Chenxing could feel that the intelligence of the fallen fairy clone in front of him was different from any of the fallen fairy clones he had met before. The fallen fairy clones he had met before all had the ability to speak, but Chenxing could feel that the fallen fairy clones could speak, not so much because they had intelligence but because they were obsessed. They were driven by the obsession of the fallen fairy clone, that is, the obsession of finding eyes so they could speak. And the fallen fairy clone in front of him, Chenxing felt, seemed to be the will of the real fallen fairy. Morning Star felt that the will of the fallen fairy in the deep underground city had descended upon the fallen fairy clone in front of him. Fallen creatures, why are you here instead of staying in the deep underground? Looking at the fallen fairy in front of him, Morning Star spoke lightly. Both Morning Star and the fallen fairy ignored Asterios and the fallen fairy clone of the white wolf who were fighting fiercely not far away. Where is Arya? Why did her breath disappear? Why do you have such a strong breath of Arya on you? In response to Morning Star's questioning, the fallen fairy did not answer but instead asked a question. Hearing this, Morning Star frowned slightly and sighed inwardly that it was indeed so. Before, Morning Star had guessed that the reason why the fallen fairy rioted was most likely related to eyes. Because he made AC reincarnate into an angel, the immortal blood in her body disappeared. It was just a guess before, but now seeing the appearance of the fallen immortal, Chenxing is ninefold sure. Arya. No comment? After thinking it through, Chenxing responded lightly. The next second, Chenxing's figure disappeared instantly. The fallen immortal also disappeared instantly. When the two appeared again, they were already high in the sky, and there was a violent collision. The attack in Chenxing's hand landed on the body of the fallen fairy but did not cause any damage to it because the body of the fallen fairy was wrapped in 10 Kang purple lightning. This power is not much weaker than mine. Chenxing was a little surprised when he saw that his slash was blocked. You should know that I didn't hold back just now and I was going to kill the fallen fairy here. This guy's strength is really strong, however it's just what I want. While thinking about it, Chenxing has launched another attack. The fallen fairy on the opposite side did not sit still and wait for death and also launched an attack. Most fairy spirits are magicians and they are best at using magic to attack. But the fallen fairy in front of him actually has very exquisite fighting skills. This fighting skill, Chenxing Star felt that even Oda would be very difficult to face. Morning Star estimated that in the years in the dungeon, the fallen fairy spirit probably not only devoured the great fairies, but also devoured the heroes who entered the dungeon to fight and obtained powerful fighting skills from the heroes. As for adventurers, the peak adventurers are the Zeus family and the Hera family. The members of the two families have never encountered fallen fairies. The reason why the most powerful empress and hero died was also in the battle against the one-eyed black dragon. So the only possible ones are the heroes of 1,000 years ago. It just so happened that that was the era when the great fairies were active. However, these have nothing to do with Morning Star. Morning Star is very satisfied with the current fallen fairy spirit. Since upgrading to IV.5, Morning Star's favor has increased, the speed of ascension has slowed down. Even if he fights with AC, Dione and Diona, fighting them alone cannot bring a strong training effect to Morning Star. And now, the fallen fairy in front of him just makes up for this, allowing Morning Star to fight well and improve his grace. The strength of Morning Star and the fallen fairy is too strong. The fluctuations of the battle between the two are much more destructive than the battle between Asterios and the White Wolf fallen fairy clone. The aftermath of the battle between the two is very terrible. Even if they fight in midair, the aftermath of the collision also caused a very violent impact on the ground. In the range of the two people's battle, the ground within a radius of 430 kilometers is constantly impacted by the aftermath of the battle between the two. In just a few minutes and a moment, the ground had become a wasteland. The huge trees and thick vines were completely destroyed in the aftermath of the battle between the two. Even Asterios and the White Wolf fallen fairy clone did not dare to approach the range of the two people's battle. The area where the two were located seemed to have become a vacuum zone. Moreover, the two people did not fight in only one place. Both of them could fly and they fought in midair, hitting wherever they could. In particular, Morning Star's strength was stronger than the fallen fairy, and its attacks often caused great damage to the fallen fairy. From time to time, it would kick the fallen fairy out with one foot and then immediately chase after it. This also led to the constant change of the two people's battle venues. The entire 21st floor had become a wasteland under the battle between the two. The huge movement caused by the two people even affected several floors above and below. Even on the 18th floor, the fluctuations of the two people's battle could be felt. The entire 18th floor was shaking, and the explosion sounded from the 21st floor to hear. Many heretics and adventurers who were cleaning up the ruins were in a state of doubt. They looked up at the ceiling and watched the rocks falling from the ceiling from time to time. They were worried. What a terrible battle it actually affected here. Feeling the vibration from the ground, Porus opened his mouth and whispered to himself. "Don't worry, with Morning Star and Asterios here nothing will happen," Reed comforted him. Other adventurers were also worried. At the same time, on the ground in the underground altar, Uranus, who was paying attention to the floor where Morning Star was, also felt the changes in the 21st floor through the relationship of the divine power suppressing the underground city. Feeling the battle between Morning Star and the fallen fairy, Uranus' eyes were full of worry. If this continues, the underground city will not sit idly by. The destruction caused by the battle between Morning Star and the fallen fairy was too great, even greater than the damage caused by Morning Star to the dungeon during the previous expedition of Loki's family. In this case, the dungeon's recovery ability can't keep up at all. From the beginning of the battle between the two to now, the entire 21st floor has been almost destroyed by the battle between the two, and the dungeon's recovery ability has not been able to show a bit. In this case, the dungeon will definitely not sit idly by, and more powerful destroyers will be born to clean up Morning Star and the fallen fairy. At that time, there will be a great possibility that Morning Star will have to fight against the fallen fairy and the more powerful destroyers alone. These are what Uranus is worried about. After all, Morning Star is an adventurer and the fallen fairy and the destroyer are monsters, and to some extent they can be said to be in the same group. Who knows whether the destroyer created by the dungeon will cooperate with the fallen fairy to deal with Morning Star together. However, even if he is worried, he has no way. After a little hesitation, Uranus used the God's Mirror to observe the situation in the dungeon. The God's Mirror consumes very little divine power and it is almost not felt by the dungeon. This is also the only divine power that can be used in the dungeon but will not be felt by the dungeon. However, the gods in Aurario need to apply to Uranus in advance even if they use the God's Mirror, otherwise they will suffer the corresponding punishment. So even if the god's mirror can be used in the dungeon, the gods will not use the god's mirror to observe the dungeon for nothing. Moreover, the gods prefer the unknown development. Using the god's mirror to observe what is happening in the dungeon is too disappointing. This is the idea of the gods. However, after Uranus used the god's mirror, the gods of the entire Erario felt the fluctuation of this divine power and discovered Uranus's actions. This immediately surprised the gods. The gods also knew the situation in the artificial maze, but even if such a thing happened in the artificial maze, it would not let Uranus use the god's mirror, right? Since they came to the world, they have hardly seen Uranus use the god's mirror. This old guy has been using all his strength to suppress the dungeon. In addition, the gods are not allowed to use divine power because of the contract Uranus led to make. This guy has never used divine power in the underworld, and the mirror of God is naturally impossible. But today Uranus actually used it. For a while, the gods were very curious about how far the artificial maze has developed that Uranus actually used the mirror of God to observe. However, when the gods found the area observed by Uranus's mirror of God, they were stunned. No, this is not a man-made maze, it is much deeper than a man-made maze. Isn't the man-made maze the most important thing now? After using the mirror of God, you don't pay attention to what happened in the man-made maze but observe the situation on the deeper floors. Did something incredible happen there? For a while, the gods were very curious. Uranus, what happened in the dungeon that made you use the mirror of God as an exception? On the wall of Erario, Hermes quietly stared at the direction of the Pantheon and murmured in a low voice. Immediately, Hermes snapped his fingers with one hand, and a god's mirror appeared in front of Hermes. Not only Hermes, but other gods who wanted to find out the situation also used the god's mirror and inserted it along the fluctuation of Uranus's divine power. Uranus himself was using the god's mirror so they could use it naturally. The next second, a tragic scene appeared in the god's mirror. What is this? Looking at the situation of the god's mirror, the gods were stunned. The lake's surface reflected by the god's mirror was very chaotic, and the first thing the gods saw was dust all over the sky. However, if you look more carefully, you can see that there are two figures in front of the dust, constantly shuttling, entangled, and colliding. And every collision will send out a violent shock wave bombarding the earth. The gods then understood why their god's mirror was just opened and the picture was full of it was dust. Moreover, the gods could feel that this shock wave even affected the god mirror they were using. The god mirror is shaking. This shock wave can even affect the god mirror. This power can already be compared with the Empress and the heroes back then. Feeling the feeling transmitted back by the god mirror, Hermes' pupils shrank slightly and he murmured in a low voice. The Empress of the Hera clan and the hero of the Zeus clan, the two had reached the peak level of IV.9 and IV.8 at the time. They were already very close to demigods, and their power was very strong, which had an impact on the god mirror, which had no defense ability. Unexpectedly, more than 10 years later, he actually felt this strange impact again. Have the two sides in the battle reached this level of strength? Hermes murmured in a low voice, then controlled the god mirror to stabilize, and then maximized the ability of the god mirror, and then saw the appearance of the two sides of the battle clearly. After seeing the two sides in the battle, Hermes couldn't help but shout out, "This is Morning Star, my Morning Star, you are really the best." In the silver mansion, Freya, who also used the god's mirror, was stroking her neck in ecstasy, murmuring with joy on her face. Unlike Hermes, Freya saw from the beginning that one of the people in the battle was Morning Star. She also felt the impact of the god's mirror and instantly understood the current ability of Farmer Star. It was also because she knew the current strength of Morning Star that she was so excited. This means that Morning Star has taken another huge step towards Morning Star. Not only Hermes and Freya, but other gods who came to the lower world before the decline of Zeus's family and Hera's family also understood the current situation. Because they understood, the gods all took a breath unconsciously. Although Oda of Freya's family gave up the throne of the strongest adventurer in the city before, which surprised the gods very much. However, the gods who did not know the inside story and Oda's strength did not think that Morning Star had exceeded IV.7 and reached IV.8. They still thought that Morning Star was only IV.7 but was just stronger than Oda. But the current situation has shown that Morning Star's strength has definitely reached IV.8 and it may even be stronger. Immediately, Hestia frowned slightly. There is no way who makes Livilia's level not too high. If Morning Star is given a few more months, will he become a god directly? Not only Hermes but other gods at this time had this idea. The strength of the fallen fairy's clone is not stronger than Morning Star. Isn't Morning Star in the artificial maze? But looking at the scene in front of him, Hermes' heart was shaken. And Belle's growth was indeed very fast. When did you run into the dungeon and fight with such a powerful existence? Hestia, you really found an incredible partner. In the library, Hephaestus, who came here to accompany Hestia, looked at the scene in front of her, smiled slightly and said, "It is precisely because of this reason that the fallen fairy can fight with Morning Star to this extent." At this time, Morning Star was constantly absorbing the magic attainments of the fallen fairy. In just over 2 months, he has reached the level of the heroes who took decades to grow up. Even the gods are shocked by the growth rate of Morning Star. Even when communicating with Livilia, the improvement in magic is very slow. Perhaps, Morning Star is the one who can end the existence of the one-eyed black dragon. Looking at the picture in the mirror of God, Hermes began to doubt himself. But this guy can use instant magic like Morning Star and use it in close combat. When the Empress and the heroes fought against the Black Dragon, the gods used the god's mirror to see because they were concerned. It was also because of seeing it at the time that the gods knew that powerful forces would affect the god's mirror. However, this is not an artificial maze, it is the 21st floor of the dungeon. And now the magic attainments shown by the fallen fairy, Morning Star does not want to miss it. When fighting with the fallen fairy, Morning Star tirelessly absorbs this nutrient. "Hee, my vision is very good," Hestia smiled and said proudly. The Empress and the heroes who affected the god's mirror at the time were IV.9 and IV.8 respectively, and they were not the kind of people who had just entered IV.8. Although Morning Star is stronger than the fallen fairy, he did not think about ending the battle quickly. Until now, it is only IV.7 level firepower, because the powerful magic attainments shown by the fallen fairy are what Morning Star needs most now. After seeing the current strength of Morning Star, the gods unanimously agreed that Morning Star would be the best candidate to end the Black Dragon sleeping at the end of the world. Who knows, then ask Ulanos or ask Morning Star when he comes back. Hephaestus shrugged and smiled lightly. Just when the gods determined that Morning Star was the only adventurer who could end the one-eyed black dragon, Morning Star didn't know that he was being watched by the gods. Morning Star's current battle can affect the god's mirror, which obviously has at least reached the level of the heroes at the time. Although he is known as the strongest magician in Arario, he is only IV.7. Morning Star's close combat strength has increased rapidly, but the magic aspect has not kept up. If Lucifer had not been judged by the gods, they would still think that Lucifer used some means to make Morning Star grow so fast when they saw Morning Star's current growth. Because Belle was the last seed left by Zeus's family and Hera's family. At the beginning, he firmly believed that Belle was the hero who ended the last commission of the 3 major commissions. Even with the existence of Morning Star, he still believed in Belle. As expected of a fallen fairy spirit that has absorbed a large number of great fairy spirits, all kinds of magic can be done at will. This is a good opportunity, can't be missed. While colliding with the melee attack of the fallen fairy spirit with magic, Chenxing muttered silently with a faint smile on his lips. Chenxing's magic has reached a bottleneck and can't keep up with his melee strength. Now is a good opportunity, Chenxing will never miss it. Even though Chenxing's strength is stronger than that of the human-shaped fallen fairy spirit clone, and he can solve it in a short time, but Chenxing didn't do so. Chenxing wants to take advantage of the fallen fairy spirit and eat up the fallen fairy spirit bit by bit. Chenxing has a strong talent, whether it is close combat or magic. Chenxing's qualifications are very evil. However, Chenxing has now entered a bottleneck period in magic and needs to master new magic knowledge to break this bottleneck. Chenxing used to communicate magic with Livilia and encourage each other to break this bottleneck period slowly. But now, in front of Morning Star, there appeared a fallen fairy whose attainments in magic were much stronger than Livilia. This was an important opportunity for Morning Star. Morning Star could completely find an opportunity to continue to grow his magic through the battle with the fallen fairy and break the bottleneck period that bound him. It had been a few minutes since the battle began. While fighting, Morning Star kept observing the magic used by the fallen fairy. In just a few minutes, Morning Star had already gained a lot. As long as he continued, Morning Star could definitely break this bottleneck, let his magic attainments reach a new level and thus make his magic more powerful. In addition, in the battle with the 147 fallen fairy, Morning Star's back was constantly burning, and the burning sensation was stronger than any previous battle. This made Morning Star understand that his favor was rapidly improving in this battle, and it was greater than any previous improvement. The fallen fairy seemed to have noticed the strangeness of Morning Star, but he didn't care at all. He put all his strength into using the most powerful magic that his body could exert, and combined with the combat skills he mastered, he launched a violent attack on Morning Star. The battle between the two became more and more intense as time passed. Even Asterios and the remaining White Wolf fallen fairy clone could not stay on the 21st floor. The impact of the battle between the two alone had affected Asterios' performance. Affected by this, Asterios directly used a bull charge to bring the White Wolf fallen fairy clone to the 22nd floor so that it would no longer be a hindrance on the 21st floor. Morning Star, who had been using the light vein, just noticed this. When he saw the speechless look on Asterios' bull face because the combat space was severely squeezed, and when he used the bull charge to take the fallen fairy clone away, Morning Star, who was in the battle, almost laughed out loud. However, Chenxing was only slightly happy and then continued to focus on stealing. While stealing and using, Chenxing's magic power continued to increase. 10 minutes later, the ground of the entire 21st floor dropped several meters directly under the battle between the two. The entire 21st floor no longer looked like a big tree maze. There were potholes everywhere, broken walls, and it was completely ruined. Boom! CGCB at a certain moment, with a loud bang, Chenxing and the human-shaped fallen fairy collided again, and a huge cave was directly blown out of the ground. The two fell from the cave and entered a deeper floor. The gods had been watching the battle. The battle between Chenxing and the fallen fairy clone was watched with great interest by the gods. There was no impatience at all, and the eyes of 10 of them were shining. They had not seen such a fierce battle for a long time. In the underground altar, Uranus fell into silence. What happened to the dungeon? Such a huge destruction, the entire floor has been shaved into a thin gauze and even broken through. Why haven't destroyers been born to stop it? The dungeon had a huge reaction, and destroyers were born during the expedition of Loki's family a few years ago. Why not this time? Isn't the destruction big enough? Don't be funny, the thickness of the floor was shaved to the point that it can be broken by a poke in the battle between the two, and this is not big. So why is it like this? The dungeon is not without reaction. Uranus was puzzled. The gods not only pay attention to the battle on the Morning Star side but also pay attention to the battle on the artificial maze side. After all, they have already used it, so it doesn't matter if they open a few more gods' mirrors. For example, Loki at this time opened 7 gods' mirrors in one breath and included the battlefields of Jinglamu Kanghuan on the Morning Star side and the artificial maze side into his own view. Hey Finn, Bert, Grace, Lavilia, Alicia, Angel, why are they all wrapped in a layer of light? Just like the little clan in the previous war game. Does this increase Finn's and his team's combat power? Looking at the battlefield where Finn and his team were, Loki was very surprised. Although Loki was an outsider, he also knew the general battle history of his first-class adventurers. She could see at a glance that the combat effectiveness of Finn and others had improved, because except for Angie, Finn and others were able to fight against the fallen fairy, and they were not at all inferior and even cooperated to suppress the fallen fairy. Finn had clearly told her before that they had joined forces to kill the fallen fairy's clone on the 59th floor, but now the situation has become like this. Loki keenly noticed the light wrapped around Finn and others. Being locked by Chenxing's aura, the human-shaped fallen immortal spirit had no ability to dodge at all, and was directly slashed down by Chenxing's golden wheel reincarnation explosion. The whole body was directly split into 2 halves and turned into ashes. The purpose of this trip has been achieved, so Chenxing is not going to waste time on the human-shaped fallen immortal spirit. In just a dozen minutes, Morning Star ate up the human-shaped corrupted fairy spirit. The rosary spun quickly, gathered in Chenxing's hand, and turned into a golden giant sword which Chenxing slashed down with one sword. At this time, Morning Star had quit the Super Death Chi mode and the Reincarnation I mode and fought the fallen immortal in the normal state. However, the combat power of the three was not weaker than Finn and the others, and they were even stronger and more confused than Finn and the others. Because at this time, the three of them all had a pair of wings of light behind them, and they were not like Finn and the others with a layer of light wrapped around their bodies. Even in normal state, Morning Star's strength is IV.8. Now that the power of magic has increased, the combination of melee strength and magic strength is completely enough to deal with the humanoid fallen fairy clone in front of him that has merged with the stone fallen fairy clone. Morning Star has a very strong ability to absorb growth resources. As for the Morning Star kid, this kid seems to be using this more powerful fallen immortal clone as a whetstone. He obviously has the strength to crush the fallen immortal clone, but he quits that state and fights in the normal state. Looking at the heroic AIC and the other two, Loki curled his lips and said speechlessly. Loki now cares more about Eyes, Dione and Diona. After all, these fallen immortal clones are all in a miserable state and they are all beaten to pieces. The power of magic has directly jumped 2 levels and reached the level of LV.8. Acetin and the others were not amplified by the little family, so why do they have such a strong combat experience? At this time, Morning Star has improved in terms of magic. I must ask them after they come back. Time passed by bit, and Morning Star gained the upper hand and crushed the human-shaped corrupted fairy spirit head-on, and the power of the magic it mastered became more and more terrifying. More than 10 minutes passed and he worked tirelessly. The power of magic is absorbed from the fallen fairy to increase the power of magic. At this time, Morning Star is just like the fallen fairy, directly wrapping magic around weapons and bodies to fight. Melee combat can no longer increase the grace and the woolen magic has been pulled to the extreme. The fallen fairy's clone was extremely miserable in the hands of the three. Morning Star's magic power has reached the limit of IV.8, completely crushing the human-shaped the magic power that the fallen immortal spirit can use. It's almost done, the burning feeling on my back is gradually subsiding, and the power of magic has been increased to the current limit. I can't get more if I continue. Loki could be sure that the changes in Finn and others were related to this layer of light. And this layer of light was the same as the light on Lily when the Hestia family fought with the Apollo family before, so Loki immediately attributed this layer of light to the Hestia family. Chenxing stretched out his hand and threw the magic stone that he had deliberately avoided into the system space. Let's stop here. Even because Morning Star's fighting skills are stronger than the humanoid fallen fairy clone, Morning Star's current strength has already taken the upper hand, and this advantage, the momentum, is growing with time. And at the moment when Chenxing chopped the human-shaped fallen immortal spirit into 2 halves, a shrill roar came from the depths of the dungeon. Morning Star didn't know the situation on the god's side, nor did he know that Loki would use the god's mirror to watch the battle in the artificial maze and his side, but these had nothing to do with Morning Star. This combat power is already IV.7. Swish, although he was very surprised by this, Loki did not think too much. However, it looks like the battle here should end faster than that of the Morning Star kid. With a thought, Chenxing entered the Reincarnation I mode again. It's over. After throwing the magic stone into the system space, Morning Star murmured in a low voice. Immediately, Morning Star looked at a place not far away. There, violent explosions were constantly ringing. The battle between Asterios and the White Wolf's fallen immortal spirit clone was not over but continued. Morning Star's figure flashed and he rushed over there and arrived at the battlefield in less than a few seconds. At this time, Asterios had already gained the upper hand in the battle between Asterios and the White Wolf's fallen immortal spirit clone. The giant axe in his hand was swung vigorously, constantly chopping at the White Wolf's fallen immortal spirit clone. The White Wolf's fallen immortal spirit clone was covered with wounds. Even with a strong self-healing ability, these wounds could not be healed. Seeing this scene, Morning Star did not disturb it. He flashed and fell on a cliff, watching the battle quietly. While watching the battle between Asterios and the fallen immortal spirit clone, Morning Star was thinking in his heart. I felt like someone was watching me from the beginning. It's probably the gods. During the war game, I used my thought body to show up under the mirror of God, and Chenxing felt the spying of the mirror of God. And the spying feeling was also felt by Xing when he was fighting with the fallen fairy just now. It was exactly the same as in the war game. Chenxing immediately thought that the gods might be watching the situation here. However, Chenxing's mind was always on the wool of wool before, so he didn't care. Now that he calmed down, Chenxing also thought about this matter. Come to think of it, such a big thing happened in the dungeon and the discoverer was Uranus. How could Uranus not pay attention? The reason why Chenxing thought that the gods were watching was because he could feel that this spying came from different people. My battle with the fallen fairy was seen by the gods, and Asterios probably caught the eyes of the gods. The situation of the heretic has officially entered the eyes of the gods. Next, all the adventurers in Arario should know about the heresy. Well, it's useless to hide it after being discovered, let's just follow the previous plan. Besides, the adventurers in Rivera should also play a role in this battle of Rivera. Let's take it one step at a time. However, we have harvested so many magic stones today which should be enough for Xiaoguang and Xiaon to upgrade. Thinking of this, Chenxing's thoughts fell on the system space and took a look at the fallen fairy magic stones in the system space. The magic stones of the fallen fairy clones allowed Xiaon to upgrade before, and Xiaoguang also relied on half of the magic stones in Fellwaste's body that he obtained to upgrade. Now there are so many magic stones of the fallen fairy clones which are definitely enough for the two of them to upgrade. However, speaking of Xiaoguang and Xiaon really carried out my instructions perfectly. Reed and the others fought with the fallen fairy clones for so long, this guy just didn't. Forget it, it's not a big deal. Chenxing's eyes fell on the battlefield again. I think Asterios will be able to deal with this guy soon. The artificial maze is probably going to be over soon. On the Dark Faction side, the first and second levels of the Ganesha clan are all out. And those guys definitely have no ability to survive. The matter of Dionysus and the Dark Faction is over. Next, we will continue to attack the Deep Adventurers. The next floor we will enter is the 60th floor. I think we will officially meet the Fallen Fairy soon. The strength of the Fallen Fairy clone just now is definitely the best in IV.8. And it is estimated that it can be compared with the IV.8 adventurers with all attribute ability values of 600 or 700. It's just a clone that can reach this level. The strength of the fallen fairy body is definitely IV.9 or even IV.10. This guy can drive a large number of clones to rush to the ground, so his body should also be able to move towards the ground. Why didn't the fallen fairy come up on her own? Is she worried that the gods would attack her? That shouldn't be possible. The fallen fairy swallowed a lot of great fairy spirits and should know that the gods would not use their divine power in the underworld. She should know that the one-eyed black dragon who rushed out of the ground and went to the end of the world to sleep did not suffer from the clutches of the gods. So why didn't she come up on her own? What held her back? The dungeon. While watching Asterios' battle, Morning Star was thinking about the next plan and the matter of the fallen fairy. Morning Star wanted to ask Uranus. After all, Uranus had been using divine power to suppress the dungeon and knew more or less about the movements in the dungeon. But before the fallen fairy revealed itself, Uranus was unaware of its existence, so Morning Star gave up the idea of asking Uranus. Shaking his head, Morning Star returned his thoughts to the next expedition. The 60th floor, the record in the original book seems to be called Kyan Kang Bingyuan, a world of ice and snow. The guild has not announced the information about the 60th floor and has been hiding it. However, it is certain that the guild found some relics between the 60th and 61st floors, which seems to have something to do with Lavilia. In the original book, it was even mentioned that Lavilia could quarrel with the members of the clan for this information. The 60th floor seems very dangerous. So dangerous that the people in the guild think that it takes the two major families, Freya and Loki, to go there together. The 60th floor is very dangerous, but that is only for Freya and Loki. It is not dangerous for me. My strength is enough to deal with the 60th floor. But I really don't know what is there. Should I ask Lavilia? Chenxing continued to watch the battle and thought about the expedition. The 59th floor has been to the garden, but I don't know if the 60th floor has been affected by the fallen fairy spirit. After all, the original 59th floor was an ice and snow world, but because of the fallen fairy spirit, it was affected and turned into a flower pot like the 24th floor. The most important thing is the information concealed by the guild. What the guild found on the 60th floor is related to Lavilia, which makes Chenxing quite interested. Time passed slowly as Morning Star was thinking about the expedition and Asterios's battle was coming to an end. That big guy he left after defeating a fallen fairy clone. Morning Star heard it and replied with a smile. Thank you. Chenxing didn't act pretentiously, he took it and threw it into the system space. After all, he really needed this thing to upgrade Xiaoguang and Xion, the more of this thing the better. After watching Asterios' figure gradually disappear, Chenxing also left. Please give me flowers. After listening to the explanation of Boris and others, Morning Star's face became strange, but he didn't say anything. Morning Star slowly fell from the sky and stopped in front of Reed and Boris. Asterios nodded, then turned and left without any intention of communicating with Chenxing. It's solved. Seeing this scene, Xuexing raised his eyebrows slightly. The relationship between the heretics and adventurers in the town of Rivera seems to be a little wrong and it develops too fast. Chenxing didn't care. Morning Star wanted the heretics to get along with the adventurers more so that the adventurers would slowly accept the existence of the heretics, but Morning Star really didn't expect this effect. Mr. Morning Star, where is Asterios? Lei Yi nodded, then looked at the location of the passage leading to the 19th floor and asked worriedly. Okay, I'm going back first. I want to see the situation in Knossos. Chenxing did not waste time here and flew towards the exit of the 18th floor after leaving a word. What's going on? Seeing Chenxing fly away without looking back, Bolus immediately grabbed his hair in annoyance and complained viciously. Ah, this is what happened. Boris and several other adventurers explained to Morning Star. Can you tell us? At this time, Boris' voice sounded and he was seen with a gloomy face and frowning brows. But what are you doing? Facing the expectant eyes of everyone, Morning Star nodded slightly and answered Reed's question, then raised his eyebrows and asked curiously. This is a thank you gift. The black giant hand handed over a colorful magic stone and Asterios thanked him lightly. Thank you for not interrupting my battle. At a certain moment, Asterios split the white wolf's fallen fairy spirit clone in half with an axe, completely ending the battle. 8.0. The eyes of others were instantly attracted. Even if the guild does not issue a notice, the gods will find the guild to explain. Really? That's good. Hearing Morning Star's answer and reaction, Lei Yi also understood that Asterios was fine and immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and the other heretics were the same. Ah, Chenxing, has the matter been resolved? Reed was the first to discover the existence of Chenxing and waved his hand excitedly to greet him. When Chenxing returned to the 18th floor, he found that the heretics and the adventurers of Rivera town got along very well. The two sides talked and laughed. The adventurers of Rivera town were not wary of the heretics because they were monsters. They chatted enthusiastically. Asterios seemed to notice that Morning Star collected the magic stone, so when he gave the white wolf's fallen fairy spirit clone, he did not choose to destroy the magic stone but kept the magic stone and gave it to Morning Star as a thank you gift for not interfering in the battle. Morning Star, what's going on? That's the best? Morning Star nodded slightly, not wanting to know too much. Anyway, the development of things did not exceed the scope of his plan, so it didn't matter if it was faster. We don't know either, Reed interrupted. This guy actually did this too. Looking at the situation on the battlefield, Morning Star raised his eyebrows slightly. It's troublesome to explain, you should wait for the guild's announcement. Morning Star shook his head and did not answer but asked Boris to wait for the guild's answer. That's it, Mr. Morning Star, now the adventurers in this town have accepted our existence. Lei Yi also came over at this time and explained to Morning Star. Such a big thing happened in the underground city, plus what happened in the artificial maze. The matter of the fallen fairy can no longer be concealed, and the guild will soon issue a notice. After leaving the 18th floor and entering the artificial maze, Morning Star rushed to the 10th floor at the fastest speed. Going back to where he came from, Morning Star rushed to the 10th floor at the fastest speed along the vertical passage he opened when he came. The artificial maze was built by humans, so naturally there is no ability for the dungeon to recover by itself, and the vertical passage still exists. As soon as he returned to the 10th floor, Morning Star immediately opened the veins of light and shadows to investigate the situation of the subjugation of the fallen fairy clone. Good guy, the fallen fairy clone has been subjugated, and now the large army is converging to one place except for the members of Freya's family. Come to think of it, Asterios, a cow, can kill a fallen fairy clone alone during this period of time, so how can the artificial maze not be able to do it? Except for the team led by Alan, the combat effectiveness of other teams is not weaker than Asterios. Except for Oda, the remaining teams can be regarded as 2 IV.7 and they can be said to be no weaker than Asterios. Such a team will naturally solve the fallen fairy clone faster than Asterios. However, since it has been solved, why not notify me? As soon as this thought came up, the communication orb in Morning Star's arms sent a message. Morning Star, Fells said that you have solved it over there. Do you want to join us? Finn's voice came from the communication orb. Yes, it has been solved. I have returned to the artificial maze now. You seem to have solved the fallen fairy clone. 570, yes, it has been solved, but the dark faction that Shakti is in charge of has not yet ended. We are going to join Shakti and others and solve the remaining dark factions in one go. Finn's answer came. Okay. Hearing Finn's answer, Morning Star nodded slightly. The fallen fairy clones are in a fixed position and will not leave, so Finn and others can deal with them, but the members of the Dark Clan are not targets and they are running around in the artificial maze at this time. It is not easy for the Ganesha clan to catch all the members of the Dark Clan in one fell swoop. Although Shakti has the map given by Morning Star, he can't compare with the members of the Dark Clan who have been in the artificial maze for several years. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light, so it is very troublesome to chase them. In the exploration magic of Morning Star, the people of the Ganesha clan are leading the people of other clans to chase these Dark Clan everywhere. Through the communication gem, Morning Star set the meeting point for everyone, and all the adventurers in the artificial maze rushed to the meeting point at the fastest speed. Morning Star's speed is the fastest, and it only took a few minutes to reach the meeting point. The meeting point is the place where Dionysus ascended before. The light shines from above the huge hole. It is only 10 floors away. Morning Star can see the blue sky above his head here. Sitting cross-legged, Chenxing just looked at the sky above his head quietly waiting for Finn and others to arrive. At this time, Chenxing's heart was extremely calm, without any thoughts, and his brain was completely empty. Chenxing didn't know how long it had been, and he woke up from the empty state when he heard Diony's voice. The team led by Dione and Diona was the first to arrive. As soon as he arrived here, seeing Chenxing sitting cross-legged on the ground, Dione rushed over directly. Morning Star. Are you okay? Dione threw herself into his arms. Morning Star was not surprised and began to observe Dione's condition to see if she was seriously injured. Dione was not injured. Come to think of it, either of the sisters could kill the fallen fairy's clone alone. How could they be seriously injured when they worked together? As for minor injuries were inevitable and they probably wouldn't show up. After all, the Loki clan brought enough logistical resources this time and there were a lot of recovery potions. Brother Morning Star, you only care about your sister. At this time, Diona, who was walking slowly with her hands behind her back, spoke up with a slightly complaining tone. Behind them was the team led by the two. The people in the team were more or less injured, but no one was in trouble. Hearing Diona's words, Morning Star smiled slightly and the gate of heaven opened instantly and covered the past. The white light fell on everyone and everyone's injuries soon recovered. Some seriously injured adventurers who used the panacea to recover also all returned to normal. There are many adventurers in the team who did not participate in the previous expedition. They were surprised to see the gate of heaven for the first time. Although they had heard that Morning Star could use healing magic, they did not expect the healing effect to be so strong and so fast. They looked at Morning Star with excitement. Healing magicians are very popular in any team, let alone such a powerful healing magician as Morning Star. Brother Morning Star, your magic is still powerful. By the way, Brother Morning Star, I heard from Fells that the Fallen Fairy rioted, and a lot of Fallen Fairy clones rushed up from the depths. You went to deal with it? Did you have any problems? Diona glanced at her companions who had recovered, smiled and praised, and then asked about the Fallen Fairy's rampage. This was what they learned from Fells after they had just defeated the Fallen Fairy clone. They were very worried at the time, but in order not to affect Morning Star's battle, they did not contact Morning Star. I wanted to ask about Morning Star's situation just now, but thinking that they would meet soon, I decided to wait until they met. Yes, Morning Star, are you okay? Dione quickly got up from Morning Star's arms and began to touch Morning Star and check on Morning Star's condition. It's okay. Morning Star did not stop Dione's actions and replied with a smile. It's good that you're okay. But Morning Star, do you know what happened? It actually caused the Fallen Fairy's main body in the deep to riot like this. I heard from Fells that the Fallen Fairy created 10 clones and sent them up. Such a large number. Even the Fallen Fairy itself is a huge consumption. Dione was still checking the situation of Morning Star, but Diona was relieved and then continued to ask. I want to know this question too. As soon as Tiona finished speaking, Finn's voice came from a passage not far away, and then a team ran out of the passage in a mighty manner. It was Finn and others. However, before Morning Star could answer, there were also movements from passages in other directions. Except for Tione and Tiona, everyone else arrived here almost at the same time. Hey, Morning Star, I'm here. He waved his hand and shouted to Morning Star. Morning Star, are you okay? Lavilia followed up and asked about Morning Star's situation. Others also showed concern. Lavilia and others knew about the rampage of the Fallen Fairy. It was troublesome for them to deal with one, but when they were fighting the Fallen Fairy bodies they were responsible for, they ran to the underground city to stop so many Fallen Fairy clones. It was impossible not to worry. Although they saw that Morning Star was intact, they still couldn't help but ask about it. Well, it's okay, we'll talk about it later. Now that everyone is here, let's focus on the Dark Faction first. You have eliminated the Fallen Fairy clones, and I think the people of the Dark Faction should know about it. Now they are probably ready to escape from here. If they escape, it will be like looking for a needle in a haystack to find them later. The most urgent task now is to find the Dark Faction as much as possible before they escape from the artificial maze and kill them all. Morning Star shook his head slightly and then turned the topic to the Dark Faction. A new expedition will begin next, and Morning Star does not want to leave the Dark Faction to cause trouble on the ground. After hearing what Morning Star said, everyone did not continue to ask questions, and they all paid attention to the Dark Faction with serious expressions. The artificial maze is too big. Even with your map, Morning Star, we can't catch them all. Shakti spoke first, frowning, and said, Finn and his team are dealing with the Fallen Fairy clone, and the task of dealing with the Dark Faction fell to her. She led the adventurers who entered the artificial maze to chase the Dark Faction, but the effect was not very good. These guys are too good at running, and they are more familiar with the artificial maze than she is. Well, I know I will be the commander next. I will use magic to explore the entire artificial maze and then communicate with you in real time through the communication orb to guide you to chase those remnants. Morning Star nodded and then expressed his thoughts. Hearing what Morning Star said, the adventurers who didn't know Morning Star's detection magic all took a breath. They didn't doubt what Morning Star said because Morning Star had no need to deceive them on this matter. It was precisely because they knew that they were shocked how big the artificial maze is. Although they have only been here for a short time, they have learned a lot, but the map can be compared with their actual running situation. Now Morning Star told them that they can explore the entire artificial maze. It would be strange if they were not shocked. How strong must this detection magic be to be able to do this? Then I'll trouble you, Morning Star. You provide us with the location and we will chase. Without further delay, let's reorganize and allocate the team members and then set off. Finn nodded, glanced at everyone, and then said. Everyone had no objection to what he said. For Finn, the adventurers present were convinced. After all, a person's reputation is like a tree's shadow, and Finn's reputation is among the best in the whole of Arario. As for Morningstar, they also trusted it very much. The main reason was that the Loki clan trusted Morningstar so much, so they had no reason not to trust it. If Morningstar really cheated them, the Loki clan would be the first to bear the brunt. The Loki clan would never shoot themselves in the foot. Soon, under Finn's allocation, a new team was formed. At Finn's command, many adventurers took action again. Only Morningstar, Tyone and Lavilia did not take action. Morningstar needed to use detection magic while Tyone and Lavilia stayed to protect Morningstar. With the addition of Morningstar, Finn and others were much smoother in their encirclement and suppression of the Dark Faction. Morningstar's detection magic could find the hiding place of the Dark Faction in real time. None of the Dark Faction that had not left the artificial maze escaped. With the concerted efforts of many adventurers, the number of Dark Factions in the artificial maze was gradually decreasing. 2 hours later, with the death of the last Dark Faction in Morningstar's exploration at the hands of Finn 5.0, the Dark Faction in the artificial maze came to an end. As for whether there are still Dark Factions outside the artificial maze, Morningstar doesn't know. "Is it over?" Looking at Morningstar, who opened his eyes, Lavilia asked in a low voice. "Ah, it's over. I don't know if there are still Dark Factions outside, but the Dark Factions in the artificial maze have all been solved." Morningstar smiled and nodded. "You are worthy of being my Morningstar." Tyone, who had been vigilant all the time, excitedly threw herself into Morningstar's arms and shouted loudly. The matter of the artificial maze has been resolved and we can continue the expedition next." Lavilia looked at the interaction between the two and nodded with a smile. We can prepare to continue the expedition next." Morningstar stroked Tyone's hair and replied with a smile. Just as Morningstar finished speaking, the artificial maze began to vibrate violently. The three of them quickly became alert. "What happened?" Tyone hugged Morningstar and frowned. "God's return, the main god of the Dark Faction, took the initiative to ascend to heaven." Morningstar saw the reason for this movement with the detection magic he used and said with a frown. The various Dark Factions in the artificial maze were solved, and the main god of the Dark Faction, Thanatos, took the initiative to ascend to heaven. On the ground, many residents and adventurers were stunned by the light column of God's return that appeared again. "God's return twice a day? I haven't seen this kind of situation for a long time. The last time this happened was 7 years ago. The matter of the artificial labyrinth Gnosis was completely over after all the members of the Dark Faction were conquered. Even the descendant of Daedalus, Bacca, who had been continuing to cultivate the artificial labyrinth and wanted to expand it underground, could not escape the encirclement of the adventurers and was killed by the people of the Ganesha family. It can be said that the artificial labyrinth is no longer dangerous now. However, these Morningstars did not care too much. After coming out of the artificial labyrinth, Morningstar took Haruheim and Belle and others back to the library. Belle and others followed the guild when they summoned adventurers to attack the artificial labyrinth. Morningstar also saw it but did not say hello to Belle and others. After the Dark Faction was wiped out, Morningstar said hello to Belle and others and took them away. As soon as he returned to the library, Morningstar could not wait to update his grace. When he was fighting with the human-shaped fallen fairy clone just now, Morningstar's grace was always hot, and he didn't know how much the grace ability value increased. Morningstar. IV.5. Strength. IOSSS 1999. Durability, I0 right arrow SSS 1999. Dexterity, 10 right arrow SSS 1999. Agility. EO right arrow SSS 1999. Magic, EO right arrow SSS 1999. Upgrade. Development ability. Magic D Luck G, Recuperation G, Berserker G. Magic. Thought Body. Son of Light. Son of Darkness. Skills. Reincarnation I. Blessing of the God of War. Flame of the Sky. Just one battle and I upgraded directly. Looking at the changes in the favor, Morningstar was slightly stunned and muttered in his heart. Morningstar knew that this time his favor ability value would definitely be greatly improved, and it might even be improved to the point where it could be directly upgraded, but he really didn't expect that it would reach the limit at 26 in 10 times. However, I didn't gain any development ability this time. Is it because I upgraded after one battle so I didn't have much experience? Well, it doesn't seem to matter whether I have it or not. But the development abilities I gained before have all been upgraded, and the newly acquired ability of Berserker has been directly upgraded by 2 levels. After looking at the ability values for a while, Chenxing didn't waste time and chose to upgrade directly. Chenxing, who had just upgraded a few days ago, upgraded again from LV.5 to LV.6. The level of grace has been increased again and Chenxing's strength has definitely increased. Chenxing can feel that his strength has been greatly improved, but Chenxing doesn't know what level his strength has reached now. When I was IV.5 before, I was already at the combat power of IV.8 in my normal state and I reached the level of IV.9 with my full burst. Now that I have upgraded all my abilities again, Chenxing can feel that his melee strength in my normal state has reached the limit of LV.8. With a thought, Chenxing entered the Samsara I mode. However, after entering the Samsara I mode, Chenxing frowned slightly. It seems that the limit of the Samsara I has been reached. When Chenxing was in IV.5, he entered the Samsara I mode. The Samsara I allowed Chenxing's strength to reach the limit of IV.8. After entering the Super Death Chi mode and the Great Sky Flame mode, his strength increased to IV.9. Now, Chenxing did not feel any improvement in his strength after entering the Samsara I mode. He was still IV.8. After thinking for a while, Chenxing entered the Super Death Chi mode. Sure enough, is the Super Death Chi mode similar to the Samsara I mode? After entering the Super Death Chi mode, Chenxing's strength was the same as when he turned on the Super Death Chi mode in IV.5. He reached the stage of IV.8 to IV.9 and there was not much change. Chenxing understood that this was the limit of the Samsara I mode and the Super Death Chi mode. The Samsara I and the Super Death Chi originally had their limits. Therefore, Chenxing was not surprised at all that the two modes had stagnated their own amplification. However, it does not mean that the two modes are useless without amplification. At least, the special moves of these two modes are quite powerful. When the special moves are released in these two modes, the power can reach IV.9. For example, the Golden Wheel Reincarnation Explosion and the Silver Wheel Reincarnation Explosion and some big moves in the Super Death Chi mode. However, Chenxing has more than just these two means of amplification. Then continue. Buzz, a deep orange flame emerged from the ring on Chenxing's finger. In an instant, Chenxing felt that his strength had changed dramatically. In an instant, he stepped into the IV.9 level and was even much stronger than when he stepped into IV.9 before. Sure enough, Ignite the Sky is much stronger than the Super Death Chi mode. After all, it is an idealistic ability. How much it can be improved depends on my consciousness. And my consciousness has always been very firm. As my strength improves, my consciousness will also improve. The more Ignite the Death Chi flame brings me, the stronger the amplification will be. Feeling the powerful power in his body, Chenxing smiled at the corner of his eyes and murmured in his heart. Immediately, Chenxing looked at the ability paper in his hand. It's only been a few days since I upgraded again. Although I can't compare with Liu in the original book, it's not much worse. Looking at the ability value in his hand, Chenxing murmured in his heart. Speaking of Liu, Chenxing thought of the members of the Astria family who went to the Sword City. It's been so long since they came back to Arario and I don't know how they are now. Slightly shaking his head, Chenxing didn't think too much, lit the ability paper and burned it and then left the room. At this time, Hestia and others were chatting excitedly outside the library. It was Hestia who asked Belle and others about what happened in the artificial maze, and Belle and others answered everything they had experienced. As for Hephaestus, who had been here with Hestia before, she had left and returned to her own base. After seeing Chenxing come out, Hestia's attention instantly shifted to Chenxing. Morning Star, tell me about this battle. Yeah, okay. Morning Star nodded, walked over, sat next to Hestia and told her about the experience she had just experienced. Belle and the others were also very concerned about what Morning Star had experienced this time. When they met up before, Morning Star had a conversation with those first-level adventurers, but Belle and the others could not understand it at all. Except for Haruki, the others followed the Ganesha family and acted under the arrangement of the Ganesha family, and then acted under the arrangement of Finn. Everyone was very concerned about what the fallen fairy clones that Morning Star and the others mentioned were. After Morning Star finished telling the situation of the fallen fairy, Belle and the others took a breath unconsciously. The highest level among them was only IV.3, but the enemies they encountered this time were all IV.7 level. Morning Star killed 3 of them in the artificial maze at once and then entered the dungeon and killed 4, one of which was still IV.8 level. However, after being shocked, everyone was extremely excited. So Lord Morningstar's strength has reached IV.9. That's the level of the Queen of the Hera Familia, Lily said excitedly with shining eyes full of admiration, and the others were almost the same, looking at Star with admiration. Ah, that's it, Morningstar smiled and nodded. Lord Morningstar is so amazing. After getting the affirmation of Morningstar, Lily excitedly threw herself into Morningstar's arms. With such a powerful backer, how could Lily not be excited? Lily, get up. While Morningstar was telling Hestia and others about this battle experience on the other side, in the dusk hall of the Loki Familia. Is it related to your improvement in strength? Finn was not as helpless as Loki and smiled at the 3 people. Is it that guy Morningstar who did it? As Tyone's voice fell, Bert, who was leaning against the wall not far away, suddenly spoke, saying lightly. The 3 of them looked at each other after hearing this and no one answered. Vilya, you don't know about this, do you? Loki looked at Lavilia, squinting and doubting. Everyone. Moreover, AIC and the other 2 have a good relationship with Morning Star. Is it the condition for you to gain this strength that you can't tell me? Grace spoke at this time. Yeah, that's it. Tiona nodded repeatedly. 14,411,126 Philo, 132,401,091. As soon as these words came out, AIC and the other 2 were immediately shocked. As for exploring how Morning Star did it, she had this idea. All confirmed, there is no need to continue asking, no need. Hey, I can't say. Diona touched the back of her head and said with a smile. Such a big change has happened to AIC and the other 2, she can't ignore 467, she must find out, otherwise she will be very worried. However, just this reaction was enough for the people present to confirm the answer. Yeah, that's it, Tyone nodded and said, well, I won't explore how that kid did it. The people who had been paying attention to the 3 people immediately understood. Looking at the reactions of the 3, Loki was slightly helpless. Think about it, the only one who can do this, except for the gods using divine power to cheat, seems to be Morning Star, who has always been a mysterious guy. Ah, that's it, I can't say sorry. Dione crossed her arms and looked at Loki, full of momentum. Okay, don't ask anymore, it's a good thing that the strength of AIC and the other 2 has increased. At this time, Lavilia also spoke up and comforted everyone. However, she was more concerned about whether such a good thing could happen again. IV.7, this is the top adventurer in Aurario except for Chenxing. Can't you tell me? Forget it, let's not talk about this, let's review the situation this time. But looking at the looks of the 3, they don't want to say it at all. With such a big change, they had to ask clearly. As soon as these words came out, everyone present except Lavilia was a little moved and looked at AIC and the other 2. The strength of AIC and the other 2 had actually reached IV.7. The 3 of them didn't get the increase of Chun Jai at all, but their strength reached this level. Hearing this, Lavilia's eyes twitched and then she glared at Loki fiercely without answering Loki. Eyes, Diona, do you have anything to tell me? In Finn's office, the top leaders of the Loki Familia gathered here. Loki sat in front of Finn's desk, crossed his legs, folded his arms, and frowned at the 3 people standing in front of her. Finn and the others were also looking at AIC. Sorry, AIC lowered her head, playing with her fingers, looking guilty. They didn't know it before, but in this artificial maze battle, Finn and the others also knew that something was wrong with AIC and the other 2. Can you help me ask if there are any more good things like this? Loki didn't continue to explore, frowned and spread his face. His expression returned to his usual nonchalant expression and smiled at AIC and the other 2. AIC and the other two had just upgraded to IV.6, and suddenly their strength increased to IV.7. After the Battle of the Artificial Maze, Arario ushered in a period of excitement. In the past few days, the adventurers of Arario have been discussing the Artificial Maze, the Fallen Fairy, and the Heretic, because the Guild has made the Fallen Fairy and the Heretic public. After learning about the Fallen Fairy from the Guild's notice board, the adventurers who did not know the inside story and had not participated in the encirclement and suppression of the Fallen Fairy clones were all shocked and sweating. They did not expect that such a terrible thing would happen under their noses. More than a dozen Fallen Fairy clones, each of which has reached the combat power of IV.7 level. What is the concept? The only IV.7 adventurer in Arario now is Oda. Although Morningstar has the combat power of IV.7, his level is only IV.4. Now the guild told them that this artificial maze battle and the subsequent events caused by this battle actually resulted in the appearance of so many IV.7 level monsters. Such terrible news made many adventurers feel like they had walked in front of the gate of hell and were glad that they had escaped. After being glad, many adventurers were attracted by the information in the guild's announcement that Chenxing had solved more than a dozen Fallen Fairy clones by himself. After Chenxing took over the title of Oda's strongest adventurer, everyone only thought that Chenxing had a combat power of LV.7 and was stronger than Oda, but did not think that Chenxing was IV.8. After this Fallen Fairy clone incident, many adventurers in Arario understood that Chenxing's strength had risen by another level, at least M.8. Without IV.8 level strength, it was impossible to solve so many IV.7 Fallen Fairy clones. This information made many adventurers extremely excited. Arario finally had an IV.8 level adventurer again. Many adventurers were very encouraged. Those who were determined to become stronger instead of just living a lazy life had a new goal to pursue for their future, and they were full of fighting spirit. In addition to the matter of the Fallen Fairy Spirit's clone, there was another topic that was widely discussed among the adventurers during this period. That was the existence of heretics. After fighting side by side and getting to know the heretics, and knowing that many of the heretics were reincarnated adventurers, more than 90% of the adventurers in the town of Rivera accepted the existence of heretics and became one with them. This matter was sent back to the ground by Porus, who reported the situation to the guild. In addition, the gods had seen the existence of Asterios through the mirror of God before, and they all went to find Uranus, and it seemed that they had reached some consensus with Uranus. The guild took advantage of the situation and made the matter of heretics public. Now all the adventurers and residents of Arario know about the existence of heretics. Regarding the existence of heretics, the adventurers are divided into three groups. One group is the adventurers in Rivera town, and the other group is the adventurers who do not believe in the existence of heretics, are vigilant against them, and even hate them. They do not believe that heretics are the reincarnation of adventurers, nor do they believe that they can get along with heretics. They all clamor to kill heretics. The third group accepted the words of the adventurers in Rivera town and were willing to tentatively contact the heretics and want to see the nature of the heretics in person. These are the companions and friends of the adventurers in Rivera town who fought side by side with the heretics before. There are quite a lot of people in this group because they have Morningstar's endorsement. The adventurers in Rivera town also told their relatives and friends about Morningstar's situation. Many people are willing to believe in Morningstar's attitude. As the most powerful adventurer in Arario now, Morningstar has accepted the existence of heretics. Naturally, many adventurers are willing to believe in Morningstar, which can be regarded as the star effect of the other world. This matter was also fueled by members of the Fells and Ganesha clans. Some adventurers even came to the library to ask Morningstar if he could trust the heretics. In response, Morningstar simply gave an answer that is, just treat them as ordinary adventurers, believe when you should, and be cautious when you should. This answer instantly increased the number of adventurers willing to try to believe the heretics. Many adventurers followed the answer given by Morningstar and treated the heretics as adventurers. According to your heart, believe when you should and be cautious when you should. After all, this is the way adventurers get along with each other. You can trust those who have a good relationship, but you have to be careful of being stabbed in the back if you don't have a good relationship. These have nothing to do with Morning Star, and Morning Star didn't pay too much attention to this matter. I have already helped to endorse it, and it depends on the actions of the heretics themselves. If the heretics want adventurers to accept them, they need to make enough efforts in the future. Anyway, with Xiao and by their side, they don't have to worry about the heretics harming some adventurers with ill intentions. Speaking of Xiao and Chenxing has already fed Xiao Guang and Xiao and the magic stones of the fallen fairy clone that he obtained in the past few days. After swallowing the magic stones, the two took turns to advance and raised their strength to the level of IV.8. In the past few days, Chenxing did not enter the dungeon again but stayed on the ground, accompanying Hestia and others. Either staying in the library or going to the Hephaestus clan base camp to chat with Chun, or going to Demeter Manor to discuss divine life with Demeter, and then accompanying Dione and Diona to go shopping on the street and sweep. In his free time, he would go to Lavilia to exchange magic, obtain magic knowledge from Lavilia, verify the magic techniques he learned from the human-shaped fallen fairy clone, and consolidate his own magic power. Chenxing has gained something, and Lavilia has also benefited from Chenxing. Although it has not been upgraded yet, the magic firepower has entered IV.7. After all, according to the god Uranus, Morning Star's strength has reached the peak of IV.8 and may even have reached IV.9. So Morning Star came to the guild headquarters to look for Royman, the guild's pig. It's just that the artificial maze incident has just passed, and there are many things he needs to deal with. In addition, he also wants Morning Star to rest for a while so he didn't disturb Morning Star. In addition, the little girl Lefia also learned a lot of new magic from Morning Star. This little girl always likes to stick to Morning Star. Every time Morning Star comes to Lavilia to exchange magic, Lefia will be there, sitting aside with sparkling eyes listening to the two of them discussing magic and learning magic. Unexpectedly, Morning Star actually came to the door on his own initiative. Speaking of which, Morning Star had thought about asking Lavilia about the situation on the 60th floor before. I came to you for information this time because I want to get the warehouse you got from the 60th floor. That place needs the two major clans to join forces to conquer. This is his lowest judgment. Even if the two major clans join forces to conquer, it is also very dangerous. Finn and Grace are the same. I didn't expect you to come to see me on your own initiative. Royal family? Chenxing was stunned. Is this matter related to the royal family? That unknown relic is something of great significance to Lavilia. The two major clans are now in a state of hostility. How dare he give the information to the two major clans and let them set foot in that place? I've rested enough and want to start a new expedition, so I came to you to ask for information about the 60th floor. Morning Star smiled and said, I want to ask Lavilia about something. Even if there is no Freya clan, Morning Star and the Loki clan can cooperate to deal with it. However, the 60th floor is very dangerous. If possible, I hope you can act with the Loki clan. Royman had no objection to this and said very straightforwardly that he would give the information to Morning Star later, but he made a suggestion to Morning Star. Without that thing, Morning Star does not know how to ask Lavilia. After learning about Morning Star's terrifying strength from Fells, Royman thought about announcing the information about the 60th floor to Morning Star. Because Morning Star has not yet asked the guild for information on the 60th floor, nor has he asked the guild for the unknown relic found on the 60th floor. However, after a few days of rest, Morning Star is also ready to start planning a new expedition plan. I was thinking of waiting a few days before looking for you. In the reception room of the guild, Royman looked at Morning Star with some surprise and said, I didn't expect you to know all this, but I don't want to mention the royal family's affairs casually. You should ask Lord Lavilia. Royman sighed slightly and then refused. He didn't care why Morning Star could grow so fast, he just knew that Morning Star's strength was enough. Hearing what Morning Star said, Royman's face froze and then shook his head. However, this is because Lavilia did not ask Loki for an update. Otherwise, after experiencing this artificial maze battle, Lavilia would have upgraded long ago. However, Morning Star did not ask. He got the information about the 60th floor a long time ago, but the 60th floor was very dangerous, and he didn't dare to give it to either the Yelaya clan or the Loki clan. Wait here for a moment, I will go get the information and give you the things we got by the way. Royman did not answer, stood up, left a word, and dragged his fat body to walk outside. I need to discuss this with Finn and the others. Of course, maybe you know it, how about telling me? Morningstar nodded slightly and said with a smile, royal family. But now that Morningstar has emerged, he is no longer worried about his lack of strength. Looking at Royman's back as he left, Chenxing was thoughtful. Ah, no problem, I'll give you the information later. Morningstar, where did you get this thing? In the dusk pavilion of the Loki family, Livilia's pupils shrank, looking at the weapon fragments in the hands of the Morningstar, and murmured in a low voice. Grace, who was sitting in front of the desk and on the high chair next to him, also narrowed his eyes at this time with a very solemn expression. I am ready to enter the 60th floor, this is what I got from the guild. The people of the guild brought back from the 60th floor. I found it in the gap between the 60th and 61st floors. Morningstar explained with a smile. This thing has something to do with you, Livilia, can you tell me about it? Hearing Morningstar's question, the three people present were silent. Finn and Grace looked at Livilia and so did Morningstar. However, Livilia did not answer Morningstar's question. Her hand gently stroked the weapon fragments, her eyes were absent-minded and she seemed to be recalling something. Seeing this, Finn shook his head at Morningstar, signaling Morningstar not to disturb Livilia. Seeing this, Chenxing nodded to show that he understood and did not speak again. Chenxing had long known that this adventurer's relic was very important to Livilia, so he was not surprised at Livilia's current reaction. The four of them sat quietly for 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, Livilia came back to her senses, raised her head and looked at Chenxing and slowly spoke. This is the weapon of my mother. Hearing this answer, Chenxing's pupils were stunned. In the long history of the elves, many royal women have abandoned Alf King Forest and set out on a journey to the outside world. It was the same with my mother. She left Alf King Forest when I was young and went to the outside world. There was no news after 227. Until I came to Arario and grew up slowly, I learned about my mother from the guild. My mother left the royal forest decades ago and came to Arario. She joined the Hera family at that time. She was the most powerful magician of the Hera family and the most powerful magician in Arario 50 years ago. However, there was no news after an expedition. P.S. There is no reason for the novel. The following is considered to be my own creation. Don't criticize. Before that, I always wanted to leave Arario and travel around the world, but after I learned about my mother's news that time, I gave up this idea. I want to go on an expedition. I want to go deeper into the floor to find my mother's traces. I want to know my mother's past. I didn't expect that mother would be silent on the 60th and 61st floors. Morningstar, you are going to the 60th floor next, right? Take me with you, Livilia murmured in a low voice as if she was telling herself. At the end, her eyes showed an extremely firm look and she looked at Morningstar and asked seriously. Hey, Livilia, don't act on your own, at least discuss it with us. Hearing Livilia's words, Finn smiled bitterly. That's right, old woman, when did you become so impulsive? Grace also spoke up. I'm not impulsive. Since I got the clues about Mother, the purpose of my expedition is to find the traces left by Mother, and I will do it even if I have to pay everything. Faced with the persuasion of Finn and Grace, Livilia was very calm. She looked at the two and spoke calmly, and she didn't mind being called an old woman by Grace. We didn't say we wouldn't go on an expedition, but we need to prepare before the expedition. Besides, Morningstar came here to find our Loki clan to go on an expedition together, didn't she? Finn heard this and smiled bitterly, then said, and finally his eyes fell on Morningstar. Ah, indeed, I came here this time to find you to continue cooperation. Morningstar nodded slightly and said with a smile. Although he could go alone and was not afraid of any accidents, Morningstar did not mind taking the Loki Familia with him. The situation of the Loki Familia and himself was similar to that of the Hestia Familia. They could be regarded as the kind of mother's family. After all, Dione and Diona were from the Loki Familia. If Lily and others were not too low in level now, Morning Star would have wanted to take them with him on the expedition. The levels of Lily, Belle, and others were still too low. It would be better to let them develop in the middle or lower levels for a while and take them with them on the next expedition. In the next expedition, Lily and others should be upgraded. That's good. Hearing what Morning Star said, Lavilia breathed a sigh of relief and then smiled. Then let's discuss the plan for the next expedition together. Morning Star, did you bring the guild's intelligence? Seeing Lavilia calm down, Finn was slightly relieved, then looked at Morning Star and spoke. Floor intelligence is very important for the clan expedition, because with this information, the expedition clan can prepare some necessary materials in advance to cope with the upcoming adventure. Well, I brought it, let's discuss it together. Do you need it with your skinny body? Kali glanced at Loki and the bag in his hand with obvious female clothing and supplies logos and said venomously. After leaving the guild, the three of them walked directly towards the library. If something really happens, you will be punished. Kali waved his hand casually and said indifferently, the more powerful adventurers there were in Arario, the happier he was. These Amazons of Kali's family were so unruly that Morning Star should give them a warning. In this way, these unruly Amazons would restrain their personalities. What Morning Star didn't know was that while they were discussing the plan for the 60th floor, a huge number of Amazons were entering Arario at the gate of a city wall. It's the flat-chested Loki, what are you buying? Himi bras. According to Royman, the 60th floor is also a frozen world called Kainkang Icefield. Morning Star nodded, then took out the information he got from Royman from the system space and began to discuss with Finn and the other two. Kali, Algana and Beige quickly left the guild. Facing a main god and two adventurers of level 6, Royman had no fear and was not polite at all. Although he was very dissatisfied with Algana's rudeness, Royman still told Algana the location of the library. How rude! Royman heard this and immediately glared at Algana unhappily. Well, I find that you really deserve a beating. Kali's words directly broke Loki's defense. The smile on Loki's face disappeared instantly, and the corners of his eyes kept twitching and gnashing his teeth. However, halfway through the journey, the three met AC and others who were being dragged by Loki to go shopping. However, he also knew the cruel customs in Terskura, and the wrangling for more than a month was because of this. Her purpose of coming to Arario was to find Morning Star. She had set her eyes on Morning Star and would definitely make Morning Star her partner. Lord Kali, according to the order of the god Uranus, you are allowed to settle in Arario and become one of the Arario clans. It's good that you know, Roman nodded, his expression still serious. This short figure is Kali, and behind him, standing behind the sofa, are Algana and Beige. Algana and Dione had a hostile relationship. They were on edge when they met, but they did not fight directly. People outside call you the guild's pig, right? Do you know where the Lucifer family's base is? At this time, Algana behind Kali spoke up and said to Royman. The entire street was almost occupied by the Amazon army. Residents and adventurers made way for the road and stood on the side of the road, watching these Amazons whispering and discussing. I know, I have already severely warned those children before coming here, don't worry. In the guild, Royman welcomed the new CGDI guests not long after seeing off Morning Star. Now that the Kali family has settled in Arario, Royman once again reminded them. The Kali family officially settled in Arario today. After Royman knew about this, he began to send people to negotiate with the people of the Kali clan. However, I hope you don't bring the customs of Terskura to Arario, otherwise there are plenty of adventurers in Arario who can deal with you. In the living room, Zero Yishi said to the short figure sitting opposite him with a serious look. Royman didn't know Algana's purpose of asking about the Lucifer family, but Royman was happy to let Algana find Morning Star. More than a month ago, the Kali clan sent the documents for settling in Arario to the guild headquarters of Arario. He welcomed the Kali family to settle in Arario with both hands. This negotiation is, after more than a month of wrangling, the terms were finally agreed. Hey, little number 2, why are you here? Loki waved at Kali with a smile and said, Diona, help me teach them a lesson. Loki opened his mouth and was about to ask Dione and Diona to take action to teach Kali and Algana and Bage behind Kali a lesson. However, he was interrupted halfway through his words. "Long time no see, Loki," a gentle voice came from behind and everyone present shifted their attention. "Oh, Astria, you are back." Loki turned his head and saw the person coming. His eyes suddenly lit up and he opened his mouth to say hello, but when he spoke, his eyes touched the many figures behind Astria and his words stopped immediately. The next second, a sharp roar resounded throughout the street. "Scarlet Zhenghua!" The people standing behind Australia were the members of the Australia Familia who were resurrected by Morningstar. Loki hadn't noticed it before, but now he saw it and couldn't help but scream. The members of the Australia Familia had died a few years ago, leaving only Gale. Now the entire family appeared in front of him intact. It would be strange if Loki was not surprised. Even eyes looked at the returning Australia Familia with a look of astonishment. "Are they the Australia Familia?" Diona blinked and murmured with some curiosity. "SHH, except for Gale, I've seen the rest for the first time." Dione shrugged and said lightly, with curiosity in her eyes. When the two sisters came to Arario, the Australia Familia had disappeared and they were not very clear about the situation of the Australia Familia. "They are all very strong, especially allies. Although she can't compare with Morningstar, she has the combat power of LV.5 at only IV.4. Eyes whispered aside. "Hey, yeah, Tilda." The two sisters immediately showed a surprised reaction. They didn't expect that allies actually had such strength. But how did they survive? After being surprised, the two sisters became curious again. "I want to know too," AIC replied in a low voice, and then she didn't say anything else. Her eyes were always on the Australia family. At this time, the residents and adventurers around also noticed the existence of the Australia family. The conflict between Loki and Kali here had already attracted the attention of many residents and adventurers around. The Australia family left a deep impression in the hearts of the residents of Arario. After all, when the Australia family existed, they would protect the order of Arario together with the Ganasa family. Many residents remembered the titles of the members of the Australia family. As the leader, Allies' title was no exception. When Loki shouted like this, the eyes of the residents and adventurers on the whole street were immediately attracted. After seeing Alish and the others, many residents and adventurers were shocked, and then they whispered to each other. "Hey, Loki!" Alish smiled and waved to Loki, saying hello. As soon as Alish finished speaking, the residents around her instantly confirmed the identity of the Australia family and immediately surrounded them excitedly. In just a few seconds, the Australia family was completely surrounded. Many residents chattered and greeted the people of the Australia circle. "It's still the same, so popular with urban residents." Loki looked at this scene and sighed. The three people of Kali on the side raised their eyebrows unconsciously when they saw this scene. The three of them didn't know the situation of the Australia family, so they were a little surprised by the scene in front of them. "Forget it, let's just leave it at that, let's continue moving." Kali only glanced at Loki for a few times and then looked at Loki again. Her attention was already completely focused on the Australia family, so she didn't want to waste time on Loki anymore. After greeting Algana and Barch, she led the way and left here. "Dione, goodbye." Algana showed a provocative expression to Dione and then left here with Barch. "I really want to beat this guy up." Seeing Algana's appearance, Dione's eyes twitched and said very unhappily. Algana was very irritating at any time. If she really wanted to rush over, she could beat Algana up, but thinking about this is on the ground, if she really started to fight, it would definitely cause great damage to the surroundings, so she gave up this idea. "Here we go again." Dione, who was standing aside, heard the words and immediately complained. She really didn't understand why Dione and Algana were so at odds even after so many years. "Tusk," Dione curled her lips. "Speaking of which, why did little number 2 and the others come to Arario?" Loki was also slightly attracted to his attention and looked at Kali's back as she left and said with some curiosity. "Oh, I don't know," Tiona shrugged. The Australia family was not surrounded by residents and adventurers for too long and let the residents disperse. "Let's find a place to talk," Australia said gently with a gentle smile, bringing Alish and others to Loki and others. "Let's go to my place," Loki nodded and said. Well, okay, Australia nodded slightly. Miss Australia, I want to find Mr. Morningstar. At this time, Liu behind Australia suddenly spoke. I want to find Morningstar too. Alice also waved her hand and said, I'll come with me. Gajono Kaguya also said, well, sure you go. Astria was not surprised to hear that and nodded slightly. Then we'll leave first and we'll go to the Twilight Pavilion to find you later. Allies nodded, then called Liu and Kaguya and left with the two of them. So suspicious! Seeing allies and the others leave, Loki narrowed his eyes immediately. There seems to be some great secret between Astria's family and Morning Star. Resurrection? Is it the work of that kid Morning Star? Loki is now more and more curious about Morning Star and he wants to lure Morning Star into his family more and more. Not only Loki but also Eyes and the other two, all of them have doubts in their hearts. Let's go, Loki. At this time Astria spoke, saying to Loki, let's go. Loki came back to his senses, nodded and walked towards the Twilight Pavilion with Astria and the people behind him. The group arrived at the Twilight Pavilion soon. At this time in the Twilight Pavilion, Morning Star was discussing the plan for the next expedition with Finn and the other two. While chatting, someone suddenly knocked on the door, which directly stopped the discussion of the four people. Come in, Finn shouted to the outside of the door. Then the door was opened and the extraordinary Frower, a member of Loki's family, walked in with a strange look on his face and spoke hesitantly. Captain Lord Loki is back. She came back just fine, why is she like this? Finn's expression was also a little strange because Frower's behavior was strange. Not only Finn but the other three people present were the same. Loki came back just fine, did he need to come here to report? But Lord Loki came back with the main god and members of Astria's family. In an instant Finn and the other three were all confused. What does that mean? The main god Astria recruited new members of her family in the outside world and then returned to Arario. All the members of Astria's family have been resurrected. Except for Scarlet Zhenghua, Gale and Longden, everyone else is here, Raoul explained. 3 people 0. Finally back, compared to the confusion of Finn and the other three, Morningstar was very calm and murmured in his heart. After all, the resurrection of Astria's family is his arm. However, why didn't Alice and the other three come with him? Morningstar, the expedition plan will be temporarily stopped. We have to go over and take a look. The three of them were stunned for a moment and soon came back to their senses. Finn said to Morningstar, well, let's go, I'll go over and take a look too. Morningstar nodded slightly and said gently. Then the 4 of them left the office and quickly rushed towards the reception room. Soon the 4 of them came to the reception room. As soon as they approached, they heard Loki's voice coming from the half-open door. The 4 of them pushed the door open and walked in. After seeing Australia and the others, Finn looked a little dazed. It's really you? Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar figures, Finn blurted out unconsciously. Everyone from Australia, Lavilia was also very shocked. This is really incredible. Grace was extremely shocked, opened her mouth and finally expressed her inner shock. Australia was sitting on the sofa at this time, sitting opposite Loki. The people of Australia's family stood behind the sofa where Australia was sitting, and their faces were full of confidence at this time. Long time no see, Finn, Lavilia, Grace. Australia nodded to Finn and the other two. Please give me flowers. Long time no see, Lord Australia. Finn and the other two came back to their senses and said at the same time, I didn't expect you all to be resurrected. After greeting Australia, Finn looked at the members of Australia's family behind Australia and was filled with emotion. Hee, that's amazing. The dwarf Layla put one hand on her waist and said proudly, Lady Lavilia, it's been a long time since I last saw you. The elf Kelty bowed slightly to Lavilia. Long time no see, Kelty, it's great that you can be resurrected. Lavilia nodded slightly. Others also greeted the 3 giants one after another and Morningstar watched quietly without interrupting. After the greetings, everyone quieted down a little. Finn and the others looked at this scene, a little surprised, not knowing what the Australia family wanted to do. Morningstar clearly felt that after he said this, Lavilia's breathing beside Finn became much more rapid. However, the next second, Morningstar's eyes were pierced. Hearing Astralia's explanation, Morningstar's eyes unconsciously looked at Loki, who was sitting on the sofa, leaning his hands on the back of the sofa, squinting his eyes and looking sloppy. Why didn't they follow? Morningstar looked at the people of Astria's family and asked curiously. Sorry, Loki is too sensitive and I guessed it on the way here. Speaking of which, where are allies Kaguya and Liu? Hey, didn't you agree not to expose me? Morningstar was also startled by the Australia clan and then spoke speechlessly. However, the next moment he understood. Let's go over and take a look. Ryu came to me before and I agreed. There is no need to hide this situation now, so Chenxing nodded and responded to Finn's confirmation truthfully. Thank you very much, Mr. Morningstar. Australia led the members of the Australia clan regardless of their dignity as gods and half-bowed to Morningstar with one hand on their chests. Then Australia stood up and came to Morningstar and the members of Australia's family followed behind Australia. Allies and the others seemed to have fought with someone. I have a special way of contact with Hestia, she told me. Everyone at the scene looked at each other and Loki smiled and said, as Australia said just now, he is no longer afraid with his current strength. Everyone was stunned when they heard this and then their faces were full of question marks. Thank you very much, Mr. Morningstar. And the members of the Australia clan behind them bowed to Morningstar completely, speaking in unison. However, to be able to say this, Australia is very concerned about him. Well, forget it, I'll know when I know. I didn't see you and I guess you will come here soon, Layla answered. In other words, Morningstar, did you resurrect the people of Australia's family? Finn and the other two also reacted at this time and Finn said with a slightly excited tone. No big deal. Looking at Loki's expression, Morningstar thought for a moment, then shook his head indifferently. I went to your library to find you, but I didn't expect you to be here. This made Morningstar unconsciously look at Lavilia more, but Lavilia's expression was very calm, and Morningstar couldn't see anything, so he suppressed this discovery in his heart. Besides, with Mr. Morningstar's current strength, he is not afraid of other clans, so I didn't hide it. Australia apologized a little embarrassedly and then explained. It seems that Alice and the other three are fighting with two Amazons. Hearing this, Morningstar nodded in understanding. Morningstar boy, you are really hiding it. Seeing Morningstar looking over, Loki raised his eyebrows and said jokingly, yes, it was me. Before, he was worried that he was alone and that something might happen if his resurrection magic was discovered, but now he is not afraid. I have to go over and take a look. Morningstar explained a few words and then left quickly. When Chenxing rushed back, several people were fighting fiercely on the street at the entrance of the library. Ryu, allies, and Kaguya fought against Algana and Barch, and the battle was very fierce. Algana and Barch were both IV.6, but Ryu and allies showed that their strength was not much weaker than the two of them. In addition, Kaguya was helping them. No one could defeat the other in time, and the battle was evenly matched. The area where the 5 people were located within a radius of dozens of meters became a vacuum zone. No one dared to approach and they could only watch from a distance. At the entrance of the library, Hestia was leaning against the door frame of the library, watching this scene with interest. Are you the little one that Loki said? At this time, a figure who was shorter than Hestia and whose stature was completely incomparable to Hestia came from a distance. It was Kali. Who are you? Hearing this, Hestia immediately raised her eyebrows, turned her head and looked over, questioning with an unhappy face. Kali, I just moved into Arario today. Please give me more advice in the future. Kali raised an arrogant smile and said arrogantly, Ah, you are the little guy that Morningstar mentioned. No wonder you are so arrogant as soon as you come. So these two guys are the 2 trump cards of your 73 clan IV.6? Hestia was a little surprised and blurted out. Just now, when Algana and Barch came, Algana spoke arrogantly to Morningstar. She happened to meet Liu, who also came to find Morningstar, and then the two sides fought without saying a word. Originally, she was still wondering what was going on with Algana and Barch. Did they come here to find trouble on purpose? If they really wanted to find trouble, then are they not smart enough to know that this is Morningstar's library? Don't they know the strength of Morningstar? But if the two are from Kali's clan, then it makes sense. When Chenxing came back, he told her about the Kali clan and that he was being targeted by the Amazons of the Kali clan, especially the two IV.6 of the Kali clan. Now it seems that these two guys are here to pester Chenxing. Aren't you a little kid too? Hearing Hestia's words, Kali's forehead suddenly darkened and she scolded fiercely. Ryu can actually fight back and forth with them. Is this an upgrade? Hestia ignored Kali and turned to look at the battle, surprised. Originally, Hestia thought the two were IV.5, but she didn't expect them to be IV.6. And looking at Ryu's appearance, this is an upgrade. Otherwise, there is no way to fight with IV.5 adventurers to this extent. Moreover, it seems that Ryu's situation does not seem to be the combat power that it should have when it has just been upgraded. For a moment, Hestia's heart arose with curiosity. Hey, that's too rude, I'm talking to you. Seeing that Hestia completely ignored her, Kali gritted her teeth. I don't know you well and you look like you're here to pick a fight, so I don't want to talk to you. Hestia glanced at her and said contemptuously. This guy is not easy to get along with, and the Amazons under his command are coveting her morning star, so Hestia will not give her a good face. It's really infuriating. Listening to Hestia's words, Kali's forehead was almost popping out of veins. However, she didn't dwell on this too much and turned to look at the battle between Liu and others. Olerio is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. I didn't expect that the few people I met just now actually had such strength and they were so well hidden. Looking at the three Liu fighting with Algana and Beige, Kali felt shocked. Algana and Barchit were very sensitive to strong people. When they met before, they didn't feel the situation of Liu and the others at all. They didn't expect that they were so strong in fighting, and they were not weaker than the two sisters they carefully trained. Hestia, who was standing by, had a slightly strange look on her face when she heard this. By the way, who are these people around Liu? She didn't think about this before, but now, Yo is very curious about the identities of allies and Yun Yi. She knew Liu's identity. She disappeared during this period of time and became stronger after returning, but who are allies and Kaguya who followed Liu? They didn't know each other just now, but Algana and Barch came over and then they fought without saying a word. Hestia was very curious, but no one answered her. Fortunately, Chenxing and others came very quickly. After only a few minutes, Chenxing and others arrived here. Astria? Hestia saw Morning Star at first sight, but the next second her eyes were attracted by Australia, who came with Morning Star. When she was in heaven, she and Australia also chatted well and were considered friends. After going down to the world, she was very sorry when she heard about Australia's family. She felt sorry for Australia. But when she went down to the world, Australia was no longer in Arario. Unexpectedly, Australia is back now. Long time no see, Hestia. Australia waved her hand and greeted with a smile. Hey, little number 2, see you again. I didn't expect you to get into trouble as soon as you came to Arario, Loki greeted Kali. Flat-chested Loki. Kali glanced at Loki and said lightly, Ha! Loki gritted his teeth. The four goddesses here greeted each other, and Morning Star began to separate the two sides of the battle. Good fellow, fighting in front of their own library and not holding back at all. If they continue to fight, then the library area will be destroyed. Bang, bang, bangs, 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 bang. 5 slaps fell on the heads of the 5 people, and the 5 people stopped fighting one after another, covering their foreheads and quitting the battle. Oh, Morning Star, my husband, we finally meet again. Algana was angry at first because she was hit on the head, but when she saw that it was Morning Star who hit her, she was no longer angry and excitedly rushed towards Morning Star, but was directly held on the head by Morning Star with one hand. Hey, yeah, why are you yelling, Amazon? Hestia's hearing is very sharp. She was reminiscing with Astria when she heard this sentence. Hestia abandoned Astria in an instant and appeared in front of Morning Star almost like teleportation, pushing Algana out and blocking in front of Star like a protective child. Ahaha, Hestia seems to really like Mr. Morning Star. Seeing Hestia's reaction, Astria laughed and said softly, Ah, the relationship between this guy Little Bit and this kid Morning Star is already known to everyone. Morning Star brought everyone to the reception room in the inner courtyard of the library. Mr. Morning Star is really popular, Astria said with a smile. I will not give up Morning Star no matter what. I will make you my husband. Even if I want to convert, I will only convert to Hestia. Morning Star sighed slightly and then refused in a firm tone. After all, Algana and Barch are all in love with you. Okay, the trouble is over, let's discuss the expedition here. Hey, why are you here? After making a cup of black tea for everyone, Morningstar sat next to Hestia, curiously looking at Kali sitting on the sofa on the left and Algana behind Kali and asked, "Give up, I won't leave the Lucifer family. Alish, are the Astria family going on an expedition together?" Huh? After saying that, she greeted Algana and Beige and turned to walk towards the door. "You haven't given up yet." Behind him, Algana and Bartja's eyes were extremely hot. "It's really infuriating." Dione, who had been silent, gritted her teeth and said, which made Hestia look at her in confusion, but she didn't think too much because she also knew from what she had learned about the Kali family from Morningstar that Dione and Algana were like fire and water. There are many female adventurers in Arario who are in love with Morningstar and he has many admirers, but Morningstar has come from behind and is not inferior to himself at all. After that, Kali looked at Morningstar. "Hey, yeah, you actually settled in Arario and I didn't hear any news." Loki was very surprised. "I asked Kali just now but he didn't answer and then he forgot because of the appearance of Astria's family. Morningstar is so outstanding it's normal to attract the opposite S**X. Finn beside Loki agreed very much and was very emotional. "Speaking of which, I'm also curious, little no. 2. Why are you in Arario?" As soon as Morningstar finished speaking, Loki also spoke. Algana and Beige followed, but before leaving, Algana looked at Morningstar with burning eyes and left a word. "But I'm poaching now, digging this kid Morningstar to my side." Loki nodded and said, "You are ugly but you have beautiful thoughts." Hestia curled her lips and said contemptuously, "A farce soon stopped." "Well, that's right, the Kali family just moved into Arario today and there are still many things to deal with. Let's stop here today and I will visit again later." Kali was not angry about Morningstar's expulsion. She nodded, stood up and said, "Humph, the bond between me and Morningstar is unmatched by anyone." Hestia straightened her chest and said proudly, "Damn it!" Hearing this, Kali did not react but Loki shouted unwillingly. As soon as these words came out, Morningstar was speechless. "Ah, we have settled in Arario and we will be the family faction of Arario in the future." Kali showed a wanton smile and said with a smile, "Okay, if you have nothing to do, you can leave first." Morningstar also said, "Algana and Bartlett said they wanted to give you some surprises so they specifically asked the people in the guild not to leak it." Kali waved her hand and explained with a smile. "Hey, Morningstar, where is your main god Lucifer? I'll go visit him." Kali looked at Morningstar and asked, "I can't let them leave the Kali family so I can only poach them." Kali said carelessly without hiding her purpose at all. "Astria and others, I didn't expect that another Terskura would come now. There are only 3 families that are closest to Morningstar. The first is Hestia's family, the second is Loki's family, and the third is Australia's family. The first 2 have the closest connection with Morningstar and the third family is Australia's family. Except for Liu, all Australia's family members were resurrected by Morningstar. People who were resurrected by Morningstar using the Holy Grail of the Netherworld are naturally close to Morningstar. As long as it does not involve the existence of Australia, the main god, no matter what happens, they will stand firmly behind Morningstar. This is the same as the reincarnation of the angel reincarnation pool. So after knowing that Australia's family came back, Morningstar had the idea of taking Australia's family on an expedition and making them stronger. Are you going on an expedition again?" Hearing what Morningstar said, allies shouted out immediately. "Ah, the things on the ground have been solved and the next plan will be centered around the expedition. It just so happens that you have resurrected, let's go on the expedition together." Finn answered allies' question. After hearing Morningstar's invitation, Finn thought about it and also made an invitation. Looking at the way allies and the other 2 fought with Algana and the other 2 just now, it is obvious that they all have the strength of LV.6. Even if not, they are at level IV.5, which is enough to participate in this expedition. And Morningstar has spoken, so let's take them together. This is a good thing. After all, allies and the others have lost 5 years and have been left behind by you too much. They also need some high-intensity adventures. "With you around, I feel more at ease," Astria said with a smile and did not object to this matter. It's a pity that Belle and the others are too low in level, otherwise I would let them go with me. Hestia followed and said with a little regret, "Wait until next time or the next time." Morningstar spoke to comfort. "Yeah," Hestia nodded and stopped talking. "In this case the expedition will start in a few days." "I'll do it," the werewolf Nyes said with a smile. After leaving the library, Hestia also suggested going to Hephaestus and others to reminisce about the past. "I'll stay too." The next person to speak was Astra of the dwarf tribe. The discussion of allies and others was very simple, and it was completed with just a few simple sentences. "Ah, indeed, my family's converts to Hestia often mention the name of Morning Star when they come to me for guidance on combat skills." Jian Yule nodded in agreement and sighed. The 6 of them went to the Fengyu Hostess Tavern to drink and reminisce. "However, we need to leave a few people on the ground to lead the new members on the adventure. Speaking of which, it seems that the Moon God Festival is in the next 2 days. I wonder if Artemis will come back to see." At this time, Hephaestus suddenly said something out of the blue. Then, the 3 of them quietly talked about the previous discussion between Morningstar and Finn. Soon, the 3 of them, led by Hestia, went to the residence of the Hephaestus family, then went to the Tianking shop, and finally went to the residence of the Jianule family, calling out Hephaestus, Mih, and Jianule. "Humph, my Eston, Dione, and Diona have a close relationship with that kid Morning Star, and they will snatch him away sooner or later." Loki was totally unconvinced and retorted, "Oh yes, the Moon God Festival, Artemis should be back." Hearing Artemis and the Moon God Festival, Hestia, who was arguing with Loki, instantly abandoned Loki and said excitedly, "Well, let's go have a drink together and reminisce about the past." Astria nodded and smiled back. "During this time, everyone should prepare the necessary supplies." Finn nodded with a smile and then said, "Hee hee, my Morning Star is amazing." When mentioning Morning Star, Hestia couldn't help but feel proud. "That's absolutely fine. Since it's a joint expedition, it's normal to exchange information with each other," Finn responded with a smile. "Morning Star and I are partners," Hestia retorted. "Haha, come if you have the ability." Neither Astria nor Loki had any objection to this. "Who of you is willing to do it?" As Astria said, "We have lost 5 years and have fallen behind too much. Since Morning Star and Loki's family have invited us, let's join together." Morning Star is really popular. Seeing Hestia and Loki quarreling, Zeh smiled and sighed. What they didn't know was that when Hestia and others mentioned Artemis, Artemis had already followed Hermes into Arario at the gate of Arario. Loki had no objection to this. "These are all the credit of Mr. Morning Star," Astria said with a smile. "P.S. I caught a cold again and I feel dizzy and have to rest for now. Let's not disturb them here. How about going for a drink together?" Seeing Morning Star and others start to discuss the expedition, Hestia looked at Astria and Loki and whispered, "We don't know much about the situation in the deep, so we need you to communicate with us seriously." Gajono Kaguya also spoke at this time, smiling. "It's really surprising. I didn't expect that your children, Astria, would be resurrected," Hephaestus said with a glass of wine, looking surprised. The 3 of them got up and left the reception room and the library. "No matter how powerful Morning Star is, it's from Lucifer's family. What does it have to do with you?" Loki said contemptuously beside him. "It's decided. We will join this joint expedition," allies announced loudly. On this side, after listening to Astria's words and knowing that Astria had no objection, allies discussed with her companions. "It's just right. I haven't seen Artemis for a long time. If Artemis comes back, we can just catch up." Asteria also smiled and nodded. Her eyes were full of expectation. The return of the Australia family and the entry of the Kali family are a foregone conclusion. The situation of the Australia family was soon known to many families in Arario. The gods and adventurers were very shocked by the resurrection of the Australia family, and the whole of Arario was in an uproar. However, neither the Australia family nor the Loki family leaked the fact that the resurrection of the Australia family was the work of Morning Star. Morning Star did not add any trouble. In the courtyard of the inner courtyard, Morning Star sat cross-legged on the ground of the pavilion and meditated on magic, and Hestia's voice suddenly came over. "Morning Star, today is the Moon God Festival. Let's go out for a walk." Slowly opening his eyes, Morning Star saw Hestia running towards him. Moon God Festival? Morning Star was slightly puzzled. Yeah, the Moon God Festival, a festival passed down by Artemis. Starting today, you come with me to go for a walk. Hestia smiled and nodded. Hearing this, Chenxing was a little surprised but still nodded and agreed. Chenxing would not refuse anything Hestia proposed. Even if there were other things to do, as long as it was not a life-and-death crisis, Chenxing would temporarily put it aside. Okay, give me half an hour, I'll dress up. Seeing Chenxing agreed, Hestia nodded excitedly, waved her hand and walked happily inside. Moon Goddess Festival, Artemis? Now the plot has changed beyond recognition. I don't know if I will meet Artemis. If I meet, then Andair's problem can be solved. I think my level 7 feat value is enough to solve Andair's. I am upgrading now, so I don't have to worry about the improvement of my ability value. Even if I don't fight with powerful adventurers and monsters, I can slowly improve it by training myself. What I lack most now is the feat value. In the original book, Andair's devoured Artemis' divine body and gained divine power. He was very powerful, at least IV.7 or even IV.8. There are two reasons why this monster was killed in the original book. One is that it used most of its divine power to gather the arrow of Artemis, and the other is that the protagonist used the arrow of Artemis, the holy spear of heaven summoned by Artemis from heaven. It can be said that it was killed by the plot. With my current strength, even if I can't pull out the arrow of Artemis and can't use the arrow of Artemis, I am sure to kill Andair's. In this way, my great achievement value of IV.7 is enough. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Chenxing touched his chin and fell into deep thought. You will know later. Standing up, habitually patting his trouser legs, Chenxing also stood up and walked towards his bedroom. After washing up in the bathroom, Hestia was still not ready, so Morning Star waited quietly. Because Hestia was going to watch the Moon Goddess Festival, the library was not open today. Belle and others got Morning Star's promise that as long as the strength of several of their main combatants reached IV.3, they would take them on an expedition. So they were very excited recently. They just came back 3 days ago and spent a day preparing all the necessary supplies. Then on the third day, that is, yesterday, they went into the middle level of the dungeon again to adventure, and they didn't even think about taking a rest. There were only Morning Star and Hestia in the entire library. Hestia didn't let Morning Star wait too long. Morning Star sat in the pavilion for 10 minutes and Hestia came out after dressing up. Hestia still had the image of a young and beautiful girl wearing a loose shirt and hot pants. The double ponytails on her head had been let down, leaving only a hairpin, which was the hairpin that Xiaoguang was living in. It was no different from the dress she wore when she first dated Morning Star. Hestia likes this outfit for the first date very much. According to Hestia, it has a special meaning. Morning Star also likes Hestia's outfit. Let's go. When she came to Morning Star, Hestia took Morning Star's arm and said with a smile, yeah. The Moon God Festival has been circulating in the underworld for thousands of years. It is older than the heroic age and is a festival to worship Artemis, the moon god. Even though this festival has been passed down to the present era of the gods in the underworld, the mystery of the gods has been revealed, but it still has not disappeared. At least it is held every year in Arario, just like the recently popular Monster Festival. When Morning Star and Hestia walked on the street was full of things related to the Moon God Festival, which was even more intense than the previous Monster Festival. Hey, yeah, I didn't notice it before. Looking at the emblems of the moon god on the walls of shops on both sides of the street, Morning Star was a little surprised. He didn't notice these before. Or maybe it was just hung today and there was no such thing before. Hee, everyone has been preparing for it a few days ago, but it hasn't been finished yet. We just put all the preparations up last night. It's not too busy here, the major squares are the most lively places, let's go there quickly. I'm really looking forward to the food in the squares now. Hestia smiled and explained. Is that so? Chenxing nodded suddenly. Then Chenxing was pulled forward by Hestia. Soon, Chenxing and Teak arrived at the first square. There are many squares in Arario and Chenxing only knows 2 squares. One of them is Amher Square, which is a couple's square. Chenxing went there when he was dating Hestia before. The other is Babel Square, which is in the area in front of Babel Tower. Every time he goes to the dungeon, he has to go there. No. After arriving at this square, Chenxing carefully sensed it and then murmured in his heart. There is no trace of Artemis in this square. As soon as he finished murmuring, Chenxing was pulled by Hestia to visit various snack stalls near the square and began to sweep the snacks frantically. The pattern of the two is still the same as before. Hestia swept the snacks she wanted to eat, but she only tasted them lightly and left the rest to Chenxing to clean up, leaving her stomach to continue trying other delicacies. Erario is very big, with many snacks. Although Morningstar and Hestia often go out shopping and taste delicious food, there are still many delicacies that Hestia has never eaten. Many of them are sold by people from the outside world who come to Erario during the Moon Goddess Festival. Hestia was very excited to see a large number of snacks that she had never eaten before. Morningstar, Morningstar, this is delicious, this is also good, make it for me when you go back. After walking around the entire square, Hestia picked out several snacks and prayed to Morningstar. These snacks are very much in line with Hestia's taste, but Hestia, who has eaten the food made by Morningstar, is very sure that Morningstar can make these foods even more delicious. Okay, I'll make them for you when I go back. Morningstar stroked Hestia's hair and agreed with a smile. Many snacks are things that Morningstar has never seen before, but it doesn't matter. With Morningstar's cooking skills, he only needs to think a little bit to replicate them or even make them better. Hee, Morningstar, you are so nice. Hestia said something a bit corny and then threw herself into Morningstar's arms. Let's go and continue to the next square. After being in Morningstar's arms for a while, Hestia cheered up and led Morningstar to the next square. The two walked through several squares in a row from morning to evening. Hestia couldn't eat anymore, even when Star was tired of eating. The two went from sweeping up food to simply shopping and visiting the Moon Goddess Festival. After arriving at the new square, Morningstar, who habitually turned on the detection magic, was slightly startled. Sure enough, it still appeared in Erario during the Moon Goddess Festival like in the original book. And it's still with Hermes like in the original book. Hermes, you really can running back and forth in more than a week. After receiving the picture sent back by the system, Morningstar's mouth corners slightly raised, muttering in his heart. Hestia, this way? Holding Hestia's hand, Morningstar walked towards the direction of Hermes. Hey, is there anything fun here? Being pulled by Morningstar, Hestia did not resist but was just curious about why they had to go this way. I found something interesting, Morningstar said with a smile. Really? Hestia was immediately excited when she heard it. Soon the two came to an open space. Hermes, why is it you? Looking at Hermes standing on the stage, Hestia shouted directly. Hey Hestia, Morningstar, you are here too. Hermes also saw Morningstar and Hestia and his eyes lit up immediately and he greeted them. What are you doing? Hestia nodded and then curiously looked at the crystal pile with a spear on the stage. The spear stuck on the crystal pile is the Holy Spear of Heaven, the arrow of Artemis, which is Artemis's artifact. It's an event sponsored by me and the guild. As long as you pull out this gun, you can get the qualification to travel around the world for free. Morningstar, do you want to try it? Hestia explained with a smile and then looked at Morningstar with a burning gaze. Well, okay, I'll try. Seeing Hermes' reaction, Morningstar returned a meaningful look and then said. After that, Morningstar walked onto the wooden platform in full view of everyone. Come on, Morningstar, Hestia shouted to Morningstar loudly. Come on, Morningstar celestial being, the surrounding residents and adventurers also shouted to Morningstar. Sa, can you pull it out? On the stage, Hermes looked at Morningstar, pressed the brim of his hat and murmured in his heart. Morningstar did not respond but quietly walked to the front of the holy spear and stretched out his hand to hold the holy spear. As soon as Morningstar's hand grasped it, the surface of the holy spear changed and a series of tiny sacred words flashed on the gun. The next second, when Chenxing was stunned, the crystal pile exploded before he even exerted any strength. At the same time, a gentle female voice sounded in Chenxing's mind. Found it, Orion. Chenxing, looking at the arrow of Artemis in his hand, Chenxing was stunned. If I remember correctly, this thing can only be pulled out by people with pure souls, right? In the original book, even AC, who is a 3-0, couldn't pull it out, so only Belle could pull it out. As for myself, I have lived 2 lives, how can my soul be pure? However, I did pull out the arrow of Artemis. The voice of Artemis in my mind also told me that Artemis mistook me for Orion. Before Chenxing could react, there was a commotion below. I saw a blue-haired girl standing there quietly outside the crowd. "Artemis, you are back, long time no see." Seeing the girl, Hestia was extremely excited and ran towards Artemis with her hands stretched out. Artemis also ran towards Hestia. Just when the two were about to meet and everyone thought they would hug each other, Artemis brushed past Hestia and ran directly towards Morning Star. Hestia's steps suddenly stopped and the whole person froze in place. Her eyes turned into white circles and the whole person was stunned. But this did not stop Artemis from running. After brushing past Hestia, Artemis quickly came to the edge of the wooden platform, kicked her feet hard, and threw herself directly into the arms of Morning Star on the platform. "Found you, Orion, Morning Star, W. This really thinks of himself as Orion. Ahahaha, Morning Star, you are really popular." At this time, Hestia, who had been stunned, turned around and screamed after seeing this scene. A170. In other words, you encountered an unbeatable enemy in the great sea of trees, so you returned to Arario to find supporters. After a commotion, Morning Star and others left the square and returned to Morning Star's library. Artemis and Hermes told Hestia and Morning Star about the situation. Hestia confirmed it to make sure she heard it correctly. "Well, that's a monster that existed in ancient times and was sealed by the great immortal spirit under my command at that time. Some time ago I took people there to check the seal, but I didn't expect Andair's to have broken the seal. Andair's is very powerful and we can't deal with it. It happened that Hermes came to me with his family. After we discussed it, we came back to Arario to ask for help. I summoned this gun from the heaven to deal with Andair's. I need to find someone who can use this gun. Mr. Morningstar is the person I want to find." Artemis nodded and told it again. "Is that so? Then Morningstar help Artemis." Artemis even summoned the arrow of Artemis. "The monster called Andair's is definitely very powerful. You should be able to get enough great deeds by destroying that monster." After confirming the cause of the matter, Hestia's eyes glowed, looked at Morningstar and said to Morningstar, "Others may not know, but she knows that Morningstar is now at level 6. To gain great achievements, he needs to destroy more powerful monsters, and there are not many monsters that can help Morningstar gain great achievements. There are no more fallen fairy clone and Baral in the 49th floor of the Great Wilderness. He needs to explore deeper floors to find more powerful monsters. Now this monster named Andair's just appears, so it is just right for Morningstar to gain great achievements." After Hestia finished speaking, both Hermes and Artemis looked at Morningstar. "How about it, Morningstar, do you want to accept this commission?" Hermes asked with a smile. "Mr. Morningstar, if you can, please help us," Artemis asked earnestly. Yes, no problem," Morningstar smiled and nodded. He had planned to do so he would not refuse. "Well, I'll go arrange transportation. The Great Sea of Trees' secret realm is in a very far place and ordinary tools can't get there in time." Hearing Morningstar's agreement, Hermes prepared to find the flying dragon that Ganesha wanted to fly. "Your flying tool is too slow, let me take you there. Go quickly and come back quickly." Seeing that Hermes was about to leave, Morningstar hurriedly called him and said, "Huh." Hearing Morningstar's words, the three gods were a little puzzled. "Wow, it's really incredible magic." High in the sky, Hermes sat on a white light looking at the transparent magic cover around him, full of incredible colors. Beside him, Hestia and Artemis were also there, both sitting on the white light at this time, and Morning Star was sitting in the front. At this time, several people had left Arario. The white light they were sitting on was the magic created by Morning Star some time ago to lead people on the road. When he went on an expedition with Loki's family before, Morning Star used the barrier of light to take Finn and others directly to the 58th floor. After returning from the expedition, Morning Star tried to create a magic that could carry people. Now everyone is sitting on the magic created by Morning Star, a white light, similar to the clouds and mist of the gods in Morning Star's previous life, which can make people walk on flat ground at a very fast speed. In addition, this magic also has its own magic shield, which can block all external wind pressure and so on, so there is no need to worry about the speed being too fast and affecting the body of the person sitting inside. "Hee hee, my Morning Star is awesome, isn't he?" Whenever someone praises Morning Star, Hestia will be proud, and this time is no exception. At this speed, it will only take 1 day to reach the great sea of trees' secret realm. Artemis knelt behind Morning Star and said with a smile. Hearing this, Morning Star turned around and looked at Artemis quietly. "What's wrong, Mr. Morning Star?" Seeing Morning Star looking at her all the time, Artemis asked with a little confusion. "Yes, Morning Star, why are you looking at Artemis?" Hearing this, Hestia, who was proud, also came back to her senses. Seeing Morning Star staring at Artemis all the time, she immediately raised her eyebrows and asked, "I wonder if I can revive Artemis with my ability." Morning Star sighed slightly and then said, As soon as these words came out, Hermes' pupils suddenly shrank and Artemis fell into silence. Hestia was stunned. "What do you mean?" Hestia asked blankly. "I didn't expect that you, Mr. Morningstar, would find out." Artemis closed her eyes slightly, then opened them with a gentle smile on her face and said with a smile, "Wait, what are you talking about?" Hearing Artemis' words, Hestia's heart trembled and her tone trembled a little. She found that something seemed to be wrong. "Absolutely, Morning Star, you can definitely do it," Hestia said excitedly as if she had found a life-saving herb. "I don't know if my magic power is enough to revive Artemis." Morning Star nodded and said without hiding anything. "The arrow of Artemis is Artemis's artifact used to kill gods." Hermes sighed slightly and then said, "As long as my magic power is enough, I can revive Artemis." Morning Star nodded gently, stretched out his hand and gently stroked Hestia's head. "I resurrected them. My true body has been devoured by Andairs." Artemis reached out and gently stroked Hestia's hair, comforting her. Morning Star did not speak anymore but gently stroked Hestia's hair, silently comforting her. Artemis looked at this scene, her eyes flickered slightly and she murmured in her heart, "Hestia, calm down. I have the magic of resurrection. You should have learned about the Astria family from the guild." "Hestia, don't you understand yet? What about the Artemis in front of her?" "Impossible, Artemis, tell me this is not true. But this requires enough magic power." "Thank you, Hestia." Morning Star. "What did Morning Star say?" "Morning Star, what did you mean just now?" "After all, if Artemis dies and then resurrects, then everything will start all over again." "Artemis is dead." "Why did Artemis admit it? But what did she hear now?" "And Artemis is one of Hestia's best friends, worried about whether Artemis could be resurrected." He was not sure what Morning Star meant by what he said just now. "Is Artemis dead? My ability can revive anyone, including gods." "You can revive the gods." Seeing Hestia's stunned look, Hermes did not comfort her with Artemis but frowned and looked at Morning Star, asking Morning Star, "I am just a soul that I have separated to summon the arrow of Artemis. Aren't you right in front of me? Why do you say you are dead?" Hearing Hermes' words, Hestia instantly understood something and her emotions collapsed. "Yes, Morning Star, you have resurrection magic. You can revive Artemis, right?" Hestia also reacted at this time, quickly moved over, took Morning Star's hand, looked at Morning Star expectantly and said, "Morning Star does not want Hestia to be sad, so he wants to protect Artemis as much as possible. In heaven, Artemis is her best friend besides Hephaestus. He is no longer afraid of others knowing that he has the power of resurrection magic. His strength is enough." This was a bolt from the blue for Hestia and she was stunned. "Impossible. Divine power. The arrow of Artemis is constantly gushing out divine power, and I actually absorbed all of this divine power." Sitting in the front row, Chenxing quietly looked at the arrow of Artemis, the holy spear of heaven, on his lap and murmured in his heart. At first, Chenxing didn't know why he could pull out the arrow of Artemis, but after a short period of stagnation, Chenxing understood the situation. It was the answer given by his own grace. "I didn't pull out the arrow of Artemis because my soul was pure, but because the grace on me was the grace of the world. After I grow up, I will be the king of gods chosen by this world. So I can use the artifacts of the gods of this world. The arrow of Artemis is no exception besides. Moreover, he also absorbed the divine power stored in the arrow of Artemis. Although the speed was very slow, he was indeed absorbing the divine power in the arrow of Artemis. He now had a new power in his body, divine power, but the volume was very small. If compared with the magic power in his body, it was like the difference between a drop of water and a lake, which could not be compared at all. However, this drop of water was growing stronger with the passage of time, and its essence was much more terrifying than magic power. After all, it was divine power. I don't know if my magic power can support the resurrection of a god, but divine power may be able to. The essence of divine power is many levels higher than magic power. If I absorb more, I may be able to gather enough volume to resurrect Artemis. Try it. Before Andair gathers enough divine power to make the arrow of Artemis, try to absorb the divine power in the arrow of Artemis into my body and make it my power. What are you thinking about? You frown so tightly. When Chenxing was thinking, Hermes' voice suddenly sounded. Chenxing turned his head and saw that Hermes, who was sitting at the back, had come to sit next to Chenxing and looked at Chenxing with curiosity. I'm thinking about resurrecting Artemis. Chenxing didn't hide too much and explained. As soon as these words came out, Hestia and Artemis looked over and Hermes' eyes also flashed. Artemis and Hestia both cared about this matter very much. One was about themselves and the other was about their best friend. How could they not pay attention? Seeing that the three of them were looking at him, Chenxing hesitated for a moment, organized his words, and then began to explain. I will find a way to store the magic power and make my magic power as large as possible. At that time, the chance of resurrecting Artemis will be greater. So I think again, after arriving at the Great Sea of Trees, I will not attack the ruins where Andair is right away, but stay outside for a few more days to accumulate more magic power. Is it still possible? Hestia and the other two were very surprised. Yes, Morning Star nodded. After getting confirmation, the three people's eyes changed. In that case, then don't go to the Great Sea of Trees for now. We will be disturbed if we enter the Great Sea of Trees. Let's stop outside the Great Sea of Trees, Hermes suggested. Yes, let's do it. Hestia nodded in agreement. It was related to the resurrection of Artemis, and Hestia also felt that it was not a bad thing to be cautious. Then, what about Yasfe and the others? You left them there to stop Andair. Artemis was different. At this time, she was worried about the safety of Yasfe and others who stayed in the Great Sea of Trees. I can contact them directly and let them withdraw temporarily. Hermes grinned, then took out a round sphere and said with a smile. The round sphere in Hermes' hand was the communication orb made by Fels. When attacking the artificial maze before, Fels gave many family communication orbs, many of which were taken back, but Hermes's was kept by Hermes. Really? That's good. Hearing Hermes' words, Artemis was a little relieved. In that case, let's stop and camp when we reach the Great Sea of Trees' secret realm. Hestia also spoke, saying to Morning Star and the other two, well, let's do it this way. The four of them reached a consensus. More than 10 hours passed quickly. Morning Star and his four companions set out at night. They flew for several hours at the beginning, and now they have flown for more than 10 hours. It has been almost a day and a night. They stopped several times during the period. More than 20 hours later, they arrived in front of the Great Sea of Trees. After finding a suitable place to camp, Hermes used the communication orb to contact Yasfe and others in the Great Sea of Trees. It's delicious. Mr. Morningstar's cooking skills are really amazing. At night, several people sat around the campfire and ate the dinner made by Morningstar. Artemis praised without hesitation. Hee, my Morningstar is awesome. With familiar words and a familiar tone, Hestia began to be proud again, which made the three of Morningstar smile. They had a simple dinner and then they each did their own things without disturbing Morningstar because they all knew that Morningstar needed to store magic power. Hermes didn't know where he went, and Hestia and Artemis went to the nearby lake to take a bath, leaving Xia Agwang to stand guard outside. As for Morningstar, he was carefully absorbing the divine power from Artemis's arrow in his tent. After a day, the magic power in Morningstar's body has increased by more than 10 times. At this rate, the divine power in Morningstar's body will increase to about 1% of the magic power in Morningstar's body in just a few days. Don't underestimate only 1%. The power it can exert is definitely not less than the magic power in Morningstar's body. Even if the divine power in Morningstar's body is released now, it can exert the power of IV.8. If all the divine power of 1% of Morningstar's magic power is released, its power will definitely exceed IV.10, even exceeding the level of God. It can completely destroy Andair. Moreover, Morningstar also found that some changes had occurred in his body after absorbing these divine powers. In just one day, his body seemed to have adapted to the existence of divine power and seemed to be able to give birth to divine power. He has not yet become a god, but he already has the ability to give birth to divine power in his body. This is a big surprise. At this time, the existence of divine power and magic power in Morning Star's body is clearly distinguished, and no one interferes with each other, and they continue to flow in Morning Star's body. Fortunately, the situation of Artemis's arrow is quite special. The person who pulls up Artemis's arrow can use the power in it, otherwise his absorption of Artemis's arrow will definitely be suspected. Artemis should have noticed it, but he didn't doubt anything because of it. Morning Star thought while absorbing the divine power in Artemis's arrow. Artemis in front of Chenxing and others is the thought body that Artemis left in the arrow of Artemis, which can be regarded as Artemis consciousness. Xing should have felt it when he absorbed the arrow of Artemis for the first time, but this is the characteristic of the arrow of Artemis. As long as a person with a pure soul pulls out the arrow of Artemis, he can use the power in it. Chenxing's absorption of the power of the arrow of Artemis will at most be regarded as Chenxing's giftedness, and he can use the arrow of Artemis as soon as he gets it. But there is another reason, that is, there is a lot of divine power in the arrow of Artemis. Chenxing can feel that the amount of divine power in the arrow of Artemis is very large, so large that he has absorbed so much, and it has not decreased much. It is probably because of this that Artemis does not care. In any case, both situations are beneficial to Chenxing, allowing Chenxing to absorb the divine power in the arrow of Artemis with peace of mind. Time passed by bit. When Morning Star absorbed divine power, Hestia and Artemis had already returned. Neither of them disturbed Morning Star and went into their own tents to talk in private. Hermes also received a call from Yasvi and others. Yasvi and others were originally active in the border of the Great Sea of Trees' secret realm and did not dare to go too deep. As soon as Hermes notified them, Yasvi and others rushed to the direction given by Hermes. I didn't expect that Lord Hermes would call Morning Star over. It looks like this time it's safe. After knowing that Morning Star pulled out the holy spear, Yasvi suddenly felt the pressure all over his body lighten and he felt extremely relaxed. Not only Yasvi but other members of the Hermes clan were the same. There's no way who made Morning Star so powerful. If the powerful Morning Star is an enemy, then they will be worried, but if it's one of their own, then they can rest assured. Trouble, the things they can't deal with can all be handed over to Morning Star to deal with. What? Morning Star can't deal with it either, then wait for death. If Morning Star can't deal with it, how can they deal with it? So you can rest assured. However, you need to stay here for a few days. Please inspect the situation at the edge of the secret realm during these days. Stop as many Andairs as you can. You don't need to fight desperately. Hermes also knows what Yasvi and others are thinking, Wei Shiban said. How many days do you need to stay here before going in to deal with Andairs? Why? Yasvi asked puzzledly. Well, don't ask this. Hermes lowered the brim of his hat and said in a low voice. Seeing this, Yasvi did not continue to ask but just nodded slightly to show that he understood. In the next few days, except for coming out to prepare food for Hestia and others before meal time and coming out of the tent in the middle of the night to take a bath in the nearby lake, the rest of the time was almost devoted to absorbing divine power. In just 5 days, Morning Star absorbed a large amount of divine power from the arrow of Artemis. In addition, Morning Star itself began to continuously generate divine power. At this time, the amount of divine power in Morning Star's body has reached 3% of the magic power. About 3% of the divine power. I don't know if it's enough. Anders is still absorbing the power of the Earth's upgrade and accumulating strength. If he doesn't act, I still have time. The shadow spread out, and in just 1 minute it touched the ruins of Artemis and saw the situation of Anders inside. At this time, Anders was still constantly absorbing the power of the Earth's upgrade and strengthening the divine power. He wanted to make a concerted effort in the shortest time so that the adventurers on the ground could not react at all and could not be stopped. Artemis' arrow destroyed the entire ground. Anders did not take action and Morning Star did not want to attack Anders now. Since it was decided to revive Artemis, then it was natural to do the best 587, as sure as possible, and maximize this confidence as much as possible. Just as Morning Star was mumbling in his heart, the tents of Artemis and Hestia were suddenly opened, and then Artemis slowly walked out of it. Morning Star was a little surprised. Why did Artemis get up so late without resting? Good evening, Morning Star. Artemis did not care about Morning Star's surprised eyes, walked over slowly and spoke gently. Good evening, Artemis. Morning Star nodded slightly in response. These days I can feel the divine power in the holy spear fluctuating. You have mastered the use of the holy spear now. Artemis nodded and then asked Morning Star, I have mastered it. I can use the holy spear to kill Andres at any time, but before that I need to ensure your resurrection. Morning Star nodded and then said, Thank you so much for your efforts to store magic power these days. Artemis sighed slightly and then thanked him sincerely. She has seen Morning Star's performance in the past few days. In addition to coming out to prepare 3 meals for Hestia, Morning Star almost stayed in the tent to store magic power and improve his magic body as much as possible. According to Morning Star, the stronger his magic power is, the greater the chance of resurrecting her. Everything Morning Star does now is for himself. It is simply a fantasy for a god in the lower world to resurrect a god. It is impossible to think about it. But Morning Star had this idea a few hours after seeing her and wanted to resurrect herself, and she worked tirelessly for it. Artemis was very moved by this situation, and her heart was also touched by what Morning Star did. She didn't know what kind of feeling it was, but in the past few days she would think of Morning Star whenever she had free time, and every time she thought of it her heart would beat fast. She asked Hestia, Yasvi, and others indirectly and got an answer. That is, she seemed to like Morning Star. Her behavior was called a fluttering deer in the mouths of the people in the lower world, which was a behavior that only people who liked someone would have. She didn't know why she was like this. Was it because Morning Star worked hard for her so it was like this? She was not sure. These few nights she found that Morning Star would go out every night. After hesitating for a few days, she still came out of the tent wanting to express her inner thoughts in person. You're welcome, I'm doing this for Hestia. If you die, Hestia will be very sad. After all, although you gods can be resurrected, you will become a new individual, and Hestia will also lose a friend. Morning Star smiled and said, What a troublesome answer. However, I am very moved by what you have done, and there have been subtle changes in my heart. I asked Hestia and Asvi, and they all said that my current situation is like a fluttering deer, which is a sign of falling in love with someone. Morning Star, do you think I'm in love with you? Artemis had no understanding of feelings and didn't know what euphemism was, so she just said her thoughts directly. Hearing Artemis' words, Morning Star was slightly stunned. She really didn't expect that her actions would make Artemis feel this way. Obviously, they didn't have much contact, but Artemis fell in love with me. What does this mean? Maybe, although he didn't know why, Chenxing nodded. If she fell in love with me, she would fall in love with me. She had more people who liked me, and she had accepted women other than Hestia, so facing Artemis's undisguised confession, Chenxing didn't refuse anything and gave such a response in a light posture. Hearing Chenxing's words, Artemis' eyes lit up immediately. Looking at the full moon in the sky, Artemis had an idea in his heart. Chenxing, come with me. Pulling Chenxing's hand, Artemis ran towards the direction of the forest. After the two left, Hestia walked out of the tent, staring at the direction they left, silent for a long time, and finally sighed slightly. Artemis tilde. Then let's go together, just pull Hephaestus in, and we'll all be together in the future. On the other side, Morning Star came to the lake under the leadership of Artemis. Morning Star, dance with me. Pulling Morning Star to stand on the water at the edge of the lake beach, Artemis turned around, smiled brightly at Morning Star and said, Morning Star did not answer immediately but glanced at the lake shining brightly under the silver moonlight and was slightly stunned. This scene is really like the original. However, before Morning Star finished thinking, he felt a force coming from his hand, and the completely unprepared Morning Star was pulled out directly. Under the traction of Artemis, under the moonlight on the lake emitting fluorescence, a god and a man danced gracefully. Dancing under the moonlight, neither Morning Star nor Artemis told anyone else. Early the next morning, everyone was still doing what they were supposed to do. Morning Star was still absorbing divine power in the tent and did not come out except for the 3 meals. "Don't worry, Artemis, it will be fine," Hestia comforted on the side. "Is Anders ready to take action?" If possible, he still hopes to be able to wait for a few more days so that Artemis will have a greater chance of resurrection. Morning Star does not want to bet on when Anders will take action. Everyone present was stunned by this scene. Since it has been confirmed that it will take place within these 2 days, let's just go directly. The entire Great Sea of Trees secret realm has been ruined by Anders. "I understand, leave it to us," Hestia nodded, saying in a serious tone, "Leave it to us." Hermes also smiled and said. After Xiaoguang agreed, Morning Star announced the action. "Leave it to me, I won't let them get hurt." As soon as Morning Star finished speaking, a crisp lowly voice sounded from Hestia's hair and then Xiaoguang flew out of Hestia's hairpin. Artemis and others were very curious about Xiaoguang's situation. Even if it's not enough, it can't be delayed any longer. "My mood is really complicated." Artemis sighed slightly, glanced at Morning Star and then said, "No problem." At this time Morning Star spoke again and said to everyone 1.9, "Anders's tentacles have extended to the outside world. We'll take action after breakfast. It should be enough. Then let's go now." Moreover, Morning Star can feel the huge power in Ander's body. "Xiaoguang, protect Hestia and the others later." Morning Star nodded, then looked at Hestia and said. Yasvi and others did not speak but just listened quietly. Morning Star is sure that Anders will take action within these 2 days. However, there was no time for them to be curious now. "Morning Star, how is your magic power stored?" During breakfast, Morning Star told everyone about the situation and Hermes frowned after listening. However, since it has reached the limit, there is nothing that can be done. Except for Morning Star and Hestia, no one else had seen a creature like Xiaoguang. After observing for a few days, Morning Star knew that Anders was on the verge of action. The members of Artemis' family are not very strong, not even as strong as Artemis herself, so it really doesn't take much effort and it's nothing for Morning Star to resurrect them together. Andair should start to act tomorrow. Stopping the absorption of divine power, Morning Star stood up, moved his body and then muttered to himself. 3 days passed like this and Morning Star's divine power increased by 2% again, reaching 5% of the magic power. "Artemis and I will go find Anders directly, and you guys will go bring back Ledessa and the others. Since Artemis is going to be resurrected, then the family farms under Artemis are ready to live together." Has it come to this day? In the past few days, Morning Star has been absorbing divine power, but he has not forgotten to pay attention to the situation in Anders. Every half an hour, he will use the veins of light or shadow to explore the situation in Anders. The Great Sea of Trees was originally a green ocean, so it was called the Great Sea of Trees. However, under the scourge of Anders, the entire Great Sea of Trees has now turned into a gray, purple-gray, and almost no living creatures can be seen. Many creatures living here either had their life force sucked away by Anders or left the Great Sea of Trees when Anders appeared. After entering the Great Sea of Trees, Chenxing and others were immediately blocked by Anders. Many small Andairs split from Andairs swept towards everyone like an overwhelming force. Yasvi and others immediately went up and launched a counterattack. These small Andairs are not very strong and the people of the Hermes family are almost all above IV.3, so it is easy to deal with them. However, Chenxing still asked Xiaoguang to split a few clones to stay in the items on them just in case. Chenxing can't take care of the adventurers who don't act with him, but since they are in a team with him, he will try his best to keep them safe. It was the same when we went on an expedition with Loki's family before. In fact, Morning Star can use the Gate of Heaven, but the magic power consumption of that magic team is very large. And I explained to Hestia and others that I was storing magic power to revive Artemis. Now I was wasting magic power. Not to mention that Morning Star himself is fine, Hestia and others will not be willing. So it is the best way to let Xiaoguang split a clone to protect everyone. Anyway, with Xiaoguang's current strength, even if he splits a clone, the weakest clone is still the first level, which is enough to protect the people present. Yasvi and others took action to eliminate little Andairs and Morning Star was not idle either. Morning Star cannot use magic power now, but Morning Star's close combat power is much stronger than magic. Under the leadership of Morning Star, the group began to push forward and pushed forward from the edge of the Great Sea of Secret Realm to the direction of the ruins. Little Andairs could not stop Morning Star and others at all. Even if Andairs took the time to use his divine power to bombard Chenxing and others from the sky, he was blocked by Chenxing's beads in the reincarnation eye mode. The Great Sea of Trees' secret realm is very large, and the ruins are in the center of the Great Sea of Trees' secret realm, which is very far away, but Chenxing and others only took half an hour to arrive here. This is already the fastest speed of Chenxing and others. If Xiaoguang hadn't split his avatar and used magic to take Hestia and the other two, with Hestia and the other three now sealed with divine power, it would take at least several hours to run to the ruins in the center of the Great Sea of Trees' secret realm. After arriving at the ruins, everyone stepped into it without any hesitation. The reason why the ruins are ruins is naturally because they have been abandoned and there are ruins everywhere. The ruins where Chenxing and others are now are the ruins of Elsos, which is the temple built by Artemis' earliest family. Chenxing and others walked in the dim ruins for a long time, and Andairs did not attack Chenxing and others during this period. Perhaps it was because too many were killed by Chenxing and others on the way here, and now they are splitting into new individuals. After walking for a few minutes, they came to a big door. This is the sealed door, and behind the sealed door is where Andairs is. On the sealed door there is a badge like an arrow, which is the badge of the Artemis circle. Artemis walked forward and put her hand on the badge. The badge and Artemis both glowed, and then the door was slowly opened. As soon as the door opened, everyone saw the scene inside. Everyone was stunned by the scene inside the ruins. At this time, the ruins were completely unrecognizable, and the ruins were full of Andair's eggs. Many eggs have been broken and some are still incubating. The scarlet eggs are constantly moving, emitting an ominous light. Obviously, the little Andairs who blocked Chenxing and others before came out of these eggs. Although shocked, everyone still stepped into the minister. However, as soon as they entered, the door behind them was quickly sealed by the red meat. This scared everyone because their retreat was cut off. Of course, except for Chenxing. Chenxing had known this would happen. "Don't stay here, get ready," Chenxing reminded everyone who was paying attention to the situation of the door behind them. As soon as the voice fell, the eggs on the red meat on the wall cracked one after another, and one by one, the little Andairs with disgusting liquid fell from it and surrounded everyone. Seeing this, everyone quickly launched an attack. This is the Andairs' nest. The number of little Andairs is more than that encountered in the secret realm of the Big Tree Sea outside, and they are endless. With the strength of Yasefei and others, they can't handle it at all, but with the assistance of Xiaoguang's clone, Yasefei and others can handle it. Chenxing can directly use the reincarnation eye mode and use the rosary to destroy these little Andairs directly. However, this is also a good exercise for the Hermes family, so Morning Star did not do so. It took more than half an hour for the group to eliminate all the little Andairs. "Let's go!" Standing at the entrance of the stairs, Artemis glanced at the people behind him and said with a smile. After that, Artemis took the lead in stepping onto the stairs. However, his figure was slightly shaky and Hestia hurried forward to support Artemis. "Artemis, you are not in time, okay?" Hestia asked with concern. "Since 2 days ago, Artemis has been very weak. Now after a battle, Artemis is even weaker." "I'm fine." Artemis forced a smile and replied softly. Hestia frowned slightly when she heard this but did not speak again, but silently supported Artemis and walked towards the sun. "Let's go," Morning Star called Hermes and others and then followed. After walking down the long spiral staircase, everyone came to the core of the ruins. At the very center of the ruins, a scorpion-shaped monster with a black shell and scarlet lines on it stood quietly on a high platform in a deep pit. It had black tentacles on its body connected to the surrounding red meat, and waves of black ominous power were constantly gathering from these tentacles. This was Andairs, a monster from ancient times whose reputation was almost comparable to the 3 major commissions, very powerful. If it weren't for the great immortal spirit at that time, no one could have sealed this thing. In the light, Morning Star grabbed Artemis' body after the crystal was broken. At this time, the shell on Andair's chest slowly opened, revealing the crystal inside. The next second, Morningstar made a projection gesture and the arrow of Artemis burst into a fierce light. Morningstar, attached worker. That's the arrow of Artemis, Freya still gave an answer. Facing the overwhelming black energy, Morningstar did not panic at all but clenched the arrow of Artemis in his hand, and the crescent-shaped bow gathered in front of Morningstar. There was a crescent moon in the sky. The holy grail of the netherworld was quickly activated, and the divine power continued to flow out of Morningstar's body, covering Artemis' body. Yasvi and others did not hesitate and rushed down quickly. This scene was seen by people all over the world. Ledessa, the leader of Artemis's family, died at Andair's hands in order to save Artemis, who was swallowed by Andair's, but her body was not destroyed by Andair's and is now in the circular pit in front of Andair's. Morningstar nodded and hummed softly, and in the crystal, Artemis, who was swallowed by Andair's, was in it. Boom! 563 Hermes did not hesitate and gave instructions to Yasvi and others and then asked Xiaoguang's clone to help and take them down. The intense light burst out, illuminating the entire ruins. Damn, what is that? Loki, who discovered the formation of the arrow of Artemis on the Tower of Babel, came here and cursed at the crescent moon in the sky. Thank you, Morning Star. Artemis clenched her fists in front of her and closed her eyes. That was not a real moon but a magic circle formed by divine power, which was the bow that Rise was going to use to release the arrow of Artemis. That's why I asked what it was and who did it, Loki said with a vicious breath. Morningstar's figure also rushed out instantly. Andair seemed to have sensed the danger and did not bother to continue gathering energy. The huge, black, ominous force surged towards Morningstar and Artemis. Above the sky, the arrow of Artemis that was taking shape broke apart in an instant and disappeared without a trace, on the other side at the ruins of Elsos. The people of the Hermes family were shocked by the scene in front of them, but Morningstar did not intend to let them waste time. After seeing the appearance of Morningstar and others, Andair immediately roared violently, and the energy on his body that gathered towards the sky became more and more turbulent, as if preparing something. The azure light tore through the black energy barrier and instantly landed on the crystal in front of Andair's. Ah, I understand. Hestia reacted after hearing this and called Hestia and others. Divine power, isn't it obvious? Behind him, Freya shook the red wine glass and whispered. There was a huge hole above Andair's, and the black ominous power continued to gather towards the sky under the control of Andair's. The next second, the arrow of Artemis in Morningstar's hand quickly exploded, turning into a stream of light and shooting towards Andair's. Hestia, Hermes, Ledessa and others are under that deep pit. You take them down and take them out. Morningstar ordered Hestia and Hermes. Not far away, Artemis's thought body felt the energy covering her body and the whole person was stunned. Aurario was no exception. Artemis, get rid of this guy immediately. Looking at the scene in front of him, Morningstar took a deep breath, then untied Artemis from behind and held it in his hand. Before setting off, Morningstar had already determined the target, so he would not hesitate like Belle in the original book. After seeing Andair's, Morningstar did not delay at all. He arranged Hestia and others to bring up the bodies of the members of Artemis' family and then used the arrow of Artemis to kill them instantly. With Morningstar's ability, it was impossible for him to miss Andair's. The moment the arrow of Artemis was launched, Andair's fate was doomed and he fell under the terrifying power of the arrow of Artemis. Andair's could not even condense the arrow of Artemis and died without making the dungeon feel threatened. Morningstar also rushed out at the moment when the arrow of Artemis was launched and caught the body of Artemis that fell after the crystal was broken. Morningstar was afraid that if he was a step slower, Artemis would ascend to heaven and be reborn. You know, in the original book, Artemis was reborn a few seconds after her body fell out. The light beam sent by the gods brought Artemis' body back to heaven and reborn her in heaven. After catching Artemis' body, Chenxing immediately took out a black robe from the system space and put it on Artemis, and then activated the Holy Grail of the Netherworld. The powerful divine power was constantly transformed into the power of resurrection through the Holy Grail of the Netherworld, covering Artemis' body. Chenxing also knew that if he used divine power to resurrect Artemis, Artemis's thought body that had not yet dissipated would definitely be able to detect it. But Chenxing didn't care. Once Artemis was resurrected, she would be like Alice and others under the influence of the holy grail of the netherworld and would have a good impression on Chenxing, which would not have any adverse effect on Chenxing, just like the angel reincarnation pool. If she could not be resurrected, then Artemis would be reborn and forget everything, which would also not have any adverse effect on Chenxing. Morning Star also heard Artemis' words. Morning Star did not change his movements, looked up at Artemis, nodded slightly and then stopped responding and devoted himself to Artemis's resurrection. Seeing this scene, Artemis opened her mouth and wanted to say something but stopped talking, and her surprised expression slowly disappeared, turning into a faint smile. "Thank you, Roundhouse." Morning Star still heard this sentence but did not respond. At this time Morning Star frowned slightly. God is really an incredible existence. According to this situation, the divine power I have now is not enough to resurrect Artemis. Use magic power instead after the divine power is consumed. I hope it is enough, Morning Star thought lightly. At the same time, Hestia and others had already arrived at the bottom of the circular pit. As soon as they arrived here, Hestia and others quickly looked up, looking at the dazzling white light above. Everyone had no idea what was happening above. However, soon Hermes discovered something. Artemis's arrow is dissipating and Morning Star has eliminated Andair's. Hermes saw the situation in the sky through the big hole above the ruins and saw that the crescent moon composed of divine power was quickly dissipating and instantly understood the situation above. It's true, so Morning Star is now resurrecting Artemis. When Hermes said this, Hestia also reacted and said excitedly, "Yeah. Hurry up and take the members of Artemis family up." Hermes nodded and then walked out quickly to look for members of Artemis' family. Hestia heard this and ran out quickly. Yasvi and others who were listening to the conversation between the two seemed like a fairy tale. They didn't understand what the two gods were talking about at all. They wanted to ask, but when they saw the two people's actions, they suppressed their doubts and started to search together. At this time, in Aurario, Loki and Freya looked at the arrow of Artemis that disappeared in the sky and fell into silence. They were just thinking about what happened, why the arrow of Artemis appeared in the sky and what Artemis was doing. As a result, the arrow of Artemis disappeared now. What is going on? Artemis came back to Aurario with Hermes some time ago, but disappeared in 2 days. Morning Star and Hestia also disappeared together. I think this matter has something to do with Morning Star and Hestia. Let's ask them when they come back, Freya, who was silent for a long time, said. Maybe Uranus also knows what happened. Loki frowned and proposed another possibility. I'll go ask Uranus. Loki was impetuous and did what he said. He left here quickly and headed down. Freya. The arrow of Artemis. Artemis will never use it because once she uses her power, the gods will definitely find out. Then, what's the matter with this arrow of Artemis? It can't be. Looking at the crescent moon that dissipated in the sky, Freya's eyes were deep and she murmured in a low voice. Let's not talk about the conversation between the two gods on your side of Aurario. Here is Morning Star. At this time, Morning Star's divine power has been completely consumed and now it's the turn of magic power to take over. The divine power is all exhausted and it's almost complete. With my magic power I can make up for the insufficient gap. Looking at Artemis' body, Morning Star murmured. Are you okay, Morning Star? At this time Artemis has come to Morning Star, looking at Morning Star, asking with concern, her eyes full of heartache. Because of the large amount of magic power consumed in a short period of time, Morning Star's face is very pale at this time. It's okay, it's just that too much magic power is consumed in a short period of time, it's not a problem. Morning Star shook his head and said softly, although Morning Star's face was pale, he was really fine. As Morning Star's voice fell, the power of the underworld Holy Grail covering Artemis' body slowly dissipated. Ah, I'm back. Fortunately, it has been completed. Artemis is changing clothes upstairs. I'll come down to see. Morning Star nodded and smiled. At this time, Hestia and others were carrying corpses. Hestia, are you all here? After landing, Morning Star walked over quickly and asked. I'll set up a light barrier for you and you should put on your clothes first. After handing over the clothes, Morning Star said softly and then waved his hand to arrange a round sphere completely covered by light, wrapping Artemis in it. Thank you, Morning Star. Artemis' eyes were slightly dazed when she just opened them, but she quickly came back to her senses after hearing what Chenxing said and smiled faintly at Chenxing. King Zhou responded. Huh, that's great. After getting the answer she wanted, Hestia was relieved and patted her chest. We don't know how many children Artemis has, we are still looking for them. Hestia saw Morning Star coming over, her face was happy, and when she heard Morning Star's question, she answered. The next second, Artemis, who was held in Morning Star's arms, slowly opened her eyes. Why didn't Hestia and the others come up for so long? What happened? What's going on, Xian? And at this moment, Artemis wearing Yasvi's clothes fell from the sky. Flying down from above, Morning Star soon saw Hestia and others. I don't know, all the ones that can be found have been moved here. Welcome back, Artemis. Looking at Artemis, Morning Star smiled faintly and said, Damn it, that's the body of the chaste goddess Artemis and you actually saw it naked. Hermes burst into tears and shouted loudly. Morning Star, how is Artemis? At this time, Hermes asked what he and Hestia were most concerned about. Hearing this, Hermes calmed down instantly and explained to Yasvi seriously. Chenxing seemed to have discovered something and quickly let go of Artemis, took out the clothes she had asked for from Yasvi when she came from the system space and handed them to Artemis. In the light ball, Artemis looked at the clothes in her hand, her eyes slightly red, and then began to change to get up. Also, Chenxing, why did you ask me for clothes before you set off? Yasvi, who was standing aside, listened to the conversation between the three people and finally couldn't help but ask the questions in his heart. But now it's okay, Artemis is resurrected, so it's no big deal to tell Yasvi, but Morning Star had already flown down at this time, and Hermes, the lazy guy, also breathed a sigh of relief. This succeeded? Artemis widened her eyes and whispered softly, and then the figure of the thought body slowly dissipated and penetrated into her body. Although it wasn't Yasvi who did it, Hermes was still afraid that Yasvi and the others couldn't bear the pressure of killing gods, so he didn't tell them. But after hearing that Chenxing resurrected Artemis, Yasvi breathed a sigh of relief again and then looked at Chenxing with admiration. Because she is the goddess in charge of chastity, the members of Artemis' family are all women, just like Astria's family. Buzz, I didn't tell Yasvi before because I didn't want Yasvi to have any psychological burden. After all, they came here to kill gods. Everyone, sorry to have kept you waiting. After landing, Artemis walked towards everyone quickly, waving her hand with a bright smile on her face. However, the next second Kyan knew this guy started to be lazy. However, the next second Artemis blushed. As expected after listening to Hermes' explanation, Yasvi was really excited. Resurrecting Artemis is the most troublesome thing because there is a worry that the energy required is not enough. However, Morningstar has enough energy and there is even a lot left. And there is no need to worry about the resurrecting Artemis's family members, Ledessa and others. The strength of the members of Artemis's family is not even the first level. Even if Morningstar consumed a lot of magic power when resurrecting Artemis just now, the remaining magic power is enough to revive them. It's incredible, it's resurrected. Looking at Ledessa and others who were sitting on the ground, confused and not yet reacted, Yasvi and others were full of shock and Yasvi murmured in disbelief. Even Hermes didn't know that Morningstar had resurrection magic. Yasvi and others who didn't return to Arario and didn't know the situation of Australia's family naturally couldn't know. Therefore, after witnessing Morningstar resurrecting the members of Artemis's family who had been dead for so many days, Yasvi and others were a little bit unbelievable. Thank you, Morningstar. If you need any help in the future, please let me know. Seeing that Ledessa and the others had all resurrected, Artemis burst into tears of joy and thanked Morningstar while crying. God knows how painful it was for her when she was swallowed by Andairs and lost consciousness when she saw Andairs attack her family with her own eyes. Fortunately, everything has changed now. Morningstar resurrected herself and her family together. Everything can go back to the past. You're welcome. Okay, it's time for us to go. I have agreed to go on an expedition with the Loki family and the Astria family. There are only 1 or 2 days left. If we don't go back, we will miss the appointment. Morningstar smiled and nodded and then said, well. The group did not hesitate and boarded Morningstar's flying magic and started the return journey directly. It took 1 day to come and 1 day to go back. After Morning Star and the others returned to Arario, Morning Star and Hestia returned to the library. As for the Artemis family and the Hermes family, they went to the guild. Artemis and Hermes went to Uranus and informed him of the incident. As for the members of the Artemis family, they registered the process of returning to Arario in the guild. The previous Artemis family was registered in Arario and was also Arario's family. However, after the end of the Dark Dawn period, Artemis took the members of the family away from Arario and went to the outside world to hunt those lone monsters. That's why they went to the Great Sea of Trees and discovered the Andair's incident which caused this tragedy. Now Artemis is ready to return to Arario. As for the reason, it goes without saying that she wants to have more contact with Morning Star. Now, the members of Artemis' family, from the main god to the adventurer, were all resurrected by Morning Star, and they naturally tend to Morning Star and have a strong liking for Morning Star. For Artemis' decision, the members of Artemis' family have no opinion. The family members who were familiar with Chenxing and others got the information about Chenxing and others returning to Arario at the first time. Hestia and Chenxing had been away from Arario for so many days, so it was impossible for them not to ask about it. Hephaestus took Tsubaki, Loki took Lavilia, Myth took Naza, and Giant Yule took Chigusa. They also returned to the ground, the dungeon, and were almost at the library. God, why did you leave Arario without saying hello? I almost thought that God didn't want me anymore. Belle, this guy, slid to her knees and came to Hestia after seeing Hestia, hugged Hestia tightly and cried loudly. God knows how panicked she was when she found that Hestia and Chenxing were missing after returning from the dungeon and hadn't seen their figures for several days. She didn't want to go to the dungeon these days. She ran around Arario with Lily and others all day looking for Hestia and Chenxing. It was Fels who discovered Belle's actions and couldn't stand it anymore. He showed up and told Belle that Morning Star and Hestia had left Arario to complete the commission. Belle felt relieved. But even so, she still had no appetite and kept an eye on the situation at the library. She also entrusted a resident near the library to come and tell her immediately if Morning Star and Hestia appeared at the library. After knowing that Morning Star and Hestia were back, Seer immediately brought Lily, Chunji, and Ming 4 people to run over. Lily, Chunji, and Ming 3 people were also complaining on the side. Seeing the appearance of Belle and the other 4, Hestia was a little embarrassed and quickly comforted them. After a long period of comforting, Belle stopped crying and stood up. Lily and the others didn't say anything else. Hee, this kid has been scared these days, looking for you like a headless fly. Hestia, Morning Star, can you let us know in advance when you leave Arario? You suddenly disappeared for several days and I was shocked. Hephaestus, who was standing aside, looked at this scene and smiled and then criticized Hestia and Morning Star. At first, she really didn't notice this because she was too busy some time ago, running around in Arario all day and had no time to come to Morning Star for a meal. It was only after Belle came over that she found out that Hestia and Morning Star were missing. That's right, you didn't tell us," Chun also criticized on the side. She was also very busy during this period because the Loki family and the Astria family had placed orders for a lot of magic swords with her, and she was so busy that she didn't come. Sorry, Hestia knew she was in the wrong and she didn't refute the 2 people's criticism but just kept apologizing. The 2 of them gave up and looked at Chenxing, who was standing beside them. Seeing the 2 of them looking at him, Chenxing was startled, then he stretched out his left hand with 5 fingers spread out. Okay, 5 meals. Seeing Morning Star's apology, Hephaestus and Tsubaki were both very satisfied. 5 meals of delicious food, this apology is very good. Morning Star, you suddenly ran out, but you should say something. The expedition will start in 2 days. I can't find you these days. Do you know that this is very pitfall? After Hephaestus and Tsubaki finished their complaints, Loki's complaints followed. That's right, there are some things I want to discuss with you but I can't find anyone. Lavilia also looked serious. Sorry. I'll go to your place in the evening. Morning Star didn't mean to refute this because it was indeed his fault and he suggested after apologizing. Well, come over in the evening. I will notify Alice and the others to come over and discuss the expedition plan before the expedition. Lavilia nodded and didn't hold on. By the way, you guys went to Arario this time to deal with the monster named Andair's, right? Tell me about the process. At this time, Loki spoke up, looking at Morning Star with interest. No comment? As soon as Loki finished speaking, Hestia gave a direct reply. You are so good, I am not asking you. Loki rolled his eyes at Hestia. I know, I am answering on behalf of Morning Star, no comment. Hestia rolled her eyes in return. Resurrecting the gods is too amazing. Esfi and the others went there together, so they knew it. It is better for other insignificant people not to know. The fewer people know, the better. Little guy, don't get in the way. Loki heard the words and his anger suddenly came up and he began to confront Hestia. You are the flat-chested Loki. Hestia was not afraid at all and responded tit for tat. Before leaving, she didn't forget to remind Morning Star to go to the Dusk Pavilion to discuss the expedition at night. However, Livilia's hand was very tight, not giving Loki any chance at all. Because Chenxing had always hired cleaners to come and clean the library regularly. Magic, D523 right arrow B739. Son of Darkness. Chenxing and the others hadn't been in the library for a few days. The library was still clean and tidy without any dust. Chenxing's magic power has reached above D level during this period, so as long as the great deeds are sufficient, there will be an option to upgrade. Dexterity, H113 right arrow H119. Chenxing didn't interrupt. After greeting the people present, he walked towards the inner courtyard. After pulling Hestia in, Stowe casually found a topic and chatted with a few people. She didn't ask what Morning Star and others did this time when they left Arario, just chatting. Even Belle and others joined in. Optional development abilities: Divine Power, God Killing, Divine Healing. Upgrade. After returning to the room, Chenxing began to update his favor. Morning Star. Flame of the Sky. Renrengen. Looking at the 3 optional development abilities that appeared on the favor after the update, Morning Star fell into deep thought. Durability, H125 right arrow H130. In a blink of an eye, the 2 enemies quarreled together. God of War's protection. Everyone looked at the 2 people who suddenly quarreled and their eyes twitched, and their faces showed their speechlessness. Agility, H109 right arrow H120. In the end, Livilia couldn't stand it anymore and she pulled Loki's collar and left here. It was still Hephaestus who couldn't stand it anymore, walked over and pulled Hestia in, and Hestia stopped her behavior of being angry to death. Thought Body. Son of Light. Strength H103 H109. IV.6. Skills. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Chenxing to clean such a large library alone, even if Hestia was added later. Looking at Loki being dragged away, Hestia ran to the door of the library like a victorious general, stuck out her tongue at Loki who was dragged away and made a face, making Loki who was dragged away screaming and struggling to fight with Hestia. The increase in Chenxing's favor ability value should not be much, but this time, Chenxing's purpose was to see if he had gained the same great deeds as he had guessed before by eliminating Andair's. Magic. Development abilities. Magic C Luck F Regenerating G Berserker G. Divine Power should be the ability I gained after absorbing the power of the arrow of Artemis. If I choose this, my body will probably generate divine power faster in the future. The higher the level, the faster the divine power will be generated. God Killing should be the result of my using the arrow of Artemis to destroy Andairs who devoured Artemis. As for Divine Healing, according to the meaning of these 2 words, it should be able to heal the injuries of gods. This ability is the result of my resurrection of Artemis. However, I am resurrecting Artemis, not healing her. Shouldn't there be a resurrection ability? It's really strange. Divine Healing. This ability may be useful to Hephaestus. Looking at the 2 words on the favor paper, Chenxing thought silently. Chenxing really wanted to try if it was what he thought. However, the ability value has not been raised to the limit, so Chenxing will not upgrade casually. If you want to test it, you can only wait until the ability value reaches the limit. After reading the development ability that he wanted to see, Chenxing looked at the development ability he already had. Very good, it has been improved again. After nodding with satisfaction, Chenxing burned the favor paper and then left the room. After leaving the room, Chenxing did not go to the map in the front yard. Instead of going to the library, he went to the kitchen to prepare dinner. Although he had been away for 7 or 8 days, the Aurario refrigerator was still very powerful, and nothing happened to the ingredients in the refrigerator. Chenxing took out the ingredients and prepared a big meal. Chenxing included the people outside. 2 hours later, the huge and sumptuous dinner was ready. Chenxing invited everyone to come in for dinner. After dinner, Chenxing left the library and went to the Dusk Hall to discuss the expedition with the people of the Loki family and the Australia family. By the way, Australia, the situation of the Lee family is different from a few years ago. Before the resurrection, the ability values of allies and others were already very high, and the great deeds had been achieved, but they just wanted to continue to improve their ability values. After the resurrection, allies and others who found Astria again immediately updated their favors. Several members of IV.4 were upgraded to IV.5, and those of LV.3 were upgraded to IV.4. Liu even achieved a great feat by destroying the entire Rudra family and ending the relationship of the Dark Dawn period, just like in the original work. Upgraded 2 levels in a row, reaching IV.6. This is also the reason why Liu and the other two were able to fight Algana and Beiji together. Liu is IV.6 and allies can fight across levels, plus Kaguya is assisting, it is completely possible. At the same time, this is also the reason why Chenxing invited Liu and others to join this expedition. If Liu and others had not upgraded, Chenxing would really not invite Liu and others to join the expedition. After all, without the combat power of IV.5, it is impossible to withstand the high-intensity battles on the floors after long Zhaifai. During the time that Morningstar left Aurario, all members of the Australia clan entered the lower level and even entered the deep level, reaching the 45th floor. The few Australia clan members who stayed on the ground did help prepare supplies, but they were all on credit. There was no way the Australia clan was now penniless, and they didn't even have the funds to buy the supplies needed for the expedition. Because the Australia clan had a good reputation in Aurario, the clans that sold supplies were willing to let the Australia clan buy on credit. They would pay it back after allies and others came back. In the past few days, allies and others almost worked non-stop to attack the dungeon and went directly to the 45th floor, bringing back a large amount of magic stones and supplies, which was enough for them to buy supplies for the expedition. After all, there were not many members of the Australia clan, and the number of people participating in the expedition this time was not large, only 8 or 9, and the remaining Nais and Astas stayed on the ground to lead the newcomers. After discussing with Finn, allies and others in the Twilight Pavilion for several hours, Morningstar returned to the library. However, as soon as he came back, Morningstar saw the scene in front of the library where Ryu was covered in golden light and fighting with Algana and Bartlett. "What's going on?" Seeing this scene, Morningstar was speechless. "Ah, Morningstar, you're back." Hestia was sitting on the threshold of the library door at this time, watching the battle of the 3 people with relish, and greeted Morningstar after discovering that he had returned. In addition to Hestia, Artemis was sitting next to Hestia. "Good evening, Morningstar." Artemis smiled and nodded to Morningstar and greeted him. Behind the two, Belle, Ledessa and others stood quietly, nodding and greeting Morningstar. "Well, I'm back." "Good evening, Artemis. Have you finished your work?" Morningstar nodded and greeted Belle and the others, then looked at Hestia and Artemis and responded to their words. "Well, it's done. And I've also dealt with the station matters. I bought the house next to the library and will be neighbors in the future." Artemis nodded slightly and said with a smile, "Really? Then please give me more advice in the future." Morningstar heard this, smiled and welcomed. "Well, please give me more advice, Morningstar." Artemis smiled and nodded. If Chenxing looked carefully, he could see that when Artemis said this again, her eyes flickered slightly as if there was an unknown emotion in them. But Chenxing didn't care. He sat next to Hestia and looked at the 3 people fighting in front of them with everyone. "Why are they fighting again?" Chenxing asked again. "It's because you are too charming." Hestia rolled her eyes when she heard it. "Hee, let me explain it. Miss Liu came to find you after she knew you were back, but you went to the Twilight Pavilion and didn't meet her, so Liu stayed to wait for you. As a result, not long after she came, the 2 Amazons also came over. One of them kept shouting that you were her husband. Liu couldn't listen to it and fought with them. Hestia was afraid that Liu would get hurt, so she asked Miss Chunji to use a skill to increase Liu's strength. Artemis smiled and answered Morningstar's question on behalf of Hestia. "It's like this again?" Hearing this explanation, Morningstar raised his eyebrows slightly and was a little speechless. Algana was really persistent and ran over again, and she clashed with Liu again. However, Liu's strength, which was increased by Chunji, was obviously much stronger than the two of them. Even if Algana and Beiji joined forces, they were suppressed by Liu. 1 against 2, the two were completely at a disadvantage. But this is also normal. After all, the increased strength of Liu has reached IV.7, and it is still possible to fight 2 IV.6. Sighing slightly, Morningstar flashed and intervened in the battlefield again, giving each of the three people a slap. Bang, 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 the three of them squatted down with their heads covered. "Are you calm now? Fighting here in the middle of the night, aren't you afraid of disturbing the people?" Chenxing said unhappily, looking at the three squatting people. "Oh, Chenxing, my husband, you are finally back." She had been fighting with Liu before, so she didn't notice Chenxing coming back at all. Suddenly, she was shocked. Algana was familiar with this feeling because she was shocked more than a week ago. Before she could really react, she heard Chenxing's voice and she was immediately very excited. She raised her head suddenly and shouted loudly after seeing Chenxing. "Baddie." "Mr. Chenxing," Liu nodded slightly to Chenxing and then walked towards Hestia. Let's go, let's leave this place." To Chenxing, "Let's go inside and talk." Seeing the battle stop, Hestia didn't want to stay here any longer, invited everyone to enter the library. As for Algana's affairs, Hestia didn't want to care. Morningstar should deal with the romantic debts he had provoked. Hestia now completely saw through it. Her partner was too good and was being stared at by too many women. She couldn't defend herself at all. Even Artemis was secretly in love with Morningstar. Besides, she had prepared herself mentally. So she didn't react as strongly to the scene in front of her as she did when she first saw Algana. "Don't you want to take a look?" Artemis asked in confusion. "It's okay, we don't care, let Morningstar deal with it himself." Hestia smiled and waved her hand, then walked into the library first. Seeing this, Artemis looked at Morningstar and followed in. Others followed in one after another. Only Liu didn't. She came here to find Morningstar this time and didn't want to stay too long, just chat outside. On the other side, Morningstar, "You two are really persistent. But I don't have any ideas about you. Besides, you don't have a good relationship with Dione and Diona. Do you understand?" Looking at Algana and Barch, Morningstar said unhappily. Diona. "Is it because of them that you don't want to accept us?" Hearing Morningstar mention Dione, Algana narrowed her eyes immediately. "Well, I guess so." Morningstar shrugged after hearing this and didn't want to explain more. "Okay, I know." Argana looked at Chenxing meaningfully for a long time and then spoke. After saying that, Argana called Beiji and turned to leave. Beiji did the same, looked at Chenxing deeply and then followed Argana. Looking at the backs of the two sisters leaving, Chenxing always felt something was wrong. But Chenxing didn't think too much. After a few glances, he turned and walked towards the library. "Liu, why are you here?" Looking at Liu standing in front of the library, Chenxing asked with a smile. When Chenxing asked this, Liu was stunned. "Yes, what am I here for?" "Oh yes, I heard that Chenxing was back, so I couldn't wait to run over to see Chenxing." As for why I want to see Chenxing, Liu didn't know, but I wanted to see him in my heart, and I wanted to be alone with Chenxing, so I came here. Thinking of this, Liu seemed to think of something and his cheeks flushed slightly. "Since Mr. Chenxing is fine, I feel relieved. Goodbye, Mr. Chenxing." Liu, feeling his cheeks getting redder and redder, said a few words and then ran away quickly. Chenxing was stunned by this scene. No, what happened? Why did he run away with a red face? Could it be? On the third day after returning to Arario, the joint expedition of Morningstar and others began. Everyone agreed to meet at Babel Tower Square. When Morningstar came, the members of Loki Familia and Astria Familia had already arrived here. Following Morningstar were Belle and others. Belle and others did not join the expedition but only followed in the first part of the journey, that is, the 36th floor. With the strength of Belle and others, it is still possible to join forces to deal with the monsters in the lower layer, and there is still a large expedition force, so there is no need to worry. In addition, there is Haruheim's amplification magic and ability. In this expedition, the large force will stay in the lower layer for 2 days, giving the members of the Loki Familia with low levels, that is, IV.2 and IV.3, the opportunity to fight and improve their grace. After entering the deeper layer, the members of IV.2 can only be a supporter because other members provide support. And the members of LV.3 also need to join forces to deal with a monster. Because the monsters in the deep layer are almost all IV.4, this level of monsters is also very difficult for the second-level adventurers. In the deep layer, that is, the floors from 37 to 49, the expeditionary force will stay for 4 days, and the 307 will give the second-level adventurers training. After that, they will enter the 50th floor and stay in 50 Kang. The floors after that are the first-level adventures, and the second-level adventurers can't get involved at all. In addition to Morningstar, the Loki family has Finn, Lavilia, Grace, AC, Dione, Diona, Bert, Alicia, and Angel. The Australia family only has Alish, Liu, and Gajono Kaguya, and the others are all IV.4. A week passed quickly. During this week, Morningstar did not take action like the previous expeditions but continued to release the Gate of Heaven all day to assist. These monsters are of no use to Morningstar, so Morningstar will naturally not compete with them. Let alone these monsters, Morningstar did not even attack Balor in the 49th floor wilderness. In the last expedition, everyone did not encounter Balor, but this time everyone deliberately walked through the vast wilderness and found Balor. This was Finn's suggestion. As for the reason, it was because Finn wanted to test his strength after upgrading. Yes, Finn upgraded. Not only Finn but Grace and Lavilia also upgraded after the last battle in the artificial maze, so he wanted to find an enemy with similar strength to test. Balor is really miserable. As the 4th floor master, his strength is as high as IV.7, even Oda, the IV.7 level panel emperor, can't beat it and can only leave in disgrace. But this time it encountered the all-star lineup of Loki Familia and Astria Familia. Not only the 3 giants have upgraded to IV.7, but even AIC and the other 3 have IV.7 level combat power. In addition to Bert, who is level 6, and Alish and Angel, who are both level 5, Alish, Liu, and Kaguya also joined the battle. Beryl was suppressed throughout the battle. In the vast wilderness, 6 LV.7 fighters, 3 LV.6 fighters, and 3 LV.5 fighters were emitting white light, surrounding the huge monster and beating it. Morningstar felt pity for Beryl. Poor Beryl, the little elf Leffia standing next to Morningstar expressed Morningstar's thoughts. Ahaha, it's true. Beryl is a LV.7 floor master after all, but he was beaten so badly. This is the little human Layla standing on the other side of Morningstar. At this time, she looked at the battlefield with a playful look on her face. After this guy came back from the resurrection, he completely abandoned his past thoughts and focused on Morningstar, but he didn't show it too exaggeratedly. However, as long as there is a chance, this guy will get close to Morningstar. Not only Layla but also the members of Astria's family like to stay with Morningstar. This can be regarded as the sequelae of being resurrected by the Holy Grail of the Netherworld. Morningstar doesn't care about this situation. If you want to stay by his side, stay, it's no big deal. Under the siege of so many first-level adventurers, Beryl didn't last long and was soon killed, leaving only a huge magic stone. Morningstar, please! After Beryl died, Finn's figure came from the direction of the battlefield. Morningstar naturally knew what Finn meant by calling him. With a flash of his figure, Morningstar appeared beside Finn and others in an instant. Looking at the huge magic stone several meters high, Morningstar thought and put it into the system space. Such a large magic stone, if taken back to the ground, can at least be exchanged for hundreds of millions of wallies. It's a pity that the level of this magic stone is only IV.7. If it was IV.8, Morningstar would have killed this guy just now. If it's just IV.7, Chenxing doesn't need it. Xiaoguang and Xion are already IV.8 now, and the magic stone of IV.7 can't help them at all. Speaking of Xiaoguang and Xion, Chenxing also discovered one thing. That is, Xiaoguang and Xion, the 2 elemental elves, gradually changed after he gained divine power because they signed a contract with him. At the beginning, it was nothing, but in the past few days, Chenxing found that Xiaoguang and Xiaoan seemed to have signs of divine power, and he didn't know what was going on. Xiaoguang and Xiaoan themselves didn't know what was going on. However, although the divine power appeared, they didn't find anything wrong with themselves. Even these divine powers couldn't be mobilized by themselves, and they just stayed in their bodies. Even Xiaoguang and Xiaoan didn't know what was going on, so Chenxing naturally couldn't know. Even if there was a contract, Chenxing didn't know. Because he didn't know what the situation was, Chenxing didn't explore too much and waited quietly, and he would know it eventually. Moreover, Chenxing could feel that this situation was not a bad thing for Xiaoguang and Xiaoan, and it might even be a good thing. It's really convenient. If it weren't for your space magic, Morningstar, it would be really troublesome to carry such a big magic stone. Looking at the magic stone being taken away by Morningstar, Finn sighed. Such a big magic stone is very troublesome to carry even for a supporter, and it takes at least several people to carry it together to take it away. But with Morningstar's space magic, it's different. It can be taken away directly. Thank you for the compliment. Let's go to the 50th floor. Morningstar smiled slightly and replied. Livilia, do you want me to resurrect your mother? Looking at Livilia, Chenxing asked tentatively. It's not a troublesome dead person like Artemis. Just now he sensed that Livilia had come here. Looking at the people around who were building tents, Morningstar had no intention of helping. After a few glances, he left the camp and came to the forest below the platform to find a lake to wash up. He didn't guess Livilia's purpose in coming to him, but he didn't expect that Livilia's purpose in looking for him was this. You're welcome. Morningstar was just one person and he only needed to build a tent. Hearing what Chenxing said, Livilia was stunned and a rare look of excitement appeared on her calm face. It's been several years. Looking at Chenxing, Livilia murmured as if talking to herself. Hearing this, Chenxing was slightly stunned. Before washing, Chenxing set up a warning barrier. Still at that location, on the large platform closest to the passage on the 51st floor, the team settled down here. Livilia is his friend and it's just helping a friend and he won't lose anything, so Chenxing doesn't mind. Thank you, Chenxing, I will prepare it. Please help me when the time comes. Just ask for any reward you need. Livilia did not respond to Chenxing but just looked at Chenxing quietly. Really? After a while, Livilia nodded slowly and spoke softly. Livilia, I didn't know you actually liked to peek. Sitting in the shallow lake, Chenxing looked at the figure slowly walking out of the forest and was a little speechless. If you want me to resurrect your mother, you need to sort out your understanding of your mother and her past for me. And even so, I may not be sure of resurrection. Facing Livilia's request, Chenxing did not refuse and directly told Livilia the conditions and restrictions of resurrection. So Morningstar was the first to be free. Well, let's go to the 50th floor. Hearing this, Finn smiled and nodded, yes. However, when he was halfway through washing up, Morningstar paused, slowly sat in the lake, and his eyes fell on the forest by the lake. Well, I want to ask you to resurrect my mother. My resurrection magic is limited. You must have enough understanding of the resurrected person before you can resurrect. Everyone did their job and started to build the camp. It was Livilia who appeared in front of Chenxing. However, the next second, Chenxing's mind flashed and he seemed to have thought of something. After a long time, Livilia's eyes gradually calmed down and looked at Chenxing. After noticing this, Chenxing understood that Livilia must have something important to find him, so he did not urge him and just waited for Livilia quietly. Chenxing noticed that Livilia's eyes were slightly dazed. Then the group headed towards the 50th floor without delay. Hearing Chenxing's words, Livilia was shocked and fell into silence. Chenxing, how did you resurrect allies and the others? After staying on the 50th floor for one night and selecting the candidates to advance to the next floor, Morningstar and others began to move the next day. As for the rest of the people, they were stationed on the 50th floor, waiting for the return of Morningstar and others. For this expedition, Finn and others still prepared a large amount of first-level firepower magic, 2/3 of which were left for the members who stayed behind, and the rest were taken with them. There was no way. Although Dionysus had ascended to heaven, the danger of the new monster could not be eliminated. Except for Lephia, the rest of the people who set out this time were all first level, and there was no need to worry about problems caused by the sniping of the cannon dragon. Everyone could deal with the sniping of the cannon dragon, and Lefia, who could not deal with it perfectly, was also brought by Morning Star, so there was no need to worry at all. This time, Morning Star and others did not choose to use the vertical channel blasted out by the cannon dragon as before, but directly fought all the way down from the 51st floor. Morning Star did not take action as before but just released the gate of heaven to see others destroy the monsters. It was the same reason as before. These monsters had no training effect on Morning Star. Moreover, these monsters were not enough to fight. After the 51st floor, the frequency of monsters appearing was much faster than before the 50th floor, and the number was much larger. However, this time the formation of Morning Star and others was so dazzling that these monsters were not enough to look at. Often, as soon as the monsters appeared, they were directly destroyed by everyone. Lavilia didn't even have a chance to attack. Only Lefia had the opportunity to take one or two from the hands of others, because Lefia had the instant magic learned from Morning Star and Lavilia had no choice. Her magic was all super long chanting magic. Even if she tried to compress the chanting text, she couldn't keep up with the speed of others to kill the enemy. Everyone fought all the way down under such circumstances. 51st floor, 52nd floor, 53rd floor, 58th floor. It's so refreshing. It's the first time I've had such a refreshing experience. This is the deep layer. In the passage leading to the 58th floor, allies shouted generously. She had never been here before, let alone here before. They only attacked up to the 41st floor. The people of Astria's family only reached the 33rd floor, but I think it should be more than that. Only reaching the 33rd floor should not support them to upgrade to IV.4, even if they were fighting against the Dark Faction and Ulfia Sacrifice at that time. But now they suddenly came to such a deep floor and experienced such a high-intensity battle that she could never imagine before, which made allies extremely excited. Don't underestimate the dragon pot. It's because you're following us and the team is strong that we can do it so easily. If you want to attack these floors alone in the future, you must be careful and not careless. Seeing allies' look, Finn kindly reminded her. He was worried that allies and others would underestimate the floors after the 50th floor because it was so easy this time. If that happened, the probability of dying on these floors would definitely be very high. Even their Loki clan, before Morning Star followed them, attacked these floors of the dragon, and they were cautious and did not dare to be careless at all. Well, I know, don't worry, I didn't underestimate these floors. By the way, the next one is the real dragon pot. I heard that there is a Balkan dragon king on the 58th floor with a strength of IV.6. Can you let me go later? Hearing Finn's reminder, Allies' expression instantly disappeared and then nodded seriously, indicating that she understood, and then mentioned the matter of the 58th floor. I don't have any objection, what about you? Finn heard this and shook his head lightly, then looked at the others. No objection, if you want it, I'll give it to you, Alex. Tyone shrugged and said indifferently. I have no objection either. Grace also nodded. He is now IV.7. Going to fight a IV.6 Dragon King is not bullying people, no bullying monsters. Since Alex wants it, give it to her. Others also shook their heads, only Bert didn't. I also want to do something to that guy, Bert said with a cool expression on his face. Then let's deal with it together. Alex didn't think of monopolizing it and said with a smile. Tusk. Bert had no objection to this but just tusk lightly. Morning Star watched the conversation of everyone quietly without interrupting. Soon, everyone walked through the passage and entered the 58th floor. The 58th floor is a huge, desolate space like the Great Wilderness. As soon as they came out of the passage, they saw densely packed red dragons in addition to various other monsters, and flying dragons flying down from the vertical passage blasted out by the Balkan dragon, but they did not see the new worm monsters. It's good that there are no new monsters. At a glance, Finn was slightly relieved when he did not see those colorful colors. Those new monsters are really troublesome to fight, especially those liquid ones. At the same time, the strength of these new monsters is very low, and the magic stones dropped are also special magic stones which cannot be exchanged for wallies, so it is not cost-effective to fight. Finn didn't want to meet those monsters if possible. The arrival of Morning Star and others immediately attracted the attention of the monsters on the 58th floor. In an instant, countless Balkan dragons aimed their mouths at Morningstar and others. Go! Finn gave an order and everyone rushed out in an instant, rushing in all directions and launched a brutal hunt against many monsters. Only Morningstar, Lefia and Lavilia did not move. Morningstar used a defensive magic to directly surround the three people and was not afraid of the Balkan dragon's bombardment at all. Moreover, the others rushed out and the Balkan dragon's bombardment also stopped. In the defensive barrier, Lavilia couldn't wait to release magic. She didn't do much all the way down, which made her feel pent up. Now that she finally had a place to use her skills, Lavilia naturally wouldn't continue to hesitate. The super long chant quickly poured out of Lavilia's mouth and the speed was almost comparable to the previous super speed chant of the fallen fairy. In just half a minute, Lavilia's magic was completed. Red flame patterns spread from the ground and pillars of flames shot up into the sky, burning the monsters to ashes. Everyone present left the magic attack range very tacitly at the moment Lavilia's magic was completed. Needless to say, the Loki family had formed a very strong tacit understanding through years of cooperation. Alice and others had fought side by side with the Loki family in the Dark Dawn period before. Although they were not as strong as the bond between the Loki family members and Lavilia, they also cooperated tacitly and did not have to worry about being accidentally injured by Lavilia. Everyone cooperated tacitly and began to sweep the entire 58th floor. In just 1 hour, everyone swept away all the monsters on the 58th floor. Just like last time, after cleaning up the 58th floor, everyone sat down in front of the passage leading to the 59th floor to rest. I didn't feel the cold, but it was a bit stuffy. It seems that the situation on the 59th floor is still the same as last time. Standing in front of the passage, Finn felt the stuffy breath coming from the passage and murmured in a low voice. The record of the 59th floor of the guild team is a frozen world. It was because of the fallen fairy avatar that it became the climate environment of the 24th floor. Finn originally thought that after the fallen fairy avatar was eliminated, the 59th floor would return to the previous situation and become a frozen world again. Now it seems that it has not happened. I just don't know what kind of monster will be born on the 59th floor under normal circumstances. Morningstar stood beside Finn at this time and spoke. It didn't change back, it's still the same as before. 510, I think it will probably be the same as the tree maze. Finn thought for a moment after hearing this and then said. After speaking, Finn looked at his thumb. Well, I don't feel any pain at all, so it should be fine. Come on, I'm here, what's the problem? Looking at Finn's expression, Morningstar rolled his eyes speechlessly. He had been using the Gate of Heaven to train his magic all the way. Under the coverage of the Gate of Heaven, everyone could fight without any burden and didn't have to worry about anything going wrong. With him around, how could there be any problems? Unless the monsters that appeared on the 59th floor were all IV.7, then it would be a bit troublesome. Haha, that's right. It's really good to have you with me, I can rest assured. Finn smiled upon hearing this and praised generously. Then, Finn took another look at the passageway and returned to the crowd, eating the food prepared by Morningstar and starting to recover. But Morningstar didn't, instead he looked at the dark entrance and narrowed his eyes slightly. The next second, the shadow at Morningstar's feet trembled slightly and spread towards the passageway. Shadow activated. The dark shadow merged into the dark passageway. Morningstar explored the passageway and headed towards the 59th floor. Soon, Morningstar felt the situation on the 59th floor. It's no different from before, but there are a lot more breaths. The strength is above IV.5 and many have reached LV.6. It seems that there is a watershed between the 58th and 59th floors. Feeling the situation detected by the shadow, Morningstar murmured in his heart. How is it? At this time, the voice of Chevilia sounded beside Star. There is a watershed between the 58th and 59th floors, which is a good place for you to exercise. Turning around and looking at Lavilia standing beside him, Chenxing replied with a smile.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.